So in this course, over the last course sections, you did learn a lot about those important fundamentals which you need to know about HTML and CSS. In this course section, we're going to practice what you learned, and you get a summary of what you learned so that we're really all on the same page and those fundamentals are really set and you have a solid grasp of all those key HTML and CSS features. That's the idea behind this course section. And I will say it right away, this section is mostly optional. Mostly because there are some new concepts, which I'll come back to in a few seconds, but in general, you can skip this module. If you have those fundamentals down, if you don't want to practice right now, you can skip this module. I will say though that attached to the last lecture of this module, you find a summary PDF document. This document, which summarizes all the key concepts you learned about over the last course sections, and you might want to have a brief look at that document or keep it around as a reference in case you get lost later on in the course. Because this sums up all the key features you learned about. Now, nonetheless, of course, my recommendation is that you don't skip this section, but instead take this opportunity to practice what you learned, because that's one of the main ideas for this section. I got a little practice project for you, which you'll see in a couple of seconds, which I challenge you to build on your own before we then build it together step by step to summarize and practice what you learned. But definitely try it on your own first. Again, I'll show you that project in a second. And as I mentioned, there also are some new concepts, some new HTML elements which I'll introduce, and therefore you should at least have a look at those lectures or at that lecture, which is clearly named. You find it in this module. At the end of this module, there is a lecture where I introduce some new HTML elements, and you should definitely have a look at those at least. And also maybe have a look at the finished project code and see if you fully understand everything there before you then move on to the next course sections where we will build up on those fundamentals and dive deeper. Now that being said, let's now explore in the next lecture what we're going to build and what your challenge will be. So it's this demo page which we're going to build in this course module and which I want you to build on your own first. Let me zoom out a bit here. It's a page with a main title and an image, then a box with some main content, and then some footer below it with a link that actually points at a PDF file. That PDF file, which you also find attached to this lecture, which summarizes all those core concepts. This link leads to it. And I want you to build this. We're going to build it over the next lectures together, but definitely try building and styling this on your own first. You don't need to get all the colors right, but definitely try building the general structure, try using the correct HTML elements, and try getting as close as possible with your styling to what you see here on this screen. Attached, you also find a screenshot of this finished project so that you can use that as a reference and as an inspiration. And you also find the image here and that PDF document attached, which you will need. Now, for building this, you will need different headings. You need to work with links. You will have lists in there, just to give you some hints. And you also will need to select elements differently in CSS and then apply different CSS styles to add colors and spacings and change sizes. I'm also using a font here, which I picked from Google Fonts. And you don't need to use the exact same font. It's the Roboto font, though, in case you're interested. But you can pick any font you want. I just want you to practice what you learned. Once you're done, in the next lecture, we're going to start building this together step by step so that you can use those lectures as a solution to compare your solution to mine. And with that, I wish you good luck. In the next lecture, we're going to start solving this together step by step. So, were you successful? Let's now rebuild this together. For this, I have a brand new empty folder, which I opened with Visual Studio Code, the IDE we're using. And I only have this gitignore file, which you can ignore, which is just required for me to have code snapshots, which you get as part of the course. But you should have an empty folder. And in that empty folder, I will start by dragging in those files which you found attached to the last lecture, that image and that PDF document. Now, with those files added, I then want to add a new HTML file, since we need one HTML file at least for our website. And I will create a new file, therefore, also with this new file button here, or the shortcut, and I'll name it index.html. Now, the file name is up to you. The extension is important. It should be .html, but the file name is totally up to you, though index is a common file name, and therefore it's the default HTML file name with which I always get started. So I got this index.html file. And in this index.html file, I now want to get started with my HTML code. And here you learned that every HTML document should have this base skeleton with a head and a body section, with that annotation about which version you're using, and with that wrapping HTML element around head and body. That's what you learned and saw over the last sections. And hence we can create this here. And we can use a shortcut here in Visual Studio Code. If I type an exclamation mark, then I get this auto completion, this suggestion window pop up. And if I now hit tab or enter, this gets auto completed and I get this base skeleton. Now in there we got a couple of HTML elements which we don't understand and need yet, and hence I will remove these two lines here so that I'm only left with this base skeleton. And with that we got this core skeleton which every HTML document should have. We're specifying that we use the English language for our text content here with this lang attribute on the HTML element. And you did learn about attributes. It's one of the key HTML features, besides the elements themselves, you need to know about. You can add extra configuration to some HTML elements, and HTML attributes allow you to add such extra configuration. That can be something like the lang attribute, which you set here, so that the browser understands which human language you're using for your content. That can be the destination of a link on an anchor tag, something we'll see later in this course module. HTML attributes can be used to change the behavior or make the annotation more specific. And we'll see plenty of examples for HTML attributes throughout this course and throughout this course section here already. You always add them on the opening tag of your HTML elements. This is not a must-have, but it's useful to have. We're specifying that we're using Unicode characters, which basically is the default set of characters we want to support in our page, so that all the default characters we have on our keyboard and also a lot of special characters, including emojis, for example, can be displayed without issues. And then we can set a title for this HTML page. This title is up to you, but I will name this HTML and CSS Basics Summary here. That's the title I will choose, and that's the title which would then show up on search engines or which shows up in the tabs of our browser. And with that we got this base skeleton in place. Now we can add metadata like links to external CSS files here in the head section, and we can add our core body content, the visual content, here in the, body section. And that's now the last thing I want to do in this lecture. I want to set my basic content structure in this body element, and I want to create a external CSS file already, which will then later hold all the CSS stylings, and that file should be imported here in the head section. I also want to import some Google fonts, though that is optional. Now, therefore, I'll start with the external CSS file, and for that, I'll create a new file here in this project folder, and I'll name that file styles.css, though that file name is up to you. It should end with .css since it will hold CSS code, but you can name it styles.css, main.css, whatever .css. That's really up to you. For the moment, I will not add any styles in here. That's something we'll come back to in a couple of minutes, but we can already link this styles file to our HTML file so that this HTML file and therefore the browser in the end is aware of that styles CSS file. And for this, we can add this link element here, which is a void element, a self-closing element as it's also called, which basically means that it has no content, that it's only configured with attributes. And here we then can set the rel attribute to style sheet to tell the browser that we're linking to a style sheet, and then set the ref attribute to styles.css, pointing at that CSS file we want to connect to this HTML file. Now, as I mentioned, I also want to use some Google fonts. And you might not have done this in your solution, and that's totally fine, but I want to bring some custom fonts or some extra fonts. And hence here on fonts.google.com, we can choose a font that looks good. And I like this Roboto font here, so I'll select this font. And there I want to use the regular version here with a weight of 400. So I'll add this. And then I also want to use the 900 version, the black version, and select this as well. And with that, I will now copy that code here, go back to my HTML document, and then above my style sheet, so that in the style sheet we have it available, I'll import that custom font or this extra font from Google Fonts. So I'll paste in that code. And now I'll use that auto format shortcut to automatically format and restructure this code to make it a bit more readable. Now here you also see that therefore this auto format shortcut added some line breaks here. It splits this content across multiple lines. It splits those attributes across multiple lines. But those line breaks don't hurt HTML. It works with that, as you also see earlier in the course already. So having line breaks like this for readability, just as having indentation for readability, where we don't write everything directly on the left edge, but instead we indent, all of that can be done to make it easier for us as a developer to improve the code readability, and the browser will simply ignore that. It will ignore that indentation, it will ignore those extra line breaks, and therefore we won't see that on the page, but it helps us as a developer. And therefore we now got those fonts added, we got the third-party style sheet imported. Now let's work on the main body structure for our content. And here you learned that there are various semantic elements which add extra meaning to the different sections, the different kinds of content you could have on your page. Extra meaning that can help the browser present your content correctly to assistive technologies, but also to search engines. And last but not least, also to you as a developer. If you structure your content correctly in your HTML files, it's easier to work on your HTML files and to maintain them because it's easier for you to find that specific content you want to continue working on if everything is structured correctly. And therefore here in this body section, I in the end want to create 3 subsections, you could say. Because on the finished page which I want to build, we will have a header with a title and an image. We will have a footer at the bottom with a download link and with that copyright annotation. And we'll have that main content of our page. And therefore, here in the body section, I will add a header element, which will later wrap this header content. I will add a footer element, which will wrap the footer content. And I also want to mark up my main page content, which is the most important part of this page, the heart of this page. And we can do this with the main HTML element. Now we'll add the concrete content for those different sections in the next lectures, but that is the main structure I want to have in my body. It's not a structure you need to have on every page. Some pages don't have a footer, other pages don't have a header, yet other pages might have a sidebar, but it is a very common structure, of course. And therefore, let's now populate this structure with some life, with some content, and then of course, let's make sure that we also style that content. So let's now add the actual content, text and images, which the visitors of our website will be able to see. And I'll start here in the header. In that header, if you recall that screenshot of the finished project, I want to have a title and I want to have an image. This image, which I already provided to you. Now for the title, I'll use the H1 element to mark up this main page title. And it's up to you which title text you want to have here, but on that screenshot from earlier, I had HTML and CSS basics summary, so I will stick to that text. Now below that title, we had an image on that screenshot. And therefore, I want to add an image here as well, and you learned how that works. There is the dedicated image element here, which also happens to be a void element with no content, but instead configured through attributes only. So we can add those attributes here for this extra configuration. And for the image, that's the src, the source attribute which we need, and the alt attribute which we typically want to add. With the source attribute, we set the image source, so we point at the image file that should be embedded. And with the alt attribute, we provide an alternative text, which should be displayed if the image is not loaded for some reason, or if a blind user, for example, visits our page, then that's the description of what's on the image. So here for a source, I just want to point at HTML, CSS, PNG. And for alt, I want to set an alternative description. And since that image basically contains the HTML5 and the CSS3 logo, I just want to, describe that or add that as a description. So HTML and CSS logos, because that's what's on the images. Now, this is our header content. Now, to preview it, I'll right-click on this index.html file and open it with that live server extension, which Manuel installed in the last course section. If you haven't installed that yet because you skipped that last section for whatever reason, you can go to View Extensions and there search for Live Server. And then the Live Server extension by Ritwik Day, that's the extension you want to install. And once you got that installed, you can right-click on that file and open it with Live Server, and that will then give you that auto-reloading version of your page, which is served by that development server. Now let me zoom in again a bit, and with that, that's what we got. And that's the content we added thus far, but of course it's not very pretty. It's lacking all styling, and therefore in the next minutes, we will add some styles here to make this look prettier and to give the overall page a better look. So let's add some styling, and of course the styles CSS file is the file we need to go for that. Here we can set up all kinds of CSS styling, and we will add more and more styles throughout this section, but the first kind of style I want to start with is the page background color, which is a very light purple color, a white color with a slight purplish touch. And I want to change the overall font family for all those HTML elements on the screen. Now, as you learned, you could also change styles without an extra CSS file. You could target an HTML element and add the style attribute, and then add the styles for this element here through that styles attribute. That would work. But the downside of this approach is that A, you write all your CSS code directly inside your HTML code, which for bigger pages with lots of HTML code can get hard to read and manage for you as a developer. And B, you have a lot of code duplication, which also means that if you want to change some style, you often have to go into the different attributes of a lot of HTML elements to adjust it for all those elements. And for those reasons, you typically work with global styles. You can add global styles with the style element in the head section as well, but since that then still leads to large HTML files with lots of CSS code in them, it's more common to use external CSS files as we are doing it here. And therefore, here is the place where I want to write my CSS code. Now, as I just said, I want to set an overall background color and an overall font family, and therefore, I want to target a high-level HTML element so that I do affect the overall page. And the body element sounds just about right, since I want to affect the entire visual content. And for this, we can target the body element with that body type selector. Because you learned that global CSS styling is applied by writing those CSS rules, where you have a selector, and you learned about the type selector, you also learned about the ID or class selector, and that you can combine selectors. We'll use all of that throughout this section. Here I'm using the type selector. And then once you got a selector, you add curly braces, and between those curly braces, you write the actual CSS code. You target different CSS properties to then assign different CSS styles to those properties, different values which you set for those different CSS properties. That's what we do here. And here, if you want to change the overall document background color, we can simply target that background color CSS property and then set it to any color of our choice. And here I picked a nice little RGB color, red, green, blue, which is 244, 234, 255. This gives this a white background color with a slightly purple touch. And you did learn that RGB colors are just one kind of color or one way of setting colors. And you can go through those different ways of setting colors by hovering over a color here in Visual Studio Code and then clicking on that color definition here. And then it also switches to this hexadecimal definition, which is an alternative, or to the HSL definition, hue, saturation, lightness. And these are simply different ways of defining a color, of setting a color. And you can set all colors with all those different ways. And here I'm just using the RGB way of defining a color. And if we save this, we now have a slightly purplish background. It's very light. You should be able to see it if you're following along in your browser. And with that, we get the right background color. Now I also want to change the font family, so the font which we use. And again, I could do this for the individual HTML elements, also by targeting them here. But we can also utilize a HTML concept or a CSS concept called inheritance. I can set a font family here on the body selector and set this to Roboto in single quotes, comma sans serif to set the font family to Roboto, or if that's not available for some reason, to sans serif as a fallback. And if I save this, we see that indeed the font did change here. Now, why did it change though? After all, I did not target the H1 element. Well, that's this inheritance concept, which we can also see if I inspect this H1 element. Here we see that various styles affect this element, and we see that it got some browser default styles here, but if we scroll down, we also see that it got some inherited styles from body. And here it's this font family style, which is also applied to this H1 element. Now, you did learn that not all CSS properties are inheritable. Basically, you can use common sense to guess whether a property is inheritable or not. The background color, for example, is not inherited. Here, we just have this background color applied to the body as a whole, but it's not inherited. But the font family typically is. So here, this H1 element is inheriting the font family. And that's why it is using this Roboto font now. And that's a good first step. But it's not all I want to do for the header here. Instead, I also want to change the text color of this H1 element, and I want to increase its font size a little bit. And to do this, I'll go back to my CSS code and also select the H1 element directly like this. Now, if we target it like this, then we can set CSS properties, which will only affect all H1 elements, but no other elements on the page, no matter if the properties are inheritable or not. And therefore here I can then, for example, set the font size to 52 pixels. It's up to you which value you want to use here, but I'll go with 52 pixels since I think that's a nice size here. And I'll set the color to a purple color with RGB and then 8849196. Now, pixels, by the way, is one of the available units for setting sizes and dimensions. We'll learn about other units throughout this course as well, but this will set a size in device-independent pixels, which means that it will automatically be scaled to look similar both on high and low resolution devices, so that you don't need to worry about the resolution of your end user's devices. And therefore, if we now set these two extra properties, we now have a bigger title, which is purple. Now, it would also be nice if both the title and the image would be aligned to the center. And we can achieve this by targeting the header element itself, so this wrapper around H1 and image. And on this header, we can then set the text align CSS property, as you learned, to center its content. And that is important and a common source of confusion. Text align does center or align the content of the element on which you set it. So it aligns the content of header. And to be very precise, it aligns the text content or content that is treated like text. Or put in other words, it aligns the inline content. And you did learn about the difference between block and inline elements as well. Block elements are elements which always by default occupy the full available width and the complete line in the browser when they are displayed. Examples for block elements would be header and main, but also H1. And that's why the image is in a new line here, because the H1 element occupies the entire width of that screen, even though the text actually does not take as much space. It doesn't allow any other elements next to it. Even if we would shrink the width with that width property, even if I would set a width here of 100 pixels only, then it would wrap the text, but it would still not put the image in the same line. Because block elements by default always occupy the entire line and they don't allow any elements next to them. That's just how they work. On the other hand, inline content, like plain text or images, do sit side by side. Here it just doesn't work because that text, which would be an inline element, is inside of a H1 element, which is not. But the image element here is an inline element, the text inside of H1 is an inline element, and hence if I set text align center here on header, all that inline content is centered. If we inspect the image here, this image element, we see that it's centered because the text align center style is affecting it. And the same is true for the H1 element. Here we also have text align center from the header, which in the end is responsible for centering the content in H1. So that's another key concept. Inline and block elements. You learned about that over the last course sections as well. And if you wonder which elements are inline and which elements are block elements, again, common sense will get you pretty far. Whichever kind of content that typically should sit next to each other, like text and maybe text and images, or links inside of text, any content that typically should not force a line break indeed is inline content in HTML. And on the other hand, content where you would expect a line break thereafter, like after a paragraph of text or after a title, such type of content typically is block content. And that's it for the basic header styles. But now I want to add some spacing around my header here for later. And I also want to change the image size a little bit. Now let's start with the image size actually. For this, we can target this image. We can do this with the image type selector. But we also might want to just target images in the header. Because whilst on this page, we won't have any other images, it is of course pretty realistic that on many pages you're going to build, you have more than one image on the entire page. And you might want to style the image in the header in a certain way, but that's not necessarily the style you then want to apply to all the other images on the page as well. And therefore, to only target image elements in the header, we can use a CSS combinator in our CSS rule. Instead of targeting an image like this, we can target only images inside of a header element by using this CSS combinator, which says target images that are inside of a header. And with that, we're now targeting just this one image inside of a header. And now if I want to restrict the size of that image, I can, for example, give it a width of, let's say, 300 pixels. And if I do that, it is now smaller. And you see that the aspect ratio is kept by default, so we don't need to set the height manually. Instead, with the width, the height also shrinks automatically because the browser by default keeps the aspect ratio, which is of course very, very useful. We don't have to manually calculate what our height value has to be. And with that, now the image is a bit smaller. Now I want to add some spacing around all that header content, just so that later, once we got content below it, we have more space available and a bit more space around the header. And therefore, I now want to dive into the box model again. Another key concept you learned about in the last course sections. You might recall that the box model is about those different layers of spacing and of styling around your content. And you can see the box model if you inspect an element in the DevTools. And then if you scroll down here in Chrome in that Elements tab, in the Styles tab, then you see the box model displayed here. The blue part in the middle is your content, and you also see the size of your content here, width and height. The green part around it here, That's the padding, if any, then the border, if any, and then the margin, if you set any. And here we got some default margin set by the browser. Now I wanna change the spacing for my header element. And there we currently got no margin, no border, and no padding. And to change this, I'll go back here to my header, and I then want to add some spacing around my content. And we could do this with margin, but I will do it with padding here and set this to 32 pixels to add some inside spacing. Now we have no border around our header, and therefore technically there shouldn't really be a large difference between inside and outside spacing and which of the two we use. But there will be a slight difference actually. If I use margin instead of padding, you see the spacing is actually not applied like this. And the reason for that is that the browser by default sees that the h1 element already got some margin. And if the wrapping, the parent element around this h1 element then also has some margin, then those margins are not added up by default. If you want to add it up, you need to set a padding on the parent element, and then that padding will be added automatically to that margin inside of your parent element, so inside of the header here. And that's why I'm using a padding on the header. That sets some inside spacing on the header, and we still get the outside spacing around the child element, this h1 element, and now the two are added up. As you can see on the left side, the orange part here around h1 is the margin, the blue part for the header is including that margin, and then we got that spacing, that green part added around that inside content. And that's how we can now set some spacing around our content here and make sure that the header has enough room to breathe, so to say. And that's it for the header styles now. Next, let's work on the content and styling of our main section, so the main content of our page. So let's move on to the main section now and to the content we can add in there. Now here in that main part of my page, of course it's always up to you what you want to have in there, but in the end I will have two subsections, so to say. A part with HTML summary and a part about the CSS summary. Though I will say that the content we add here is just a very short summary. A way more detailed summary can be found in that PDF document which I provided to you. Now that being said, it's now time for two subsections here. And for this I want to use subtitles to mark their beginning, their start. And hence I'll add more titles, more headings here, not headers, but heading elements. And we could use h1 again, but you should typically only have one main title per HTML document. And we already got this main title here, this main h1 element. And therefore I'll use h2 elements here to make it clear that these subsections still belong to that overall main page theme of being a CSS and HTML summary. Now in this first subsection title here, I'll give this a title, a text of HTML summary. And then I'll already add a second one, a second subtitle with the CSS summary. Now these two h2 elements are on the same level. They're both children of main, but to each other they are siblings. They are on the same level, they have the same amount of indentation, which signals that they are on the same level. And they mark two separate subsections which together make up our main content. That's the semantics behind the structure we're adding here. Now let's start with that first subsection here. Here we might want to start with a short entry text where we have a short general definition of what HTML is. And if I want to have just some standard regular text, then the paragraph element always is a great choice. And then we could say HTML and then explain what that stands for. Hypertext Markup Language is used to define our page content, structure, and meaning. You don't use it for styling purposes. Use CSS for that instead. And I'll press the auto format shortcut so that some automatic line breaks are added, which again, as you learned, will be ignored by the browser. And now with that, if we save this, we got this subtitle here and then this entry text. Now below that entry text, I want to have a list with the main HTML features being laid out. And therefore, we can add a list here with one of the two main list elements we have. An unordered list with the UL element or an ordered list with the OL element. Now, it's up to you which kind of list you see here, but I would say it's an unordered list because the main features which I'm going to lay out here actually won't have any particular order. And hence, I'll use the UL element to then define my different LI elements in there, the different list items. And a list, no matter if it's UL or OL, always is a great choice if you have, well, list content, multiple pieces of content, multiple sentences, for example, that make up a list. Could be your shopping list for the grocery store, could be your favorite sports, or, like in this case, the main HTML features. And here the first list item could be that we say HTML uses elements to describe, which basically means annotate, content. The second list item here could be that we say HTML elements typically have an opening tag and then content and then a closing tag. And then thereafter we say you can also have void, empty elements like images. And we can also say you can also configure elements with attributes. I'll also add one more list item, though of course there are more HTML features we could add here, but I want to keep this relatively short. And on that last list item, I'll just say there's a long list of available elements, but you'll gain experience over time, no worries. So that's now my list, and if we save this, we see all those list items with that default styling, these bullet points, added to them automatically by the browser. Now, after this list, I'll add one more sentence, and therefore I'll use a paragraph again for this regular text. And here I just want to say, learn more about all available HTML elements on the MDN HTML element reference. And you might have noticed that this actually had a special style on that screenshot which I showed you earlier, so that this part here actually was highlighted. And that was not just some special styling, that was actually a link to MDN. And if you haven't added that link, that's no problem, but if you did, good job. And I will therefore also add an anchor tag, which I wrap around this text here, around the MDN HTML reference. And now we just need to configure this link with an attribute again to tell the browser where this link should lead to. And we need an attribute for that because the content alone is just the text that should be displayed. To tell the browser where the link actually leads to, we need that extra behind the scenes configuration which attributes provide. And hence I'll add the ref attribute here. And then simply search for MDN element reference and grab that link here, copy that link, and use that here as a value for this ref attribute. And I'll hide that sidebar now and also press the auto format shortcut again to make this more readable again. Now, that is my HTML section content. Now we also got that CSS summary, and here it's quite similar. We got a paragraph with a little starting text where I say CSS cascading style sheets is used for styling your page content. Then below that, a list with the main CSS style features, where we could say styles are assigned via property value pairs, and that should be in a list item, of course, not in the unordered list like this. So now it's in a list item, and then we have another list item where we can say you can assign styles via the style attribute. That's one thing you could do, but then I add another list item to avoid code duplication. You typically use global styles via the style element instead, or maybe let's say EG via the style element instead. And then add another list item where I say alternatively you can work with external style sheets or style sheet files which you link to. And then I'll add a last list item where I just want to say, when working with CSS, concepts like inheritance, specificity, and the box model should be understood. Okay, these are my list items. Now below the unordered list, we can add another paragraph where we also say learn more about all available CSS properties and values on the MDN CSS property reference. And again, I'll grab a link for that. Simply search for MDN CSS properties to find that CSS reference, and I'll grab that link and then create a link here, an anchor tag, set the ref attribute to that link, grab the closing tag and wrap this around the MDN CSS property reference, press the reformat shortcut, and now we got that content here as well. And hence we now have this page look here. And that is looking okay. The content is there, it's readable, it's usable, and it has the correct semantics, but the styling is still not very close to what you saw on that screenshot. And therefore, let's now next dive into the styling of this content here. So let's now add some styling to our main content and to the different elements in there. And I'll start with the main element itself, because this overall main content should sit in a little box with rounded corners with a nice background color which is centered on the screen. And therefore, in my CSS code, I want to target the main element here and then actually do a couple of things to it. For example, give it a background color of RGB, and then I'll use 122, 74, 218. And that's just the color I picked here. Of course, you can use a different one. If I save this, we have this background color, but like this, it doesn't look that good. Instead, the width should be restricted, the element then should be centered, the corners should be rounded, and I also want to have some internal spacing in that box between the border and the content. Now, for that internal spacing, we learned that we can use padding to set that. And here I'll set this to 32 pixels, though of course you can experiment with different values. I also want to restrict the width, which I can do with the width CSS property. That sets the width of an element. And here I'll set this to 700 pixels. If I do that, we see that internal spacing, and we see that the width is restricted, but it's not centered. Now here, we can't center this with text align center because the main element, which is the element which I want to center, is not an inline element. So if we would add text align center here on this main element, then we would center the text or the inline content, as you learned, inside of that main element. But that's not what I want to do. Here, I don't want to center the text inside of main. I instead want to position that main element as a whole centered on the screen. The content in main should be left aligned. It should not be centered. So therefore, we need to center main overall, and since main is not an inline but a block element, we can't go to a higher level, to body, and add text align center there to center body's content, so the main element inside of body, because text align, as you learned, only affects inline elements, and main is no such element. That's why we need a different way of centering this element as a whole. So to center that non-inline element, we can use a little trick. We can set a margin which controls the outside spacing. And here we can set 32 pixels as a top and bottom margin, and then set auto as a left and right margin. This here is a slightly alternative margin syntax where I don't just set one value, but I set one value for top and bottom and one value for left and right margin. That's one of the supported margin syntaxes. A similar syntax exists for padding. There also are other alternative margin syntaxes. You can, for example, target every single direction and set its own margin value, but very often you have just one value for all directions, or one value for the vertical and one value for the horizontal margin. And auto is a special value which, when used on the horizontal axis, will actually center the element on which you apply it, if it is a block element. And therefore I'm using it here on this block element on the horizontal axis to center this element. If I save this now, it is centered. Now, to give this box rounded corners, we can set the border radius property and set that to, let's say, 8 pixels to round off those corners slightly. If we do that, we see those rounded corners. Now, black on purple also is a bit hard to read, and therefore as a last value here, or as a last property here on the main element, I also want to target the text color with the color CSS property. And here I'll set that color to RGB and then maybe 248, 241, 255. But of course you can also set your own color here. Now color, unlike background color, will be inherited by child elements and by descendants. And therefore, if I set the color on main, all the HTML elements inside of main will inherit that color and use that color. And hence, we see that color applied. The only exception is the link. And the reason for that simply is that this link here, if we inspect it, this anchor element, has a browser default style, even though that looks very cryptic. This WebKit link color, which is applied, that's just some browser built-in color, you could say. But that is a color which is applied as a browser default, but that turns out to have higher specificity than the inherited color. That's why this inherited color has the strike-through effect here, meaning that it's not applied because this default color has the higher specificity and overrides the inherited color. And therefore for the link, we'll have to set our own color again with yet a higher specificity. And anything will be higher than the default styles except for inheritance, which is actually lower, as you see here. But we'll come back to the link in a couple of minutes. For the moment, this indeed looks okay. We got that white color. Now I want to work on the list styling before I then also style the links. So let's work on the list styling now, on these unordered lists. And here I actually want to have the same styling for both lists, hence we can work with just the UL and LI selectors. But if we would want different styles, then we could work with the ID selector, for example, and give this second list an ID of CSS list, for example, and give that first list an ID of HTML list. And then in the CSS file, we can use the CSS ID selector with hash and then the ID you want to target just that element that has that ID. But again, that's not something we need here, just something which I also wanted to mention briefly, because often the ID selector can be very useful. Here it's not. Here I want to target all unordered lists, and hence I'll use just the UL selector like this. And then here, I first of all want to clear the default margin and padding, which this list has out of the box, by setting margin to 0, so to 0 pixels, but for 0 you don't need to write pixels, just 0 is enough. And the same for padding, set this to 0 as well. And I will also clear the default list style of having those bullet points by setting list style to none, and as you learned, because of inheritance, this will then be applied to all the list items in that list. So with that, if I save this, you see the indentation is gone, which was achieved with help of margin and padding. It's gone since I set margin and padding to 0, and the bullet points are gone. And now I want to style the list items manually. So I'll target the list items here. And then let's say every list item should now have a margin. So not the overall list, but the single list items in the list, of 14 pixels top and bottom, but 0 left and right. And again, I'm using that shorthand notation here, where I don't just have one number, but two numbers. First number is vertical axis, second number is horizontal axis. And with that, if I save this, we get some spacing between those list items. Now, some indentation would be nice, and for that we could set a margin to the left, for example with margin left, but I'll instead use padding left. And for the moment it doesn't matter whether we use margin or padding, but in a few seconds it will matter. So let's use padding left here, and I'll set this to 10 pixels. Now, why will it matter though? Because I want to highlight some of these list items. Some of those list items here should have a yellow marker on the left, a yellow border on the left, and some yellow text to highlight them as extra important, so to say. And for that, I need a way of selecting some of those list items, but not all of them. Now, the LI selector always selects all list items. Now, we could think about using IDs, but I want to select more than one list item. And since IDs need to be unique, IDs and ID selectors aren't the solution here either. And that's why we have class selectors and classes, which we can add to our HTML elements. All HTML elements can take that special class attribute. And I'll add it here to this first list item in the HTML list. Here I'll add the class HTML attribute, and the value here can be any identifier of your choice, which typically should be all lowercase though, with different words separated by dashes. And here I'll use the extra dash important identifier. But again, this identifier text is up to you. Now I will add this class to more than one element. Otherwise, I could have used an ID. I'll add it to this third list item here, for example, and to the fourth one. And in the CSS list, I'll add it to the third item, and I'm adding it to the last item, let's say. So now some list items have that extra class. And why did I add that class? So that I can now target it in CSS and apply some extra styles. So here in the styles CSS file, we can now target those elements that have this class. And how do we do that? With a dot and then the class name. That's this CSS class selector which we can use. So here I'll then use extra dash important right after the dot. No white space between dot and the identifier. It's directly thereafter. And now we can set the styles for all the HTML elements that have this class identifier. And here I'll then give them a color of RGB 255237177, and I want to give them a border to the left. And for this, I'll add border left, but I will actually not just add it to those extra important elements, but to all elements. But to show you why, let's start adding it just to the extra important elements. For this, we first of all specify the width of that border, and here I'll choose 5 pixels. Then this border value wants to know the style of the border, so which type of border it should be, and there you can use dashed, for example, but I'll go with solid to have a standard solid border. And then we need to set the color of this border. And that overall then forms the value the border or the border left, right, bottom, and top properties want. And you can style the border overall to set a border on all edges or target specific sides with border dash left, border dash right, and so on. And that's what we're doing here. And the color I want to use is RGB 2472098.5. Now if I do that, I have a little border to the left. Now because of padding left, this looks good as there is some space between the border and the text. But what's not looking good now is that the other elements are not on the same level. You can see this HTML text is a little bit more on the left than this one. And the reason for this is that here on this element we got a border which takes up 5 pixels of width, because that's the border width. And here on this line we don't have that. And of course we can inspect this to see that in the DevTools here with the box model. This second list item, which has no border here, surprise, surprise. The first list item, on the other hand, has that 5 pixel border. To make sure that the text is indented identically, we can not set border left here on extra important, but instead set it on the list items, but cut that color and set it to transparent here as a default. So by default, all list items have a border to the left, which is 5 pixels thick, but which is transparent, so not visible. And only the extra important items, those items then also receive a different border dash color of RGB 2472098.5. So here I'm not redefining the entire border left again, though we could do that as well. But since it is a list item, which gets this extra important class, We know that it already will have a border to the left, and I now just want to change the color of that border. And that's what we can do with that border-color CSS property. Again, the alternative would have been to redefine the entire border left again, just with a color this time. If I comment this out, that would lead to the same result. But it's a bit redundant since we know that we'll already have a border and we just want to change a color. And hence, that's the way I'll do it here. And if I save this, now the text is on the same level again. So now we also have that important highlighting feature here. Now, speaking of highlighting, I also want to highlight the word don't here in this sentence, and I want to change that link styling. Let's start with highlighting don't here. To highlight a single word in a text, we need some way of selecting it with CSS. Otherwise, we can only select the text as a whole. And that's where the special span element comes in. We can wrap the text which we want to highlight with the span element. And the special thing about the span element is that it has no semantic meaning. It doesn't change the semantics of that text. So you can add it and it doesn't really change anything. The only reason why we have the span element is that we can now use it to change the styling. And therefore now we can select this span element here to change the styling of don't. Now we can either use the span type selector, but if we're using span in different parts of the page, maybe not all spans should get the same style. And therefore we might instead want to use an ID or a class here. And I'll again use a class and give it a class of highlight, and then target this class in the CSS code. Target highlight here, and maybe just change the font weight to 900 or to bold here. And if I do that, you see now this is bold. So that's now this word being styled. Of course, you can also style it in other ways. For example, also change the color, underline it, whatever you want to do. I'm fine with just this bold styling. Now, I will come back to that element a little bit later in this section though, when we learn about a couple of new elements. But for the moment, let's just keep it like this, and let's move on to that link here. That link is very hard to read because it got some browser default styling here, and that's definitely not the styling we want to have. Therefore, to give that link our own styling, we need to select it. And for selecting it, there are different ways. We could give those links IDs or classes, or if we know that we have the same styling for pretty much all links on the page, then we can also select by HTML tag. And that's what I'll do. Now, I like to keep my CSS code organized such that I start with the tag selectors, and then I have class selectors thereafter, and hence I'll insert that anchor tag selector here after the list item. Though the order wouldn't matter here, since I'm not using order to determine specificity here in my code. Nonetheless, I'll add my anchor tag here, my anchor tag selector. And now I first of all want to get rid of the underlining with text decoration none, and I want to set my own color. Now I'll actually keep a purple color because I'll also give this anchor tag a background color. So here I'll set this to a purple color of RGB 36 free 102, but also give it a background color of RGB 255 237 177. And that should be RGB, not RBG. So if I now save that, that's the style we got. Now some internal spacing would be nice if that background color would not sit directly on the edges of the text. And therefore we can add some padding, because inline elements also use the box model. There are some differences regarding top and bottom margin, but other than that, it's the same as the box model in general. And therefore, on that link, we can add some padding. And I will only add a little bit of padding top and bottom, but add more padding left and right. 2 pixels and 6 pixels should be good. I also want to add rounded corners with border radius 4 pixels maybe. If we save that, that's the look we got. Now for links, we also often want to have different styles if we hover over them. And you learned that you can achieve this with those pseudo selectors, which exist to, for example, select different states of elements. And we can use the hover pseudo selector by adding :hover after this tag type selector here. So after the A selector with :hover, I select the hover state here. And I actually also want to select the active state, which is when we touch this on a mobile device or click on it and hold it clicked. And therefore, we also have the active pseudo selector. And since I want to apply the same styles to both selectors, we can use the group combinator to add a comma after the first selector and then add our second selector so that the styles defined between those curly braces will apply to both selectors. And that's not just available for pseudo selectors, but for all CSS selectors. If you got the same styles for different selectors, you can group those selectors together by separating them with a comma in front of those curly braces then, this comma separated selector list. So here, I'll actually wrap this across multiple lines, or the auto format shortcut did that for me, and now we can define the hover and active styles. And the only thing I want to do here is change the background color a little bit. I'll change it to RGB 250 201 39. With that, now if I hover over this, it clearly gets highlighted. And that's now the finished link styling. And that overall is the finished styling for this main content here. Hence, the only remaining thing which I now want to add is my footer at the bottom, which has another link which looks like a button and which also has this copyright text. And that's what we're going to add and style over the next minutes. So let's finish that page content by adding the footer content. And for this, in the index.html file, I'll scroll here to my footer. And now in that footer, I want to have 2 pieces of content. I want to have another anchor tag, another link, which will look like a button, but which technically will still be a link. And I'll have a paragraph with some text. And the text here is simply a little copyright symbol and then my company name. Of course, you can plug your name in there because you created your page. Now for the link, the text will be download PDF summary. And that is now a link which we haven't created like this before, but which you maybe were able to figure out. If not, it's no problem. But you can add links which don't just point at other pages, but you can also instead point at a file which lives in your project folder, or in general, point at a URL that loads a file instead of a HTML page. And here, I want to point at this PDF document, so the ref attribute just takes this PDF document file name, including the extension, as a value, and that now points at this PDF file instead of a HTML file. And that is perfectly fine. You can point at anything and a link to that file will be created. And if you point at a HTML file or a page that loads a HTML file ultimately, the browser will navigate there and display that page. If you point at some other file, like a PDF file, then the browser will simply download that file for you, open the download window, or if it's able, just preview that file in the browser. And for PDF files, it turns out that modern browsers typically can preview this. So if we save this and we go back, if I click on download PDF summary, that file is opened and previewed in that browser here. So that's how we can construct such a link to a file here. Now here's one new thing which we haven't used before. If I want to create a link that actually is opened in a new browser window, in a new tab, then we can tell the browser to open that link in a new tab by also adding the target attribute. And the default value here is _self, which would instruct the browser to open that file in the existing tab. And that's the default, so we don't need to set this. But if we want to open the content in a new tab, we set target to _blank. And that will then open a new blank tab into which that content is loaded. So if I add this attribute here and save this, if I click on this link again, now you see the existing page is kept open and that document was opened in a new page, in a new tab. And that's a little addition which is worth knowing, which is why I also wanted to show it here. Now with that, we got the content in place, and I pressed this auto format shortcut to format it such that it's a bit more readable. But now I also want to style that content, of course. And for example, the footer content also should be centered. But in addition, I also want to style the link in there differently and also change the text color of this copyright text a little bit. And to achieve all of that, we need to go back to the styles CSS file. Here, I now will scroll up to my type selectors here and also target the footer tag like this. Now to align the content, we can use text align center. Text align center instead of margin auto because it's text content which I want to center. I want to center this link text and this paragraph text. So I'm not interested in centering the footer overall. I don't care about that. I just want to center the content of the footer. And since that is all inline content, I can work with text align center. Now I also want to target the paragraph in there and change the text color of that paragraph and actually also add a little bit of margin to the top. Now for this, I can't use the P selector like this because that would select all paragraphs on the page. And I only want to select the paragraph here in the footer. And therefore we can again use the combinator we saw in action before, where I write footer whitespace P to select all P elements inside of footer elements and only style those with the styles I'm defining here. And then here I can set a text color with the color property, and I'll set it to RGB 13111349, which is one of the colors I came up with. As always, you can of course use your colors. And I'll set margin top to 30 pixels. And here I'm only targeting the top margin because since it will be centered, I'm not caring about left and right margin anyways. And since there won't be any content below this paragraph, I also don't care about bottom margin. I only want to have more distance to that link. So the top margin is the only thing I want to set here. With that, if that's all saved, it's centered, we have that changed color, and we have more spacing between the link and the text. Now, if you want to be able to see this a bit better, if you want to have more room to scroll down, you can, of course, also give this a margin to the bottom or give the overall footer a margin to the bottom. Doesn't really matter here, of 100 pixels maybe. And by doing that, I can scroll down a bit further, these extra 100 pixels. Okay, so now we got that. Now let's work on the link styling. And I want to style this link such that it looks a bit more like a button. But I'm not using any other HTML element here. I will use the anchor element. I just want to change the styles. And I only want to select this link to look like a button, not the other links. Therefore, I only want to select this link in the footer. And now we got different options here. I can, of course, now use footer A to select only links in the footer. And that would work here and it would be perfectly fine. I could also give this anchor tag a class of btn maybe, or button, whatever you want, and then give this class a certain look. This could be useful if we have more links or more elements on this page that should share one and the same style. It's not the case here, but it would not be unrealistic that you're building a web page which has multiple links that should look like buttons. And then such a class here could be useful. Since it's here, however, the only link that should look like this, we could also give it an ID and select this. And all those options would be fine and viable. As so often in web development, you will have more than one way of solving a certain problem and achieving a certain look. Here, I will, however, simply select with footer A, so with this combinator to select all links in a footer, since that's the only footer and the only link I have in there, that will only select that link. And therefore I will use that here, and then I'll write my styles for that link here. And now to achieve this button look, I'll just set some padding here of 12 pixels and 20 pixels. So 12 pixels top and bottom, 20 pixels left and right. And then give it a border radius of 8 pixels maybe. And then some background color of RGB 250 201 39. And a text color of RGB 66 51 4. And of course, feel free to experiment with those styles. Use different values or style more things. It's your code, so definitely play around with it and experiment. That is just the styling I will use here. Now I also want to have certain extra styles which are applied when we're hovering over it or when it's active, so when we keep it pressed. And therefore I'll add another rule where I select anchor elements in a footer which are hovered with help of the hover pseudo selector, or anchor elements in a footer which are active with the active pseudo selector. And here I just want to change the background color and change it to RGB 255 186 58. With all that, if we save this, now I got this button look and this hover effect here. And if we inspect this button, we also again see inheritance and specificity in action. So just to refresh this again, I will show it again here. This anchor tag in the footer actually is affected by the browser default styles. Well, first of all, it's affected by the body, from which it inherits the font family, for example. Then it's affected by the footer, from which it gets the center text alignment. Margin bottom and background color are not inheritable properties, so they aren't inherited. Then we get the browser default styles, which except for cursor pointer are all not applied because we overrode them. Because we have our own anchor tag selector where we override text decoration and then set a color, background color, padding, and border radius. And that's this anchor selector which we defined up here. That's the anchor selector which is responsible for the styles of these other anchor elements. Here, this button element in the footer should have a very different style, so we added another CSS rule which overrides most of those properties from the default anchor tag rule because of higher specificity. Footer A has higher specificity, for example for the color, because footer A is more specific because selecting anchor tags which are in a footer is a more specific way of selecting things than just all anchor tags. If I say the guy in the blue shirt, it's more specific than saying the guy over there or all guys. I'm targeting a specific guy by the color of his shirt. So that's the idea of specificity here. And hence we now got this specific button look here on this footer anchor tag. And that's just again a refresher which I wanted to add here to make these concepts of inheritance and specificity super clear. And therefore now all the styles are done. That's the final look of this page which I want to have. That's the final look I showed you at the beginning, but that's not the final state of this project. Instead, now I want to introduce a few selected special HTML elements and when you might want to use them. Just to be very clear, we are done with this exercise and we practiced all those HTML elements again. But there are more HTML elements we could use here to improve the semantics of our code or of our page. And that's always something we should strive for. Visually, the page is done. But for computers, search engine crawlers, for example, or people with assistive technologies, we can still improve the semantics of this page. Take this don't word here as an example. I'm clearly emphasizing this word here. That's why I did give it this bold font weight. Now, this boldness is not something you see if you're blind. I only achieve it with CSS, and that CSS code is not read out to blind people. So blind people don't see that I'm emphasizing the word don't. Now, why don't they see it? Because the CSS styles are not applied, and because the span element, which I'm wrapping around don't, has no semantic meaning, as you learned. And that's the part which we can improve here. There are better HTML elements we can use for situations like this, when we want to emphasize something. Yes, we might want to bring our own styling, but we also want to semantically annotate that content to emphasize it even without the styling, for assistive technologies, for example. And here we can, for example, use the EM element. EM stands for emphasize. But we can also use the strong element as an alternative. And that also emphasizes the content which you wrap it around. The difference is basically the pronunciation you would use if you would read out this sentence. With strong, we want to put strong emphasis on that word or that text which is wrapped by it, which basically translates to us ramping up our voice, to speaking a bit louder. For example, I could be reading out this sentence here as, you don't use it for styling purposes if I use strong. If we use M, we instead mean emphasis which is not conveyed by raising our voice, but by changing our tone a little bit. For example, I could be reading this out as, you don't use it for styling purposes? And I hope the difference is clear. So which one is better? That really depends on which kind of emphasis you want here. And here I want strong emphasis, so I will use the strong element, because I want this to be read as, you don't use it for styling purposes. Now we can actually even remove our highlight class here, because it turns out that the browser default for strong is to make it bold. We could still also do it ourselves with CSS, but we don't need to do this ourselves anymore. The browser default is that it is bold automatically. But now it doesn't just look bold, but it also is semantically more correct. Now, another semantic change we could make to this document, to this HTML file, is that we wrap our different sections in the main content with an extra element. Though I will say that this is optional and not required. But maybe for us as a human, as a developer, writing that code and working with that code, it would be nice if our content in those two sections in the main element would be kind of wrapped with a separate element each, just to make it a bit easier for us to quickly see where each section starts and begins. Because whilst it's clear that it starts with the h2 element, it's not obvious that it ends after the paragraph. We have to look at the code as a whole to determine this. And that's why we can actually wrap it with another HTML element, the section element. We can take all our code here up to the next h2 tag, but excluding that tag, and put that into section. And do the same here for the CSS summary. Add the section, select all the content that goes in that section, not the footer though, just like this, and put that into the section here. And then I'll press that auto format shortcut. Now we get those section elements, and as the name implies, semantically they mark up a separate section of your content. We don't have to add them because the h2 element also already does this, but now we make it super clear, which doesn't hurt, and for us as a developer, this now also made a bit easier to read and to work with. And therefore the section element is the other new element which I wanted to introduce here. Now to conclude this course section, I'll again organize my files a bit differently, though of course for a very simple project like this, keeping them all in one folder would be absolutely fine. But to practice the file organization again already, I will create some subfolders in that project. And I'll add a images subfolder. And I'll add a styles subfolder here. And I'll also add a PDFs subfolder, though all those subfolder names are up to you. And then I'll just drag the PDF file into the PDFs folder, the image into the images folder, and styles CSS into the styles folder. And yes, we can argue if that makes sense, since we only have one file per folder now, but having such an organization in general is a good idea to keep your project organized and to help you as a developer quickly find your files. Now in the index.html file, we just need to adjust all those ref paths and those sources. And here, for example, for styles CSS, now the full link to that file is that we first of all go into the styles folder and then we take the styles CSS file in there. So we have styles, the folder name, slash, and then the file name in that folder. And for this image, it's the same. It's images/html css png. And it's the same for the PDF document at the bottom. Here we also have pdfs/html css basics summary PDF. But with that, it all works again. Viewing that PDF also works, and that's looking good. Now that's it for this summary and practice module with a few new elements being introduced as well. And I hope the fundamentals of HTML and CSS are now super clear. If they are not, if there are still some question marks, definitely consider going through this section, but more importantly also the previous sections again, and of course use that PDF summary. It's not just a dummy file, it really is a summary of those core concepts, and therefore taking a look at that and going through that again is definitely a good idea. You can also always come back to that document or this section here in addition if you at some point in the course later on feel like you need to refresh those basics again. Because of course we're going to learn about a lot of other concepts as well, so you might need to do that from time to time as well. But with that, let's now dig deeper into web development and HTML and CSS. And let's learn about more key features which we also need for pretty much all websites, all realistic websites that we want to build as a web developer. At this point in the course, in the previous course sections, we learned a lot about the key basics and fundamentals that you need to know to build websites. We learned about HTML, CSS, and we learned how we can combine these technologies to build a basic website or basic websites already actually. Now in this course section, we will leave our local machine and you will learn how you can take that first website that you built and how you can expose it to the world, how you can host or deploy it, as it's also called. And for this, we'll clarify what exactly hosting and deployment means and how that works. And then I will show you in some concrete steps, which you can follow along, how you can take this first website you built and take it online and expose it to the entire world if you want to. Now, I'm referring to this challenge website, which we built in the first course sections. And of course, what you could do if you want to is you could update the challenge you have for today and the challenges you have planned for the week to reflect the actual challenges you're facing. Like today, your challenge would be to replicate what you learn here and deploy your website. And then if you want to, you can update this every day as you follow through this course, update the daily challenge and the challenges that are planned for the week every day you're taking this course, and then redeploy, re-upload the page with the steps you will learn in this course section so that you have an up-to-date website every day. And if you want to, you could share this deployed website, this daily challenge website, which kind of tracks your progress with others by sharing a link to your website on Twitter or other social media sites if you wanted to. Now that's of course optional. Nonetheless, either way, in this section, you will learn what hosting is and how you can take any website and put it online. I also want to clarify that I'll come back to this later again in the course, once we learned how to build more complex websites, but here in this section, we're already going to learn how we can host basic websites like the websites we built up to this point. Now, before we dive into the actual steps of taking our first website and bringing it online, let's clarify some terms. We had the terms hosting and deployment in the last lecture. What's that about? Well, deploying a website simply means that you take your website code, so your HTML, CSS, and maybe JavaScript code, which we don't have yet, but which we will learn about later in the course, and you move that on a remote machine, a so-called server that then serves that site, so that code, to visitors that might be visiting your website by entering a certain address. Because keep in mind how the web works. You have users using their mobile phones or laptops or computers who enter some address, and that then leads the browser to send a request to that remote machine, to that so-called server, which stores the HTML and CSS and maybe also JavaScript code that then will be sent back with a response to the browser so that the browser is able to show something onto the screen by reading those instructions that were stored on a server. Since that's how the web works, and we now know how to write these instructions, at least regarding HTML and CSS, we now need to take these instructions as a web developer and move them onto such a server and connect that server with an address like Amazon.com so that visitors can visit that website and see our code in action, so to say. And that's what deployment or deploying a website is all about. And hosting is very related. Hosting simply means that some remote machine, so that server, stores that website code and serves it to visitors, so that this remote machine is configured such that it's able to deal with incoming requests and then send back your stored website code as a response to the browser that sent that request. And if you want your website to be visible to other people, if you want to ensure that other people can visit your website and see it by entering some address in their browsers, you need to host/deploy. It's pretty much the same as you learned, your website. So you need such a remote machine that holds your code and sends it to browsers that send requests for your website. So if you enter Amazon.com, a request is sent to Amazon's servers, and since Amazon, the company, took its website code and moved it onto a server, your browser is able to send a request there, and the server bought by Amazon, which hosts that website created by Amazon, is then able to send back that website, these HTML and CSS instructions. And we're now going to do this ourselves. So now that we know what we have, a static site, and that Netlify is one possible option for hosting our website, or Netlify Drop in this case specifically, let's actually use Netlify Drop. And using it is really simple. You just need to drag and drop your website code into this box here. Now for this, I'm on app.netlify.com/drop. You find a link to this site also attached to this lecture. And it's important that you open this in a regular browser tab, not in an incognito tab. It won't work there. So open it in a regular tab. That's specific for this service here. And then here I got my project folder with the HTML files and the CSS files and the image file. And now I'll take this entire project folder, so not the single files, but the entire folder, and drag and drop this into this box here. Now if I let go, it's still here on my local machine. It wasn't removed there, but it was uploaded to Netlify's server, and the site is already live. And I even get an auto-generated domain here, which of course is not very customized. It's not my choice. It was generated automatically by Netlify, but it is something we can use to reach our website. So if we now click here, we can see our website here live in the World Wide Web. And this URL here, this address, is now really not on our local machine, but instead out there in the web. If you have this URL, you can reach our website. You can even remove /index.html and just enter the domain, and it will still load it. Because, as mentioned earlier in the course, most web servers, and this Netlify server is no exception, will look for an index.html file by default if no more specific file name is specified. So therefore, that's very convenient. And now if you followed along and you want to update this every day, you could share it on social media with other students from this course maybe, and therefore make your progress and your first website available to the entire world. So now we did deploy this site in the last lecture. Of course, if you're serious about your website, you might at some point also want to choose a custom domain. To do this, you'll have to sign up with Netlify here, or choose any other hosting provider where you will also have to sign up. And then you can actually buy a domain at Netlify, so once you signed in, or add a domain that you already own there. You can also configure more things there, but that is beyond the scope of this lecture and this section here, because this would also be very specific to Netlify, and in the end, that's not the goal of this course. It's not a Netlify course. I just wanted to show you how you can generally deploy your website. Nonetheless, there is something which I do want to mention. This domain, which we get here out of the box, already is served via HTTPS. So our site is already served via HTTPS. If I copy this URL and copy it into a new tab here, we can see the HTTPS part here. And that is important to understand. This secure serving of our website is something we get out of the box with Netlify and actually with a lot of hosting providers. And you would still get this if you use a custom domain, because it's not domain specific but server specific. And the Netlify server is configured to use HTTPS automatically and for free, as you learn here. So therefore, feel free to play around with that, consider buying a custom domain if you want to, and consider sharing your progress and keeping your website updated. You will be able to update it once you signed up, and then there you'll have a nice interface where you can easily replace your code if you want to. So now we got our first website deployed. To conclude this course section, there are two more topics I want to dive in. And the first topic is about favicons. Now, what are favicons? You might recall that maybe earlier in the course you saw an error message regarding a missing favicon. To be precise, you can see such an error message in the developer tools if you go to the console or network tab, and you then go to your locally running website, so the site that is hosted, that is served by this live server extension, and you then reload this by right-clicking on the reload icon here in Chrome and choosing empty cache and hard reload on your local website. And if you do that, then you should see this error message that it basically fails to load a favicon.ico file. You also can see this in the network tab, which shows outgoing network traffic of the website. There you see that it loaded the CSS files and some fonts from Google Fonts and so on, but that then it also failed to load, that's why it's red, this favicon.ico file. Now what's up with this favicon.ico file? Well, this is a special file the browser tries to load automatically. That's why we have this request in the first place, because in our website code, we're actually never looking for such a file. We're not including any image or linking to any file that would have this strange name. Instead, that's a default file the browser is looking for. And a favicon is simply a little icon that's used by the browser to display it next to the site name. For example, here we got this globe next to the file name, which is Chrome's default icon if no more specific icon was found. We can see a more specific icon in action here for Netlify drop. This here, this green diamond, is the favicon of Netlify. It's basically their logo in a simplified form. And you can choose any icon as a favicon that should be loaded for your website when it's being served by a server. Now, if you don't have one, as we have it here, we don't have an icon yet, that's no problem. The site works and everything is all right. But if you do want to have your custom icon here, all you have to do is add such a favicon to your website. And that's the first thing I want to do together with you now. To generate a favicon, you can search for favicon generator and you will find pages that do that for you. Now, you can try any of these pages. I'll pick a random one here basically. And these pages then give you ways of generating favicons, often by allowing you to upload a JPEG or PNG file or any other image and then spitting out a finished favicon. So here, for example, I'm using favicon.io. I'll choose the image uploader, and then here we can drag and drop our image, which we want to transform into such a favicon here, or click onto this box to upload one. And here I simply choose my Challenges Trophy JPEG file, and that's what I upload here. And then, once that's done, we can click download to download the favicon. And this gives us a zip file, which we can unzip. And in this case here, for this site, if we unzip this folder, what we get are a couple of files which are optimized for different target devices and platforms. The bare minimum file which we need is this favicon.ico file. And I'll start with this file and copy it here, and then add it to my project. And here we can add it in the root level folder or maybe into the images folder here. I did now add this favicon.ico file here into my images folder. Now, with it inserted here, we can include this into our page to tell the browser where to find this. And for this, we go into a HTML file, and there we can now add a new type of link here. So we use this link element again, but now we're not linking to a style sheet, but instead here for rel, we use icon instead of style sheet. And for ref, we now point at the folder where it's placed. In this case, images/favicon.ico. And then we add another attribute here, the type attribute, which we should set equal to image/x-icon, which simply gives the browser a hint about which file it will find there, that it's an image in this special icon format. That's the identifier for this type of file, which is the commonly used and standard type of file which is being used for favicons. Now with that, if we now reload this page here locally on the development server, we can see our icon here. And if we would now redeploy it, we would also see the icon on the deployed page. Since we haven't done this yet, I of course don't see it here. By the way, if I go back to this page where I generated the favicon, you also see the actual code that should be included into your pages here. And here you also see that you can include the other files as well to cater for different platforms and devices. Feel free to do this to optimize your site and its icon even more for different devices and platforms. The favicon.ico file is the base file which you might want to include on all your pages, and that is what we did here. I will now just also grab this link, and then also add it to full week HTML so that there we also have this icon added. Now adding this favicon was the first thing I wanted to do. Now there's one last topic I want to cover. And that's about the paths to the different files which we have here in our links, but also for example in index.html here for the image element. These paths here which we have here are actually so-called relative paths, which means they're seen relative from the current file on. So since index and full week HTML both sit in the main project folder, the paths basically are the same. We always say, for this image here for example, that we dive into the images folder, which sits next to the index.html file. The images folder is right next to it. And then there, separated by a slash, inside of that folder, it's this image which we want to display. Now, when using an actual server like the development server with the live server extension, or after deploying our website, for example, to Netlify, we also have an alternative to these relative paths. Instead of specifying a relative path, we could also specify an absolute path. And this is, for example, done by adding a slash at the beginning here, which was not there before, here for this trophy image. If I do this here on the development server, you see nothing changed. The image is still displayed. Because the absolute path informs the server that this should always be seen from the root folder that's being served, which of course is the same folder as the index.html file is in. So therefore here it doesn't make a difference. It can be useful to use absolute paths instead of relative paths, though, if you have HTML files in nested folders. If I, for example, add a new folder here and name it full week, and I move full week HTML into that folder, and then maybe I rename it to index.html so that we basically use the folder name as the main indicator of the content that's in it, and then we name all our HTML files equally, but they're stored in different folders, then we would have the problem that this index.html file can still be reached because the server will by default serve an index.html file if you try to find a file in the full week folder. Hence here, if I try to load /full week as a path without .html on my local development server, this file is still found and displayed, but as you see, the styles are missing. And the styles are missing because the paths to the style files are incorrect inside of this index.html file, inside of full week, because they're relative. And that's where absolute paths could be helpful. Here, instead of pointing at a styles folder, which is expected next to this HTML file, which is not the case anymore, by adding a slash in front of this, we say start at the root level of this project folder again, so in this case the overall root project folder, and then look for a styles folder there, which of course does exist in that root level. So now we can switch this all to absolute paths in all these places, also for the images, so for the icon here, and also for this link here where we want to load the starting page again. Instead of looking for a file named index.html in this full week folder, which would be the wrong file, we can point at just slash. And this tells the server that we want to load the main index.html file in the main root project folder again, which is this index.html file here. So we can do that here in the full week HTML page. And on index.html, on the starting page, I just want to change that link at the bottom and not look for a full week HTML file next to this root index.html file, because such a file doesn't exist anymore. Instead here, I want to dive into the full week HTML folder, and I could point at the index.html file here, or since servers look automatically for such an index.html file, I can just point at the folder name like this basically. With that, I'm still using some relative paths here in the root index.html file, but that's okay because there they still work. We could change them to absolute paths though. But in the nested index.html file, which is in a subfolder, we have to switch to these absolute paths to ensure that these resources are still all found. And with that, if we reload, this all works again, but now we leverage those absolute paths. And that's not a must do, there was nothing wrong with that, but it is helpful if your page grows, your website grows, and you have multiple HTML files, and you want to start organizing those files into subfolders as well. With absolute paths, that's easy to do, and knowing about the difference between relative and absolute paths is important as a web developer anyways. So here you go, and that's therefore the end of this section. Now we're ready to learn more about HTML and CSS and how we write proper websites.
Welcome to this module. In this module, we'll partially leave the world of web development and think a bit more about the way we manage our code, or specifically the progress our code makes. For this, we'll get to know a completely new concept and two new tools. These tools are called Git and GitHub, and the concept I'm talking about is the concept of version control or version management to efficiently manage our code and the progress of our code. If you just got started with web development, which is probably the case if you're taking this course, then you might have seen that, well, saving the progress of your code again and again, maybe even copying projects and so on, this is not a really efficient process, so to say. It's a bit cumbersome, and there must be better ways to keep track of your code without losing any prior progress of it. Well, and that's exactly the core idea behind this module. Specifically, we'll dive into three core areas. The first area is the concept behind version management or version control in general. So what is this and why is it a great idea to use these concepts in your web dev projects? We'll then have a look at Git. Git is a version management tool. We'll learn more about it in a few minutes. And in this module, we'll of course learn all about Git and also dive into concepts like repositories, branches, commits, and a lot more. And once we understood Git, we'll also have a look at GitHub, which helps us to collaborate on Git projects, including concepts like remote repositories, cloning repositories, pull requests, and again, a lot more. Now, I guess the problem here is that all these terms don't tell you too much at this stage of this module. Therefore, let's get started, and let's get started with the core questions when seeing this slide. What actually is version control? What is Git? And what is GitHub? Let's get started with the question what version management or version control actually is. And if we think about this course so far, You saw that we worked on several web dev projects, and because of that, we also worked on, well, different code bases, so to say, and our code evolved. So basically, we could say that we started with the initial code, so the first code we saved in an individual project, and then somehow, well, we arrived at the latest code version, at the final code, whatever you might want to call it. Let's call it the code we had at the end of a specific module. Now, as you also saw, to arrive at this latest code version, different, well, code iterations were necessary, different stages of that code were required. In this course, you can also find different code snapshots of different stages of these individual projects to make sure you can download these and, well, jump back on board in case we lost you throughout the module with our code, in case you had a bug, and so on. Now, the thing is that we are not, well, kind of creating these different code snapshots by saving the code, creating a new folder, and then copy-pasting this version into this folder and calling this folder whatever stage 1, 2, 3, 4 or anything like this. We are actually always working in the same folder. Still, we are able to track our code, to track the code progress that we make, and to also share these snapshots with you. How are we doing this? Well, the answer is we do this with version management or version control, because this concept is all about efficient control and tracking of code changes over time. You see that changes here has this little asterisk added. This is simply due to the fact that although we have a web dev course here, the version management tools we learn about in the next lectures cannot only be used for web dev, you can also use these tools to manage your data analysis, your data science projects, or even to manage your Excel files, for example. So that's just a side note. This is a web dev course, therefore we want to track our code changes over time. So this is the idea behind version control. It's the idea to easily save different stages of your code without having to create side copies or without losing any prior progress. Now, by default, well, this is hardly possible. Therefore, we need specific tools which help us to efficiently manage our code. And, well, guess what? These two tools are Git and GitHub. But what are Git, this is the Git logo, and GitHub, that's the GitHub logo, what are these tools in detail now? Well, Git is actually a local tool, a free local tool, which you can download and install on your computer, on your Windows or Mac machine, doesn't make a difference. And this tool then, once installed, well, helps you to control the different versions that you have in your code for your web development projects. And Git does this via so-called repositories. This means a project managed via Git automatically has such a repository. We'll of course explore how we can create such a repository and how these repositories work. But generally, that's Git in a nutshell, a local tool which manages different versions of your web dev projects in so-called repositories. That's it. Git is a local tool, as I said though, so it's great if you're working alone on your projects, at least in a first step. We also have GitHub though. GitHub, although sharing partially at least the name, is a separate tool, not related to Git in general. And GitHub is a cloud hosting provider for Git repositories. You see, there seems to be kind of a connection. So whilst Git is a local tool, GitHub brings the projects we manage with Git to the cloud. So therefore, in addition to the fact that in case our computer gets stolen or crashes, we won't lose our code, GitHub is also perfect to collaborate in or contribute to web development projects. This means we can store our project on GitHub and then add other people to also work on our code, or other people can also share their work and we can collaborate. This means, for example, adding features or fixing bugs in these projects. Also something we'll explore throughout this module. The important thing is that GitHub is the world's largest development platform, bringing Git's local repositories to the cloud. And that's exactly where these two tools are connected in the end. With Git being a great local tool to manage projects and GitHub being a great tool to hosting these projects in the cloud, well, these two are the perfect combination and a must-know combination if you want to become a web developer, which you actually are already, or if you want to work as a web developer for a company. So this is the core idea behind these two tools, still a bit abstract, obviously, but these are only the first steps, of course. We'll have a close look at these tools very soon. Before we do that, though, we have to have a look at another concept related to using these two tools. In this lecture, we'll learn the basics about the macOS command line interface, specifically the terminal. So how can we interact with our Mac computer with the command line? For this, the first thing we'll do is we'll bring up the command line interface Mac computers ship with, and this is the so-called terminal. To open a terminal, as basically for any program on Mac computers, we can simply open the Spotlight search with Command and space, and there search for terminal. With Enter, we can then open a new terminal window, like this here, and I'll use Command plus to zoom in a bit to make it better readable for you, and maybe put it right here. Now, before we dive deeper, one quick note. As you saw, we just opened the terminal, which is the command line interface the Mac offers, but you can also find this ZSH, word up here. Whilst the terminal is, so to say, the hardware, so basically this thing here, which allows us to, run the commands in the end, the ZSH, the Z shell, is the software inside the terminal. That's basically how you can remember this. So you open a terminal and the terminal runs the Z shell software to then execute the commands we enter. I don't want to dive too deep here as it's not important for the purpose of this course, but if you select the terminal window, you can see the terminal up here and the shell over there. Therefore, the differentiation between terminal and shell is something you might come across. Therefore, I wanted to mention this. Talking about this menu options, if you click onto the shell, you can see that you have, multiple options in here. One interesting option is, the option to open a new shell or a new terminal window. I'll use both interchangeably now. And in here, you can either open a new window with the basic profile, which will be this white one here, or with any other default profiles the Mac computer here ships with. For example, if I select this homebrew profile, you see I have this, black and green look. Doesn't change anything about the logic. As you see, it's still the Z shell, it just looks different. If you want to close the terminal window, you can of course also go to the shell up here and select the window you want to close and then press close window. So with that, we opened this terminal. Now I also want to open a Finder window to show you the contrast between the CLI and the GUI, the graphical user interface. So let's open a new Finder window. Here we go. And I selected, this Academines Mac Mini option here under locations. There you should also find your computer. If this is not the case, make sure to select the Finder, go to the Finder option, and there to Preferences. There select the sidebar, which I selected already, and there under locations, make sure to select your computer. So tick this box next to your computer's name. Then you can close this window, and then you should also find this option. It's important to have this option because if you select it, you should see something like I have right here, maybe without the Scarlet option, but you should find your, Macintosh HD, and you can select this. Now we have on top the CLI, at the bottom the GUI. And whilst for the GUI, we see that we are inside this Macintosh HD folder now. I'll come back to this folder in a few minutes. We have no idea where we actually are in our CLI. Well, as it's a command line interface, this means we run commands to tell our computer what we want to see or what we want to do. We can run our first command to see, well, where we currently are. The command I want to run first is pwd. This stands for print working directory and tells the machine to, well, print where we currently are, so which path we currently follow on our machine. With enter, we can confirm this command. And you see that we are currently in /users/manual Lawrence. Now, this doesn't help us too much, I guess, but if we go down to the GUI, into this HD folder, then we also have this users folder, which we can select. And now this looks different on your machine, but you should find your username right here. And if you click onto this username, well, then my assumption would be that we are currently in the same folder. We are in /users in the CLI and in the users folder in the GUI. The problem is that in the CLI, we cannot see the folders and the files this folder contains. Now, that's actually the next command we could run. So we could tell our computer, well, please show me what this folder, this user folder here contains. We have a command for this, and this command is ls. ls stands for list items, and this lists all folders and files inside the folder where we currently are. This is the folder. With enter, we can also execute this command. And if we take a close look, we can see that the folders we have in our CLI are equal to the ones in our GUI at the bottom. And that's a very important takeaway already. The logic or the way we interact with our computer is the same for the CLI and the GUI. So for the computer, the commands are basically the same. By clicking onto this user folder, I see the folders it contains. By entering ls, I see the files and folders it contains. So it's the same logic, but without the graphical user interface, which allows us to have this, well, nice clicking feature and also to get a nice overview of all the folders in the hierarchy and so on. But it doesn't make a difference from a system point of view. We can have the same access with the CLI that we get with the GUI. Talking about access, let's come back to this Macintosh HD, well, folder or option that we have right here. Because if we select it, we see that we have different folders in here, and at least this applications, library, system, and users folders should be the same on your machine. This directory, this folder, is the so-called root directory of your computer. So it's the top level directory, so to say, on your hard disk drive. And if we look at the so-called path that we had up here, so this /users/user thing, we see that the working directory printing logic always starts from this root directory. Because basically here we are in Macintosh HD /users and then so on, manual Lawrence. We can also navigate to this root directory easily in our CLI at the top. We can simply enter cd for change directory, now a space, and now a slash. This brings us to this root directory if we press enter. And you get the hint that we are in the root directory by this slash right here. And now when running pwd again, you see we are in slash. This means we are in the root directory. I can prove this to you by again running ls, so list items. And there you see, besides some hidden folders which are displayed in the CLI but not in the GUI, we have the applications folder, the library folder, the system folder, and the users folder, just as we have these folders down here in our graphical user interface. Besides this root directory or this root folder, we also have another very common directory, and this is the directory of the currently active user of this MacBook, in my case myself, and that's the so-called home directory. The home directory for my username is this one here. So if I click onto my username, that's the directory you are navigated to by default when opening the terminal. And we also have a shortcut to navigate into this, folder in the CLI. And here the shortcut is simply cd, so change directory without any additions. If I do this, you see that we have this tilde symbol here, which indicates that we are in the home directory. And if I now again type ls, you see that we have all the folders that we see in the GUI also in our CLI. So these are some more basics, root directory and home directory, to easily understand where you are in the terminal. We also had a look at this cd command now. Now, besides navigating into the root directory or into the home directory, we can also navigate one level up. By entering cd in the space and now 2 dots, we can leave the home directory. In our case, we are currently in this directory. And with that, move up one level to /users. Now we are in here. To make this better readable, by the way, we can also run clear like this. If we confirm this, you see that all previous commands are no longer displayed, but you can scroll up and still see all the previous commands are there. It just clears the current view of your terminal. Now with cd ... we navigated one level up. If I print the directory, you see we are indeed in /users. If I type ls again, you see that we have the same folders that we can see in the users directory in the graphical user interface. Besides navigating to the root directory, the home directory, and navigating one level up, we can also use cd to navigate into a specific folder starting from the current folder. This means in my case, we are in the users folder here. So I could enter M and now hit tab. And now I get the options we have. Now I see that I can either navigate into my user folder or Mac's user folder. I'll use my folder, so I'll type an A now. Now MA is unique in this folder structure. No other folders start with MA. Therefore, if I hit tab once again, I can confirm this with enter. And now I am back in my home directory. Now inside this directory, I could see what I have in there. So we see we have plenty of folders. We could say we navigate into the documents folder now. So this one. Let's do this by entering cd once again. Now enter doc, because we also have the downloads folder. So doc again is the documents folder. And hit tab. And now we are inside this documents folder. We could also add another folder like test here, / and so on to navigate into this folder too. We don't have such a folder here. Therefore, we'll just go into the documents folder. Let's do this. Now we see that we are currently in the documents folder. And there we could also list our items once again. And now we get a warning that our terminal would like to access this documents folder. So we can confirm this. Therefore, we see in this folder, we only have one folder and one file at the moment. We can again also confirm this in our GUI. So Manuel Lawrence, documents, only this folder. So this is the navigation part. But as we don't have any files and folders, besides this Adobe folder in my case, why don't we add a new folder and then a new file inside of this folder as a next step? We could do this with the GUI, but it's also possible from the terminal. To create a new folder inside the current location, you can simply type mkdir, make or create directory. What you then have to enter is the directory name. So we could call this web dev -course maybe. And with this, you already see the confirmation in the GUI. We created this new folder. Now we can navigate into this folder with, cd. And now we type web. And now with tab, we can complete it, confirm it with enter. And now we are inside the web dev course folder. Now let's add a file to this folder maybe. And we also have a command for this. And here the command is simply touch, now a space, and now we add the file name, including the file extension. I would like to make things easy here, so I'll simply create a dummy.txt file. Let's run this command. And with ls now, we should see that dummy.txt was created, and indeed it was. We can again confirm this in the webdev course folder. There we see this file. Let me now clear this once again. And besides creating folders and files, we can of course also delete folders and files. A little warning here. This is just a quick introduction, therefore I'll not dive too deep into this deletion part, but if you delete files or folders via the CLI, you have no trash or anything like this. So you barely have a chance to recover any deleted items, so you should be sure what you delete. Therefore, I'll show you the command how you can delete, well, files and empty folders. So in case the folder contains any files, the command I show you now for deleting the folder won't work. Let's first delete the file though. For this, I'm still in the webdev course folder. I'll now type rm for remove, then a space, and then I refer to the file I want to delete. So in my case, dummy.txt, that's the file inside this folder. If we run this command, we don't get any confirmation that the deletion was successful, but in the GUI again, you see, well, the file is gone. If I would now create another file with touch test.txt maybe, this would be here again. And now if we use cd space ... to move one level up in our folder hierarchy, then I could also try to delete this folder. Deleting folders works also with the rm command, but here we use rm-dir for directory. Now we can enter the name of the directory that we want to delete. So in our case, webdev. With tab we can complete this. We don't need the slash though. And now if I run this, you see this is not working. This is what I was mentioning a few seconds ago. For the purpose of this course, I will only show you this deletion commands to make sure you can't delete directories that contain any files or folders. Therefore, right here, we should navigate into the webdev course folder with cd like this. Now run rm for remove test.txt and remove the file. Now again use cd ... to move one level up. And now we can run rm-dir, so to remove the directory and remove the webdev course directory. Well, the slash doesn't play a role here. If we do this now, you see in the GUI at the bottom that this was deleted. And this is actually more than you actually need to work with Git and GitHub from the terminal. Therefore, we are done with the terminal introduction on Mac OS systems. If you also want to find out what the Windows command prompt looks like, feel free to dive into the next lecture. Otherwise, please skip the following lecture and continue with the lecture afterwards, where we will finally dive into Git. After the introduction in the last lecture for Mac OS computers and the so-called terminal, so the Mac computer's command line interface, it's now to dive into the command prompt on Windows machines. As explained earlier in this module, the command prompt is the traditional command line interface on Windows machines. For this purpose, we'll dive into the basic commands you have to interact with your machine, well, with this command prompt. For this, I opened a graphical user interface to the left. That's your traditional Windows Explorer. Here I went to my computer, here, then to the C drive, and then to the users folder. And in here, you can find your username, in my case, well, my name here, and then I opened this folder here. Why did I do this? Well, because now we will switch from this graphical user interface to the command prompt and see where we can find this folder. For this, you can press the Windows key on your keyboard and search for command prompt. If you do so and open it, we have the command prompt here to the right. And we are also in my users folder here, right? In C users manual Lawrence. So basically, we are now accessing this folder here in our Explorer in the graphical user interface, and to the right here in the command prompt. Now you might say, well, if we are in the same folder, why can't I see all these folders and files in here? Well, this is of course possible. We can simply enter commands in this command prompt. And one command here is simply dir for directory, which will list all items, so all folders and files which you have in this directory. If we do that, you see, we get an overview of all the content of this folder, as we see to the left, for example, is Anaconda folder, and so on. So this is our first command prompt step here, and we are now in the so-called home directory. You basically have 3 core directories on your machine, and this is the home directory, the users directory, and the root directory. Now, what is the users directory now? If we switch up one level here in our graphical user interface to this folder, this is the users directory. In my case, I only have one user and this default one, but you could have multiple users in here, and all these users would be part of this users directory. Now, how can you access it? Well, you have plenty of options, but if we are now in this manual Lawrence folder here in the command prompt, and what I just did is I had navigated one folder up, actually, well, I can do the same thing in the command prompt by adding the cd command. cd stands for change directory, and with 2 dots, this simply tells our command prompt, change the directory and move one hierarchy level, so one folder level, so to say, up. If we do that, you see we are currently in C users, so basically C users here in the Explorer. And if we again enter dir to show our content, you see we have the same folders that we have in our Explorer. So this is our users directory. If we move another level up onto the C drive in my case, we are in the so-called root directory, so the starting point of that hard disk drive, so to say. We can also do the same thing here in our command prompt, of course, by entering cd ... once again. And you see we are now on the C drive basically, and with dir you see we again have the same folders. Besides these 3 directories, we can also change our hard disk drives because, well, in many cases on Windows machines, you don't only have a C drive, you also might have a D drive and so on. Changing the hard disk drive is very easy. You simply enter the hard disk drive with a capital letter and then a colon. If you do that, well, you see I'm now on the D drive and I can navigate around as I saw it on the C drive here. If I want to go back to my C drive, which is typically the, well, initial drive you have or the core drive with the Windows installation and so on your machine, you enter C colon and now you're back on the C drive. So these are the first steps in the command prompt. You see that we start the command prompt in our so-called home directory, and that we have this users and this root directory, and that we can change our different drives, well, with the command prompt here. The question now is, how can I now access folders, for example? So far we only saw cd ... to move one level up, but how can I go back to my home directory, for example? Navigation in the command prompt can be done in 2 different ways, with absolute or relative paths. A relative path simply means I always start from my current location. So in my case, I'm on the C drive here, and if I enter dir once again, you see we have all these folders here, so the same structure that we saw to the left. We know that our home directory is located in that users folder. So what I can do now is I can enter cd and now simply users, right? And tab for auto completion. This is available by default. This is a relative path because I'm starting from my current location and I'm now accessing another folder. If I do this, I'm now in the users folder. So if I replicate this here, I'm in here. This means if we enter dir once again, you can now say, please access the manual Lawrence folder here, or your username, of course. So you again type cd, again from your current location, and then the username. Again, you can enter auto-completion. You see these quotation marks which are automatically added if you have a space in here, so make sure to do the same, or as I said, the auto-completion with tab already implements this. And if you do that, now you're back in the users folder. Starting from this folder in here, you can then navigate into all the others folders, always with the cd command, and then, well, the folder name. For example, in here, we also have the desktop, right? And here I have, for example, this Git basics folder. Now I could also say, please navigate from the Manuel Lawrence folder onto my desktop, right here. Now a backslash, and now enter this Git folder, this Git basics folder. You don't have this folder, so you can use another folder that you might have on your desktop. That's again a relative path, and if I do this, I'm now in this folder. So this is a relative path. We also have absolute paths though. An absolute path is what you can always see right here. This is an absolute path, and the absolute path always starts from the root directory, so the C drive here. Then you get all the folders you want to access up to the point where you finally are. And you can use such an absolute path from anywhere. So no matter if I'm now in this Git basics folder, and if I want to navigate into my home directory here, I can simply do this with cd, and now you can't see it. I'll make this a bit bigger. And now I can navigate into this folder like this, right? Or if I go back to my root directory, for this we have a nice shortcut, by the way. This is cd/, so now I'm again in the root directory. And if I now enter a cd, and now this absolute path right here, so I can simply copy paste it here to make it easier for us. And I copied the wrong thing. That's the problem with copy pasting. Of course, I just want to access this part here, so like this. So we say cd, and now c users and so on. If we do that, you see I'm now back in that Git basics folder. So these are absolute and relative paths. So absolute paths always start from the root folder of the current drive, whereas a relative path always starts from your current location, which you can see here in the command prompt. Now, when should I use what? Well, typically we work with absolute paths, specifically in development and web development, because if you think about the project that you have here in that Git basics folder, for example, and inside this project you have different references to other files and folders, well, if you would use absolute paths for this and your user name would change, then the project would break. With a relative path, you're always starting relative from your current location, so inside this project folder, and therefore the project doesn't break no matter if you move it to another computer or to a cloud or anywhere else. With that, we can actually navigate one level up to our desktop here, and we can also clean our command prompt here because we have lots of information here. To clean or clear the current command prompt status, you simply type cls like this. With that, you have a clean window here again. So we saw our different directories, we learned how to change directories, and we learned about absolute and relative paths. What we didn't learn so far is how we can actually create things in the command prompt, files and folders maybe. This is what we will tackle next. Right now we are on the desktop in our command prompt. You can also see to the left in our Explorer. And now I want to create files and folders. Well, we can use diary, for example, to see which files and folders we have, but I want to create a new one, a new folder to be more precise. Folders can be created with the mkdir, so make directory command, and then you simply add a folder name. For example, command prompt. If you do that, you see to the left already that the folder was created, and you can also list this with dir, you know how this works in the meanwhile. And we can now navigate into this folder with relative path, you know how this works, so cd and then com, and then you can press tab. And with that, we are now in this command prompt folder, like this. And inside this folder, I might want to create another folder. Let's create another directory and say the basics, something like this. Right, so we have this folder now, and now we can navigate into it. And inside this folder, I might want to create a file, let's say a simple text file, for example. Files can be created with the so-called echo command. Echo, written like this, and then the content of this text file, so maybe our first file in here. Let me now make this again a bit bigger for you. Then you add this, well, larger than sign, and then you add the file name and the file type. So this could be a simple test.txt file, like this. So echo, then the content of the file, then the larger than symbol, and then the file name and the file type. If we do that, we don't see a lot, but with dir, you see that now we created this test.txt file here. And if you now want to see what's inside this file, you can simply enter type test.txt because we are inside this folder, so we can access this file. And if you do that, you see that this contains this our first file text in here. Besides creating files and folders, and let's maybe clear this again. Besides creating files and folders, we can of course also delete these. For that, we are now again here in our basics folder. Let's now say, this test.txt file wasn't actually what I wanted, so let's delete it. For this, you can simply say del for delete and now refer to the file. If you do that and print it and check the content of the folder again, the file is gone. Same thing can also be done for a folder actually. So let's maybe first create a folder in here, a new one, the delete folder, right? So we create the directory delete. And now if we say, we actually don't need this one, we cannot make the directory, but remove it with remove directory rmdir and then refer to this delete folder. If we do that and check it, you see the folder is gone. So this is how you can create files and folders and how you can also delete these. And with that, we will conclude this crash course on the Windows command prompt. Because for both the purpose of this module, so to learn Git and GitHub, and also for the purpose of this entire course, the knowledge we gained so far is absolutely sufficient. Therefore, in the next lectures, we'll dive into the installation of Git on our machines. In the next lecture, we'll install Git on Mac OS computers, so as Windows user, you can skip this lecture, and afterwards, we'll have a look at how we can install Git on Windows machines. In the last lectures, we had a look at command line-based computer interaction. Now it's time to dive into the actual core content of this module, and this is learning Git and GitHub. Therefore, let's get started with the Git installation on Mac computers. Now you can find Git here if you Google for Git, and then this git-scm.com is the link we have to use right here. With this, we are on the Git website. In here you can find some general information about Git, but the most important information here is on this, screen down here to the right. There you can download the latest source release version of Git. In my case, this is 2.32. At the point in time where you are watching this video, this might already be a later version. By clicking onto this download for Mac button here, you are redirected to this page because downloading and installing Git can be done in different ways. I'll go with the first one here, with the Homebrew way. Homebrew is a package installer for Mac systems, and it makes installing Git very easy. For this, we first have to look for Homebrew right here. So this is German here, so this brew.sh is the correct website. Let's select this. And here we can now simply install Homebrew, by copying this code here into our terminal. With that, let's bring up a terminal window. Here it is. Let's now paste this, code here, and let's confirm this. Now we have to enter our computer's password. And with that, Homebrew will be installed automatically. We have to press return to continue here. We'll do that. So this can take a few moments. So don't worry if this takes a bit longer. That's totally normal. We have to download some things here to make this whole package manager work. And now the installation is finally done. As I said, this can take a few minutes, so don't wonder if you have to wait a bit. But the cool thing now is that with Homebrew, we can now easily install Git. Let's go back to the Git page and let's close this maybe. And here we see the only thing we have to run now is brew install git. Guess we can do this. So brew install git. So we're using this package manager now to install the latest Git version. So let's do this. This shouldn't take that long. Let's see. With this, the installation is finished, and what we should do now is we should check whether the installation was successful. To do this, we can write our first git command already. Git commands always start with git, the git keyword, to tell the computer that we want to interact with git in here, that we want to execute git commands, then a space, and then the command that you want to run. Here we want to check the installed Git version, and this can be done by adding 2 dashes and then the version keyword here. With this, by hitting enter, we should see that the latest Git version that we installed is 2.32, so the one that we saw on the website. In case the installation doesn't show this latest version right here, then you can simply close the terminal window up here in the terminal and then quit terminal, and then you can start a new terminal, because sometimes Homebrew also installs older versions of Git when installing Homebrew, and because of that the updated version might not be displayed correctly here in this terminal window. But as I said, starting a new terminal and then running git -- version should do the trick here. With this, we install Git on our Mac OS computer. If you also want to find out how this works on Windows machines, feel free to dive into the next lecture. Otherwise, you can skip the next lecture and continue with the lecture afterwards. In the last lecture, we installed Git on our Mac computer. In this lecture, it's time to do the same thing on our Windows machine. The website we need to download Git, as I mentioned, Git is 100% for free. So all you have to do is you have to search for Git up here, and then you should find this link here, this git-scm.com. This is the official Git website. Let's go to this website now. And in here, we get some information about Git in general. But the important part here is this, screen down there, which indicates the latest source release, in my case, 2.32. At the point of time where you are watching this video, this might be a later version already. Nevertheless, we only have to click onto download for Windows here to start the download. It should automatically download the right version for you, so the download should automatically start. You can find some other Git versions for other Windows versions down here, but as I said, the automatic download should work perfectly. Here it's the 64-bit version for Windows machines. Once the download is finished, navigate into the folder where the file was downloaded to and double-click onto this exe file you can find in there. And now we are here in the installer. We can click next here to skip the general information part. Here you can now define a destination location where Git should be installed. Feel free to select a different path in here. I'll go with the default path that is, automatically added. So we'll click onto next once again. Here you can now select the different components that should be installed in here. Now you can go with the default option here. For the purpose of this course, I recommend to unselect one box though. That's the Windows Explorer integration up here. So I'll untick this one. The reason for this is that, as you can see, we have some Git bash and some Git graphical user interface integration at this stage. And in this course, we don't want to use any graphical user interface or the Git bash. It's this Git specific shell I mentioned already throughout the course. We want to dive into Git from a command line perspective. And for this, on our Windows machine, we will go for the default Windows command prompt. Therefore, these two options should be unselected here. The rest can remain as it is. So let's click on to next again. Here the shortcut can also remain as the default one. So let's again click next. Here we can now select the default editor when using Git. Now this sounds a bit strange. As I said, we will use Git from the command line perspective actually, but we can use Git in the command line, but in a different environment, in a different development environment. Throughout the course, we'll use Visual Studio Code to work with Git. At this stage though, I want to focus on to the installation of Git only, therefore we'll go for the default option. This won't install any additional tool and well, we can just continue, so let's keep it the way it is. We won't use this editor though. Therefore, let's press next right here. This option is all about the naming of branches. We'll explore branches, of course, in this module. Generally, branches can be imagined as so-called folders, which hold our actual code snapshots. Historically, the core branch, the core folder, so to say, was called master. This convention changed to main now. Therefore, feel free to decide whatever you prefer. For historical reasons, I'll go with the default let git decide option, so with the master branch being the default branch name. As I said, you can also choose the second option here, just as you prefer. In the course though, I'll refer to the master branch quite often. So I'll go with that first let git decide option and press next once again. Here we can also go with the recommended approach, so we can use Git from the command line and also some third-party software. Won't dive too deep into this. As I said, we'll use Git with Visual Studio Code throughout this course. I'll introduce this after the installation is finished. So let's again click next here. This is about security and some server certificates. Here we can go with the OpenSSL library. That's the default option, which is totally fine for us. Here we can define how line ending conversions will be made. This simply is important if we have projects which are, for example, committed on a Windows machine and then accessed by Mac users, for example. This can cause some troubles when it comes to the line ending of text files here. Therefore, we'll also go with the default option, which doesn't cause any problems here in most cases. So we'll also select next right here. This is related to the git bash. As we don't use the git bash, we can just go with the default option 2 and click next once again. This is also something more Git specific. Fast forward, merge or rebase. These are, well, some more advanced Git concepts. I won't dive into these at this stage. Therefore, we'll also go with the default option here. This option is all about credentials. We will see in the next lectures that we have to add our credentials, so our name and email address, to make sure that any change, any commit we make in Git can be addressed to a specific person. Here we'll go with the Git credential manager Git ships with, which helps us to easier, well, manage these credentials that we add. So we'll go with this new option that we have up here. So let's also click next. For the caching, we can also go with the default one. So enable file system caching. Experimental options here are something we won't use throughout this course, therefore make sure to keep these boxes unticked. And with these, well, few options being selected correctly, we can now finally install Git by clicking onto this option down here. And now it takes a few seconds, and with that, we should be ready to go. We should have installed Git on our machine then. Git was installed successfully. Make sure to untick the Launch Git Bash option in case it is selected. And let's also untick the Release Notes option and finish the setup. Now to see whether Git was installed successfully on our machine, we will use the Windows key and now enter the command prompt term up here. Here you see command down there is already sufficient. And now we can open the command prompt on Windows by clicking up here. This is now our command prompt. And in this command prompt, we can now write our first Git command. And this command is git. So like this. Now we add a space. We'll dive deeper into Git commands in a few minutes, of course, but typically, if you want to interact with Git, you always start with Git and then the command you want to execute. In this case, I just want to see whether Git was installed successfully on our machine, and for this, I simply want to check the installed version on the computer of Git that we have, and we can check this with git space dash dash and now version. With enter, we can now see whether the installation was successful, and as you see, we successfully installed Git in the version of 2.32, which was the version that we saw on the website successfully. As I said, if you're watching this video at a later point in time, the version here might be higher on your machine. And this means we successfully installed Git on our Windows machine. All the preparation steps are out of the way, and therefore we can now really dive into Git. So with the installation out of the way, we can now dive into Git. Before we do that though, one last theory slide, because I want to make sure that whilst working with Git and whilst getting started, that you are already aware of some of the core terms that you have to understand to, well, easily work with Git. For this, let's think about a project which is managed by Git. In a Git managed project, you have two separate areas, so to say. One area, and that's the very important one for you as developer, is the so-called working directory. The working directory is the current project folder, meaning all the current folders and files you are actively working on. So basically the code version you interact with at the moment, where you implement changes and so on. That's one side of a Git managed project. Now, the active tracking part, so this part where Git is able to save different code snapshots and to track these changes, doesn't take place in this working directory. This takes place in the so-called repository. This repository is a hidden folder, actually, a hidden area which you cannot actively see. But in these repositories, we have all tracked files and folders, meaning all files and folders Git manages for us. Now, and from a conceptual perspective, if you add a specific file to this repository, we will see how this works soon, and therefore tell Git, hey, please track changes I made to this file, then Git doesn't save again and again copies of that file if you, well, create a new code version that you want to save. Git only stores the first version of this file and then just tracks changes. So it compares the current state with the latest state and then sees, okay, this is what you changed, so I have to keep this in mind if you want to work on this latest code snapshot. All some things we'll explore throughout this module. Nevertheless, the idea how Git manages all the tracked files and folders in these repositories is based on the concept of commits. A commit is a single code snapshot, and branches. Branches are where commits are stored, so to say. For example, thinking about such a commit, let's say you are in your working directory, you changed something on some files, you are working in your working directory and you added an image. Then you would also add such a commit message, so a message attached to this latest snapshot of the code you want to save, and call it, added image. With that, you and other developers are aware of what you changed in this snapshot that you want to save. Another code snapshot you want to save could be something like fixed order button here, for example. So basically, whenever you changed something, whenever you fixed a bug, whenever you added a new feature, you create a new commit, a new code snapshot with such a commit message. And these commits are not somewhere saved in this repository. Each of these commits represents a single code snapshot you can jump back to if you want to. And these snapshots are typically stored in the so-called main or master branch. That's, so to say, the core location, the core area where your main project is saved. So if you're working on a website and you have the latest state of your deployed website, then this would be the latest commit, the latest snapshot in this so-called master branch. Assuming that you want to improve things on this master branch though, for example, adding such an order button, then you could create a new branch, for example, feature branch, which then holds this updated code snapshot. And once this feature is finally finished and checked for bugs and so on, then you could bring this feature also back to this master branch. That's a bit more advanced at this stage though, but this is how Git works in a nutshell with the core terms, so working directory, repository, commits, and branches. With the theory out of the way though, let's now finally dive into Git. So we saw lots of Git terms in theory now. Let's now apply Git in practice. And for this, we first will create a new folder. In my case, I'll create it here on the desktop. So we'll create a new one. And let's call this folder Git Basics. Now we need a new Visual Studio Code instance, a new Visual Studio Code window, which I got right here. And now I'll simply drag this folder into VS Code. Yes, we trust the authors. And we can close this welcome screen. And I'll also maximize VS Code. So now we are inside VS Code, nothing new to you. And in here, we could, for example, create a new file and call it, simply test.txt just to get started. As I said at the beginning of this module, this is a web dev course, so we will look at Git from a web developer perspective, but we can use Git to basically track, anything. This could be CSS files, JavaScript files, HTML files, this could be text files, Excel files, so basically anything. Therefore, here in this module, I'll mainly focus on to text files because it's all about this Git file tracking logic that we have to understand. If you apply this logic then to code, to text files or anything else, doesn't play a big role. Still, we keep it generally inside the web development world. Therefore, we can add this test.txt file. And in there, I could now add something. This is my first commit, for example. We learned in the theory module that a commit is basically a code snapshot. Let me maybe make this a bit bigger for you. Okay, so let's save this. And now I want to manage this code, this text file via Git, and this should be stored as snapshot. At the moment, this is just a saved text file on my machine, which doesn't help me too much. To use Git now, we need to use the terminal or the command prompt on Windows. And in VS Code, we have a great feature, which is an implemented terminal. This is something VS Code ships with by default. And you can find this if you go to View, Appearance, and then in here, Show Panel. If we click onto this, and maybe make it a little bit smaller, like that, then you see that down here, we have the integrated terminal. And this terminal automatically navigates into this folder. You see, Git Basics is the folder name we used here. Now in this terminal, you can see that we have here on the Mac the Z shell activated. You can see this over here. And here you could also switch to another shell, for example, the bash here. Then you would be able to switch between these two shells by clicking right here or right there. We'll just use the Z shell in here or the command prompt on Windows. So Windows users, please select the CMD here. And therefore we can select the other one by clicking onto this, trash icon. With that, we have the integrated terminal navigated into the current folder here. And now I want to manage this first text file via Git. For this, we have to initialize our repository. You remember from the theory slide that we have a working directory, which would be our text file, and a repository, which would be the tracking part Git internally does. And to bring both of these things to life, we have to initialize a Git repository. We have to initialize this Git project. This works with a Git command, And just as git dash dash version, we also have to add git first to tell our machine that we want to run a git command here. And the command to initialize a repository is simply git init. With this in place and confirmed with enter, you get some hints here about the naming convention of the master branch. I explained that on the theory slide. The master branch is basically the core location of all our code snapshots, of all our commits. By default, this branch is called master. Nowadays, we also use main for the master branch, for example. And if we want to, we could rename this branch with this command here, git branch -m, and then apply a new name. We'll dive into renaming branches a bit later in this module when we understood what branches are in detail. Therefore, the only thing we have to do right now is, well, basically nothing. We can just continue by adding our first commit now. For this, I'll first clear my terminal down here to have more space. And we can also drag this up a bit. And now we can run another git command to see that this is a project managed by Git now. And this command is called git status. With git status, we see, well, information about our current Git project. We see that we are in this so-called master branch. As I said, this is something we'll explore a bit later in this module. We don't have any commits yet, so we don't have any code snapshot saved at this stage. And we have untracked files. Now, what is this now? Well, Git is all about file tracking and tracking changes. I just told you in the theory lecture that if you add a file to a certain commit the first time, so in our case, if this text file should become part of our first code snapshot that we store, then we first have to tell Git that this file and changes of this file should be tracked, and afterwards the snapshot can be saved. The idea behind that is that, well, you first have to tell Git, please include this, and that file, for example, in my next code snapshot, and then save the code snapshot, because you might want to exclude some files or some changes of some files in a specific snapshot. Therefore, you can explicitly tell Git which files should be tracked, and therefore which are eligible to become part of the next code snapshot. Now, this sounds a bit strange at this stage, but if we now simply run git add and now refer to the file that we want to add, the file that should be tracked, then we can simply add git add test.txt. By running this command with enter, you see nothing changes at first sight. But now this file is a tracked file, and therefore this file was added to the so-called staging area. The staging area is the area where Git sees the developer wants to include this file or changes applied to this file in the next snapshot that should be stored. That's basically the staging area. So it's in between our working directory and the commit that we want to create. If we run git status once again, like this, you see we basically have the same information that we saw before. We are in the master branch, we don't have any commits yet, but now we have changes to be committed, and now this red file name here became green, because now Git tracks this file and changes applied to this file, and therefore we can now add this file to our first snapshot. Let me clear this now. And let's now create this first snapshot. And as I said, snapshots in Git are called commits. Therefore, we can now run git commit and now -m. This will simply allow us to add this commit message I also showed you on the theory slide. So here, in quotation marks, we now add what we changed or what we did to this file. In our case, we can simply say added test.txt file, for example. And with enter, we can run this command, and then we get some, well, additional information here. If you never worked with Git before, then you should specify the user name and the user email of the person that created this commit. If you're working alone on your project, this doesn't make a very big difference. But if you collaborate on bigger projects, for example on GitHub, which we'll explore a bit later in this module, then it's crucial to see who created a specific commit, who changed the code. Otherwise, well, if everybody could just add commits, could just change the code without adding any kind of hint who did that, well, this would lead to big chaos. Therefore, it's important to add our credentials here. You can also find a command in here, this git config -- global -- edit command, and we can also run this together now. And in here, you can now see, well, in my case, two types of information. At the bottom, below this, please adapt and uncomment the following lines, you can see the default name and email that Git created for my computer, for my user account here. Above, you can see my individual configuration that I added, so Manuel Lawrence, and then this dummy @academind.com email address. Now, editing the credentials in here is generally possible, but we are using the wrong editor at the moment. We would have to link, well, this part of Git, so to say, to VS Code in our case, to be able to edit the credentials in here. We have another option though to edit our name and email. Therefore, we'll first leave this menu with escape, and X. This seems to be a bit awkward, but it's the, well, default key combination to exit this menu. So escape, and X. By confirming this with enter, we are back in the terminal. You can ignore the fact that the information about the credentials is no longer displayed in my case here, because we talked about this already. What's important now though is that we can individually access the username and the user email and also edit it. We can do this with another git command, and this command is git config, as we just had it before. This allows us to change the Git configuration, in our case, the Git user configuration. Then we again enter -- global. Global here simply means that the credentials I add now, or I added now, are added for this user account on all Git projects on this computer. You could also set credentials for all users on a machine, for example. Typically, the global user on a specific machine is the way to go though. And now a space, and now we enter user.name. With this, if we just hit enter, we see the current username that is added, in my case Manuel Lawrence. Or if you want to change it, you could just run git config -- global user.name again, and now in quotation marks, because if you want to add a first and a second name, like in my case, Manuel Lawrence, which won't make a difference, obviously. But with this, we could update the username here. So let's do this. And now, besides the username, we should also check or edit our user email. It's basically the same git command. Here we use git config -- global and now user.email. Here you can now add the email address that should be displayed in your commits. You can do this within or without quotation marks. I'll add the email address also inside quotation marks here. And there I'll use, well, dummy @academind.com. Make sure to use your own individual email here though. With this, if we run the command once again, without the email address added at the end, we should see that now this updated email is displayed. So these are our credentials now. But what about this commit, this code snapshot now? Well, let me clear this again. And to see whether a commit was created successfully, well, we have two options. The first option would be to again run git status in here. There we see we have nothing to commit. Our working tree is clean. This means, well, somehow our snapshot was saved, obviously. Besides that, we also have another command, git log, which gives us an overview of all commits inside our master branch here. With this command, we can see that the commit was created successfully and by the way, with the initial credentials you had. In my case, I just showed you how you can change the credentials, but the credentials were the same. So in your case, you should see your initial credentials that get added by default. Now when creating another commit, you should see the updated credentials. We'll do this in a few seconds. In here, you can also see some additional information. The first one here is this commit ID. Each single commit you create in Git has a unique ID, which allows you to exactly identify this specific commit. Here we have the author information. We talked about this already. Here we have the date when this commit was created. And down here, we have the commit message that we added when saving that code snapshot. So this is our first commit and also our edited credentials. Now we could also create another commit, another code snapshot. For this, I'll stay within the file, so within the tracked file that we had to, well, add some text in here. Let's say, and here we go with commit number 2, for example. And besides this, don't forget to save this in here. Besides this, I'll now also create another text file and call it maybe second commit.txt, and I'll keep it empty. It's just about creating this new text file. And if we now again run git status in here, then you see, well, two different types of information. First, you see that we have changes not staged for the commit. And there you can also find which changes this refers to. It refers to the modifications in our tracked file. Because with adding our test.txt file to the staging area as part of our first commit, we kind of told Git that, well, it should monitor this file and changes applied to this file. Because the other information we have is again this untracked files information, which now refers to this newly created file. Second commit.txt was not part of the first commit. Therefore, Git tells us, hey, you added a new file. What about this file? Should I add this to the staging area and therefore also track this file and later on changes applied to this file? We want to include both of these changes in our next snapshot, and for this we have two options now. The first option would be to again run git add, and now we refer to the first file, so test.txt with the updated information, then a space, and then the second file name, so second commit.txt. This would be possible and totally valid, but in cases where you added multiple files and made changes to other files, well, this can be a bit cumbersome. Therefore, we have a command to add all untracked files to the staging area and to also add all changes made to tracked files to the staging area. And this command is simply git add, now a space, and now a dot. While running this command, we can now add a commit message. So you run again git commit -m, for example, changed test.txt and added second commit.txt. If we run this, we see we have two files changed, and by again checking our status, you see everything is all right. And by checking our commit log once again, we see that we now have two commits. Again with the commit message and again with a new unique ID. So this is how you can initialize a Git repository, how you can change your credentials, and how you can create commits inside such a repository and also inside a specific branch. We talked about branches on the slide already, and in here we are always on this master branch. Therefore, with the basics about commits out of the way, let's now dive into this branches topic. So we are able to save different snapshots, different commits, and by initializing a Git repository, these commits are all part of a so-called branch. In our case here, the default branch is the so-called master branch. How can we see this? Well, first by running git status. Once again, we know this command already. There you see that we are on the branch master here. And besides that, we also have a command which lists all branches inside our Git project. And this command is simply git branch. Git branch here doesn't show us, well, too much information. We have one branch only, and currently we are in this branch. This is indicated by the green color here and by this asterisk ahead of the branch name. As we saw it when running git init, we also have the ability to rename a branch. Typically and historically, the default branch inside a Git project was named master. In the last months and years, this changed. Nowadays, we typically also use main instead of master. We can, of course, change the name. We'll do this in a few seconds. It's just important to keep in mind that this master or main branch typically is the branch holding your main code, your working code. For example, the code you used for your currently running website, for example. If you want to implement new features, you create new branches, work on that feature. Once you're done, you add these changes to the master branch. We'll of course have a look at this flow in this lecture. I just wanted to give you some insights already, what is going to happen, to get a better idea of this branch concept immediately. Let's get started by renaming this branch though. Currently we are inside the branch that we want to rename, so the master branch in our case. And if we now run git branch -m and now add the new name that we want to use for this branch, in our case this could be main. Well, by doing this, you get no confirmation at all. But if you then run git branch, you see that master now changed to main. This didn't have any kind of impact on the commits inside this branch. It was just a plain renaming. Now let's say that this content of this main branch here is exactly what you want to have. So you want to have this test.txt file and the second commit. And now we want to add, well, additional data, but not immediately into this main branch. We first want to add this data, write some code, test the code, and then once it's done, we want to implement this code into this main branch, into our main project, so to say. What we need for this is a new branch. And to create new branches in Git, we have a, well, command obviously. And this command is called git checkout. Checkout here simply means we refer to another branch. Checkout can also be used to switch between branches. In our case, not possible, as we only have a single branch only at the moment. And now with -b, this simply means that we want to check out a new branch and create a new branch based on the branch we are currently in. So based on our main branch here. And now we can give this branch a name. There is no strict naming convention here. In my case, I'll simply call it feature, as this branch will add a new feature to our main branch in the end. With this command, you get the confirmation that we switched to a new branch named feature. And by running git branch now, you see that we are already in this feature branch, again indicated by the green color and that asterisk. And if we check the commits inside this feature branch with git log, well, you see no difference, right? We are still having the same commits that we had in the main branch, and you also get the information up here that, well, basically this commit with this ID is the head. The head is, so to say, the latest commit of a specific branch. So this commit is the head of both the feature and the main branch. With this now, we can work on code, as I said, that we might want to implement in this feature branch. Here, I'll keep things simple again, as this module is just about understanding how Git generally works. Therefore, we could create a new folder and let's say new feature, for example. And in there, we simply add the feature.txt file. So this is content that we now only have in our feature branch. So if we now run git status once again, you see we are on the feature branch. That's important. And we have untracked files. So we basically have this new feature folder and all the files it contains. Therefore, we can now run again git add dot to add all newly added files and changes made to tracked files. And now we commit this change with git commit -m added new feature. Like this. The commit was successful. If we check our log once again, you see we have 3 commits now in our feature branch, but only 2 commits in our main branch. You can again see this by this head. So here the latest commit is in the feature branch, this one here, whereas the second commit, so this one we created earlier, is part of the main branch only. And now the question is, how can we bring these changes together? How can we add this feature, this commit added in the feature branch, to our main branch? Well, for this, we first leave our log with Q once again. And then we have to merge the 2 branches. Merging branches simply means you combine the 2 commits of these branches, well, to have a merged branch with all the code implemented or incorporated in this branch. Merging always works from I am currently in a branch that should receive additional commits way of thinking. So in our case, this means that if we want to add the feature that we just added in the feature branch to our master branch, we have to switch to the master branch first and then merge the feature branch into the master branch. To do that, we should check out our master branch, therefore. So git checkout master, which doesn't work as we renamed it to main. So my bad here. So we should, of course, refer to the main branch. Here we are. Now you see in our git log that inside the main branch, we only have these 2 commits. But by now running git merge and now referring to the branch that contains the commits that should be merged into our main branch here. So we run git merge feature, so the branch name of the other branch. Well, if we do that, you see that now, although we are still in the master branch, we have this new feature folder and also that text file added into this branch. And by again running git log, like this, you see that now again, both branches here, main and feature, are the so-called head. So in simple words, the latest commit of the branches. And therefore, this feature is now available, well, also in this main branch. So this was a successful merge, but what happens if we accidentally work on the same code section, on the same code snapshot in the same file, and then we try to run such a merge? This would obviously lead to a conflict because we have changes applied to the same, well, position, so to say, in our code. And then we have to decide, well, which change wins, so which change should be kept. We are currently in the master branch, therefore we could go to our test.txt file, and we could say that we don't call this is my first commit, but this is another commit here, right? Like this. So we then add this and commit this change with a message of updated test.txt. So we did that. And if we now check our log, you see that we have, well, a new commit in here, updated test.txt in our main branch, which doesn't affect the feature branch at the moment. So we can leave the log again. And now check out the feature branch. And maybe clear this. And here we still have the initial stage, right? So the unchanged text. And now we say, well, this is again a commit, just to have it different here. So we save this now. We also add this change to the staging area. We commit this change inside our feature branch, maybe with changed test.text content to have a different message here. So we commit this, no problem here. If we now run our git log once again, we see that this is all right. So the feature branch has this latest commit we just added. And if we now again check out our master branch, and again, my bad, I'm sorry about this. I typically work with master still, therefore I'm not totally used to main here. So git check out main. Now we clear it. Now we again run our merge command, so git merge, and we merge the feature branch into our main or master branch, so git merge feature. Then we see that we have, well, a merge conflict. Because we have a current change, this is the change we have in our current branch, so in our case the main branch, and we have an incoming change. This is the change that we made in the feature branch, so the branch that we want to merge into this master branch. And therefore we have, well, multiple options to fix this merge conflict. Visual Studio Code is a great helper here, by the way. And, well, basically the most common things we do is either compare the changes over here, or we accept the current change, so the change in our current branch, or the incoming change, so as I said, the change from the feature branch here. If we accept that incoming change here, for example, we can simply click right here, and then we see we still have a warning. So if we save this now and run git status, you see we have unmerged paths because that was the problem that we have. But now with the accepted incoming change and saving the file, we need to create another commit. So let's run git add, and let's now commit this change with a message of merged test.text from feature, for example. And with this, now if we clear this once again and run git log, you see that in here we now have the latest commit from the feature branch. So this is now part of our main branch. And additionally, we have that merge commit. So this is basically the commit that we just created that brought these two branches together without any conflicts, as we just, well, solved these. So this is it about creating commits and creating branches and merging branches. Now the next question is, how can we actually delete data? So delete commits, delete branches, and so on. This is how we will continue in the next lecture. So we learned a lot about commits and branches now, and so far we only added data to our, well, Git managed project here. Now is the time to also delete information. And for this, I will leave our main branch here and first create a new branch. So we can run git checkout -b, and now a new branch name. I'll just call it delete, because we will delete, well, data in this branch. So we are in this branch now. And in this branch, I'll add a new folder, maybe, well, not in here, maybe right there. I'm deleting data, this one, and in there I'll add a new file. So file one.txt. We'll then add this file and commit it. Added file one.txt. Then we'll add some dummy text in here just to show you how deletion works. For this, we need some additional commits. Just some text to dive deeper here. We'll also save this. Add it. Now it's working. So git add dot and git commit -m. Added text to file one.txt, maybe like this. Let's clear this. And now we'll add a third commit. where we could say some more text in here. Finally, our last commit, added more text. Not too important here what the commit says. And now, besides this first file here, I would like to add 2 more files. Let's quickly do this. So file to.text, and also commit this, commit -m, added file to.text. And now we'll add a third file here, file 3.text, which we'll also add as a separate commit. And git commit -m file 3.text. I know lots of commits we just created here, but to understand how deleting works, well, it's great to have these examples. We can also clear this again and now log our information. And so we see, well, we have some data to play with now. I would like to get started with a very, well, simple operation actually, and this is deleting files from the working directory. As you saw, the 3 files we added now are part of previous commits, therefore these are all tracked files, and to delete these, well, we have 2 options basically. A very common one, of course, is to simply, well, right-click onto the file and press delete, and then you can move it to the trash. With this, and by checking git status, you see that we have to add this deleted file, so to say, to the staging area, because we have unstaged changes to be committed, so we have to tell, well, git that this file should be excluded. Alternatively, we can also run git rm and now refer to the file name, file2.text, like this, so git rm for remove. And there you see this doesn't work. Why is it not working? Well, because currently we are in the git basics folder, but to delete a specific file without specifying a path, we have to navigate into this path. So with cd deleting data, we are in the correct path now. And in there, we can now run git remove file2.text. With that, you see that the file, well, was deleted. And by running git status once again, you see that we have a difference here. If we delete the file from the working directory as we did it, we have to add this change to the staging area first. You can see this down here. This is the deleted file with that red text, and these changes are not staged. I mentioned this already. Up here, when we use the git remove command, we see that the changes can be immediately committed. So with this means git automatically removes the file from the staging area for us. Therefore, if you just want to delete files, git remove or git rm, well, saves you the additional adding to the staging area step. Nevertheless, we can now, of course, add this because we have to add the file we deleted with the right click. And then we can commit this and say deleted file2 and file3. Like this. And with that, if we check the status, you see everything is cool, nothing to commit. We can also close this window now and focus onto file 1.text. Because besides deleting working directory files, we might also want to delete individual commits, or to be more precise here, we might want to go back to an earlier stage of our project and therefore delete the latest commit, for example. If we go to our git log here, you see that currently our head is here in the latest commit, no big surprise. But what if we want to revert this change now? What if this should be deleted and we say, well, actually, I would like to have this commit back where we had the second and the third file? Well, this can be done. And for this, we use a command named git reset now. Well, to reset what? Basically the so-called head. So the head is the pointer towards this latest commit in our branch. And this should now point to, well, one commit earlier. and to make sure we don't only reset the head, but that we also exclude the latest commit changes from the staging area. And to basically get rid of this entire commit, we have to add this --hard command here. This means it will update the so-called index and the path. I'll not dive too deep into this at this stage of this module, because the important thing that you have to keep in mind is, with adding --hard to this reset command, you will kind of be able to jump back to an earlier commit. And this jumping back now works with the so-called head command. As I said, the head is just a pointer. And this pointer should now, for example, go back to, well, one commit earlier. This would be ~1. So the head goes back one commit, head ~1, and --hard also make sure that this is a hard reset. So this means we update the so-called index and the path, and this means we simply kind of delete the latest commit entirely. So all changes applied right there are removed from the repository and also from the staging area. If we do this now, we see that, well, magically, our file 2 and file 3 are back. And if we now check our log, you see that the latest commit is no longer displayed. Now our file3.txt here is the latest commit in our branch. The head points to this commit. And also, if we quit this, clear it, and check our staging area, you see everything is clean, nothing to commit. We could also jump back multiple commits. This would then be git reset --hard and then head, well, ~1, 2, 3, and so on. This would also be possible. But generally, this is how you jump back to earlier commits by at the same time deleting the later commits you had in your branch. Now talking about branches, let me delete this quickly. At the moment, we have, well, 3 branches in our project. This delete branch is a branch we can keep for the moment, but the feature branch is something no longer needed. We merged the feature branch into main already, therefore we can't delete this branch. To delete a branch, you have to check out another branch than the one you want to delete, because otherwise you would delete your current, well, position, so to say. In our case, we are in the delete branch. Therefore, we can just run git branch -D, that's important here, it must be a capital D, and now simply add the branch name. So in our case, we add feature here, we confirm this, and we also get the information in Git that the branch named feature was deleted. And with git branch, we see that we only have 2 branches left now. So this is how we can change files from the working directory, how we can delete commits, so to say, and how we can delete branches. There are only 2 core features you might typically use in your project, and this is how can we get rid of unstaged and staged changes. Let's get started with the unstaged change here. I'm here in this file1.txt file, and in there I add, well, more content, so to say. Save this. And if I now check my git status, then no big surprise, I have changes not staged for commit, so unstaged changes. What if you want to revert these? Then you simply check out the latest, well, committed stage of your project, so to say, so the situation you had when checking out this branch. This works with git checkout -- and then a dot. This will simply reset your branch, so to say, to the stage of the latest commit. If you do that, you see this text is gone. By the way, in case you're wondering, what happens if I add some text here once again? And then say, okay, I can just check out the main branch and then jump back to the delete branch maybe to get rid of this text and to have access to the latest commit in that branch. Do this with git checkout main, for example. But if you try this, you see that this is not working. We have to commit our changes or stash them. Stashing is a bit more advanced and therefore not the core focus of this course here. Therefore, for us this means we can again run git checkout -- dot to get rid of this text as we just learned it a few seconds ago. So these are unstaged changes and how to revert these. What about staged changes now as a final step in this lecture? Well, for this, I'll add some changes to be staged, so to say. Saving it. Now I'll add it to the staging area. I'll just add all changes with git add dot again. And now I say, well, actually, I see that these changes are already in the staging area. And actually, well, I don't want these changes to be part of my next commit. You could use this git restore command for this case here. That's one approach. I'll show you an alternative one though. And this is simply git reset. And now we refer to the file name, so file1.txt in our case. This is step 1. With this, if we now check our status, you see that now we have changes not staged for commit. So this is basically the same logic that we had before when undoing, well, unstaged changes. So in this case, we can simply run again git checkout -- dot to undo all unstaged changes, or we simply reset the individual file. So this would be file1.txt in our case. And with this in place, you see that the text is deleted. If we clear this now and check the status, you see everything is clear, nothing to commit. With this, I also want to conclude this Git part of this module. So far, we only worked locally on our project. But there is more to explore in the Git world, and to explore more, we have to leave our local environment and dive into the world of GitHub now. So we are leaving the world of Git now, at least partially, and introduce GitHub. This brings us back to the slide from the beginning of this module. You hopefully remember it. And with the knowledge gained in the last lectures, this Git part, hopefully is a lot clearer now. You now know more about how Git works and also what repositories are. Now, onwards to GitHub here means leaving this local world and bringing our locally managed repositories to the cloud, to GitHub. Now, this has lots of advantages and also 4 core use cases actually. So before we have a closer look at GitHub, let's first explore why using GitHub is actually a very good idea. First, we can use GitHub as single developers, as single users, well, the type of user we are throughout this course so far. This has one great advantage. It helps us to store our code, to store our projects, not only locally on our machine, but also in the cloud. Now, this has, for example, the advantage that if we kind of want to access our code from another computer, we can do that. And also, of course, it has the advantage for the, well, case that our computer breaks somehow or our hard disk drive breaks, anything like that. So in case our local data is lost, we have this data in the cloud too. Besides this storage advantage, we also can use GitHub to present ourselves as developers to create our own portfolio page. We'll learn in the next lectures that GitHub comes with a personal user account and that each GitHub user has a personal page, so to say. On this page, you can present projects you are currently working on or projects you worked on. And with that, this is a very great tool to show other developers or other potential employers what you can do and what a great developer you actually are. These are all single user use cases though, but GitHub is also great for, well, team projects, so to say, for projects where you are not the only person working on it. In this team context, the concept of collaboration is a very important one. Collaborating on development or web development projects is very common these days, Web development projects and web pages tend to become quite huge in the last years, and therefore it's typical that not only a single web developer is working on such a page, but multiple developers are collaborating and working on individual parts of this website. This means that all people inside this team need to have access to the entire code and also to their individual code they are working on. And this code also has to be efficiently managed to avoid any kind of chaos to keep the code easily maintainable. So collaboration and making the code accessible for all people which are part of our team is one big use case for GitHub. The fourth core use case, and the last one I want to cover here, is the contribution use case. Besides having official team members, GitHub is also often used for so-called open source projects. This means teams or developers make their code available for basically anybody, and this allows you or other developers to contribute to this project by, for example, fixing bugs or by adding new features. Now, this of course has to be a very well-organized approach. Otherwise, again, if anybody could randomly update the code, the open source code, I don't think this would be a good idea. Therefore, the contribution part is also something GitHub offers, and it also offers the tool to make this possible in an efficient and easily to maintain way. So this is our way onwards to GitHub, and this is also why using GitHub is a good next step when the Git basics are set. Therefore, let's now dive into GitHub and let's explore it. In contrast to Git, which is a local tool installed on your machine, GitHub is a website. This means you need to create an account, then you can log in, and then you can use GitHub. Another difference between Git and GitHub is the fact that GitHub is not for free for all use cases. There is good news though. If we go to this pricing tab up here and there to plans, you see that we have 3 different plans available. And while this highlighted most popular team plan and this enterprise plan here are costly options, so these are not for free, we also have this free plan here to the right, and turns out that this doesn't cost a thing. The great thing is that the free plan is totally sufficient for basic use cases, for basic single user use cases, and also for smaller team projects. And this means this plan, this free plan, is totally sufficient for the purpose of this course and also for you to get started with GitHub. Therefore, what you can do now is you can go to join for free down here, or you scroll up and go to sign up. There you then enter your email, a username, and you select a password. And with this, you create your GitHub account. And if you then log into this account, then you can see this page here. This is your personal GitHub account page, so to say, so the page where you can manage your GitHub account. And before we dive a bit deeper here, it's important to understand that by creating this GitHub account, you now have a public GitHub profile, so to say, so a profile anybody can access. You can, of course, manage what is displayed, what is accessible on this page, but you have this profile page. And to access this page, you can simply go to this logo up here in the right top part of the page, and there you see your GitHub name that you used. If you now take this name and add it after the github.com URL, so slash, and then the name, so m in my case, and if I go to this page, then this is my, personal GitHub profile page, which you can access now. You see, this page doesn't contain any public repositories. We'll dive into what these are in a few seconds. But generally, this is the page of my GitHub account now, and you also have such a page. So this is the first thing to keep in mind. GitHub comes with a public profile here. As I said, we'll explore this in more detail throughout this lecture. First, I want to focus on to the way we can connect Git and GitHub now. Because in this course, we worked on a local repository so far, where we added our branches and our commits. And now the first goal would be to make sure that this local repository is now also available here in the cloud. Now, we have a big differentiation between repositories managed locally on Git versus repositories managed via GitHub. Git repositories are called local repositories. GitHub repositories, so projects managed on GitHub, are called remote repositories. Remote because, well, they are basically accessible from anywhere. To establish the connection between these two repositories, we need both a local repository and a remote repository. This means in our case here, we first have to create such a remote repository, an empty remote repository to be more precise, here on GitHub. And then we can establish the connection between Git and GitHub to be able to bring the local repository's content to this remote repository. Now, lots of repositories here. Therefore, let's see how this works now by creating this remote repository. We can do this either by selecting this repositories option up here. There, we could create a new repository over there. Or if we click onto this, well, GitHub symbol here in the top left part of this page, then we are back on the page we saw when starting GitHub the first time. There you can create the repository by clicking onto this new button. By the way, don't get distracted by this, repository you can see right here. This is not related to this module of the course, so you can simply ignore this. So let's click onto New. And here we can now create a new repository. As I said, repository here refers to a remote repository, so a repository on GitHub. First, we have to give this remote repository a name. Here, I'll simply call it web dev GitHub, maybe. There you also get the confirmation that this repository name is available. We could then add a description about what this repository contains. This is optional though, therefore we'll omit this for the moment. Afterwards, we have the option to choose between a public repository and a private repository. If you think back about the profile page I just showed you, so this public page you have when creating a GitHub account, then public repositories would be visible there, private repositories wouldn't. So for private repositories, it's up on you to decide who sees and who can interact with these repositories. For public ones, at least the visibility part is set by default. Anybody can see this repository and the code it contains. So be careful what to choose right here. For the purpose of this course, we have nothing to hide. So we could say this is kind of an open source project anybody can see. Therefore, we'll go with the public option. And afterwards, we can initialize the repository with some other options to be selected. These are not related to the core concepts of Git and GitHub. Therefore, we'll keep these boxes unticked and simply create the repository with this green button here at the bottom. Now this takes a few seconds, and with this, the repository was created. In here, we now have multiple options on how to continue. One option right here would be to create a new file. At the moment, what we basically have is an empty project folder, so to say, not containing any data. Therefore, we could add data to this remote repository as one option. For us, as we have a local repository already on our machine, this is not what we want to do. Our next step would be to push an existing repository from the command line. Let me scroll down a bit. Now, pushing simply means bringing the repository content from the local environment, from the local repository, to the public one we just created. To be able to do this, we need to apply 3 different commands. or to be a bit more precise here, 2 commands, because this command here is just about renaming a branch. We don't have to do this, our branch names are alright already. Therefore, we only need to run this command here and this git push command. What are these commands about though? Well, git remote here, this one, or git remote add, simply tells Git to add a connection to a remote repository, the remote repository we just created. And to be sure that Git knows the location or the address of this repository, we need to add the URL. So right here, this is the URL of our remote repository. This URL can also be found up here, by the way. Ahead of the URL, we also have this origin keyword. Origin is a standard naming convention, so you could also name this differently. I don't recommend this though. And origin is simply the shortcut of this URL, so of this URL here. This means by adding this remote connection with this command, Git knows that origin refers to this remote repository, and therefore when running other commands, little hint down here, git push also contains this origin keyword, simply means that we only have to add origin and not the entire URL all the time. So that's basically this git remote add origin command. With this command, we can now simply copy the URL up here by clicking there. And now we can go back to our local repository. So back in the project, and what I want to do first, this is not required by the way, I just want to make sure that we are all on the same page, is I want to go back to our main branch. Because currently, at least in my case here, if I run git branch, you see that I am in the delete branch, and I don't want to have this branch in here in this remote project. Therefore, I'll switch back to the main branch and now delete the delete branch to only have this main branch to get started with GitHub. So let's delete the delete branch by running git branch -D delete. With this, the branch is gone, and now we only have the main branch left, and we are in this branch. Now, what I want to do is, I want to establish a connection between our remote and our local repository. This can be done via the command we just talked about on GitHub. So git remote add, so add a remote connection to what? The origin remote repository. And what is the origin remote repository? Origin is just URL we can now paste. It's the one we just copied. And by confirming this with enter, nothing happened. This is of course not true, because now our local repository is connected to the remote one. Now we only have to tell our local repository here that we want to bring this local code to the remote repository. And this can be done with another command. So let's go back to GitHub quickly. And this is the third command here, git push origin main. -u can be omitted. It's about so-called upstreams, which are not relevant for us at this stage. So git push simply means bring the code from the local to the remote repository. And to which repository? Well, to the one with the origin name, so referring to this URL in our case, and there into the main branch. So let's see if this works. So we go back and now run git push origin main. And by executing this command now, we get a warning, so to say, or a pop-up with the information that the extension GitHub wants to sign in using GitHub. Well, what's going on right here now? So what is this pop-up now? In case you're using a different editor, by the way, you might not have this pop-up, but a different one, prompting you to enter your user email, your username, or your password. The thing is here that although we established a connection to the remote repository, we don't have the permission to push to this repository. So to basically add code or add data to this remote repository. And this makes a lot of sense, because otherwise anybody who would have the URL of this remote repository could interact with it. That's of course not how it's supposed to be. Therefore, to be able to push our code to the repository, we have to create a so-called personal access token. Now, where can we find this now, and what is that? Back on GitHub, we can create this personal access token here in our profile, there under settings. Before we'll go there though, the question is, why can we create this token right here and not individually for a specific repository? In our case, for this WebDev GitHub repository, for example. Because the personal access token grants anybody who has this token, and that's important, anybody who has this token can access all repositories inside your GitHub account via Git by using this token. Therefore, you have to be very careful when using this token, and you have to keep this, well, secretly for yourself. Otherwise, as I said, other people can access your GitHub repos via Git by using this personal access token. However, you can create this token here under settings. There, we'll scroll down a bit to the developer settings. And there we go to personal access tokens, this option. In here, we can now generate a new token over here with this button. And I'll just give it a name, what it's for. Maybe let's say Web Dev Course GitHub Access, for example. Below that, you can define an expiration for this token, so a specific amount of days or no expiration at all. And below here, you can define which kind of access rights you grant the user, so yourself in this case, who has this access token. For example, we want to have full control of private repositories. At the moment, we have a public repository, but this might change throughout this module. We want to be able to write and read inside the repositories of this user account. We might want to delete things, and here we could define some admin topics which we actually don't need. And I think this is all right. Maybe some user settings can be ticked. And with that, we should be ready to go. Let's now generate the token. And here you can see this secret token. So my secret token, by the way, at the point of time where you are watching this video, this token is not valid anymore, so please don't copy it. And now we can copy this token by clicking right here and go back to VS Code. And there we won't select allow now because this would open a dedicated VS Code extension. I want to enter the credentials differently though, so we'll click cancel. And up here now, we can enter our username first, so our GitHub username. You can find this name again up here in your profile. So this is the name you have to enter here. So not my name, your name, of course, in this case. So let me do that and confirm it with enter. Now we have to enter the password, and the password now is the personal access token. So please paste this token now. And with this, we are hopefully able, yes, this looks good, to add this content of our repository to GitHub. And this looks all right. We see we created a new branch, so the main branch on GitHub. Therefore, if we go back to GitHub now and go back to our starting page here, you see that now we have that newly created repository, so nothing new, so we can access it here. So this WebDev GitHub repository. And now this is what the repository page looks like. Again, here you can see the repository name and the fact that this is a public repository. There you can find the code section, and this section contains all the code that you have inside this repository. All the code here, of course, refers to all the branches and all the commits. Here we can see that we are in the main branch and that we only have the main branch in here. And in this branch, we can now access, of course, the content in this branch. So we can access folders and go back if we want to. And we can also check the different commits inside of this branch by clicking onto this commits area here. So let's do that. And there you see all the commits we added so far in this branch locally on Git, now also available on GitHub. If we go back to the code section here, we are back there, and there we also have now this code button with the URL of this repository that you can use to establish the connection to it. So this is how we can create a remote repository, an empty remote repository, and how we can then establish a connection from the local to the remote repository, and how we can then bring this locally created project to the remote repository. What if we now have another scenario where we are working from a different computer, where this project is not available at all, and where we would like to access this project now via Git? Well, then the process is a bit different. And as I would like to simulate this situation from the machine I'm currently working on, first we should get rid of our current personal access token that we added. So to simulate basically a machine which doesn't have access to this GitHub account here. For this, I'll go back to VS Code and clear this. And now, to get rid of the credentials we just added, which might also be the case on your computer if you want to have access to another GitHub account that you might own. That's why I want to show you this resetting process for the personal access token. So to do this, we have to enter, well, 3 lines of code here in the command line. The first is git credential dash OSX keychain space erase. This simply refers to the Mac OS keychain, which saves these keys internally and safely for you. So we want to get rid of a specific key we stored in that Apple or Mac OS keychain. So let's confirm this with enter. Now we have to enter the host of this specific key, and the host here is equal to github.com. Let's also confirm this with enter. And the protocol is HTTPS. Let's also confirm this with enter. And now hitting enter twice to make sure it works has deleted our personal access token. So basically our way to interact with this remote repository, which means this sets this machine now equal to a machine which doesn't have access to this project. Let me clear this now. Besides this, we still have the project locally on Git here though, and for this I'll now close my VS Code instance here. I'll quit Visual Studio Code. And now I'm back on my desktop in this case, and here this Git Basics folder contains the project that we just created throughout this module, and I'll now simply delete this like that. And with this, this is another machine, so to say, which doesn't contain this project at all and which doesn't have any access rights to this GitHub repository. Now, let me create a new folder first and call it maybe GitHub, like this. And now I'll open a new Visual Studio Code instance and drag this folder into it. And yes, we again trust the authors. And we can close this. Now let's open our terminal by View, Appearance, and Show Panel here. And now the question is, how can we now bring our remote repo's content to this local repo? Please note that at the moment this isn't a repo though, as I didn't initialize Git so far. I'm aware of that. Well, for this we need another Git command, and this is git clone now. Clone will simply, clone the content of an existing remote repository into our local repository. To make sure cloning is successful though, we need what? The URL again of our repo, therefore back in GitHub once again. We go to this code button and copy it right here. Now let's go back and paste this URL. And now stop. If we would run the command like this now, this wouldn't be a problem, but we would create a subfolder. So inside this GitHub folder, we would create another folder, and this is not what I want at this stage. Therefore, instead of running the command like this, we'll add a space here and add a dot. With this, the content of the remote repository will be copied directly into this GitHub folder. Let's do this now. Now the cloning starts, and now it's done. And as you see, we have the GitHub folder, and in there, the new feature folder, second commit, and so on. Okay, so this is nice. So we now have access to this project again locally on our machine. But what if we want to change something now? Let's say I create a new file and say created after clone.txt, just to make sure we can identify this file easily. Now I'll add this as we learned it. So git add and now git commit -m, added local text file after clone, like this. And now, what if we run again git push origin main? Does this work? And by the way, before we continue here, did you see that adding and committing worked, although we didn't initialize git? So we didn't run git init at all. And this only worked because with git clone, we copy the entire repository, including the entire git logic. So we copied the full git project, so to say. However, with git push origin main, let's see what happens. You see, we have the same thing that we had before. We were able to clone the repository. This was possible. But again, adding content to it, changing the code, adding commits is only possible with the corresponding permissions. So again, we can press cancel here to follow the same process as before. Now we have to enter our GitHub username once again. And now we need to add the personal access token. If you didn't copy that personal access token before, you have to create another one. And as you see in my case, I also didn't do this. Therefore, let's create one together. So we'll again go to our profile here, go to settings, go down to developer settings, personal access tokens. Well, now you see, this is the previous token we had. I'll just copy the name to be honest, and I'll delete it now because I cannot access this token anymore. It's hidden. So let's delete it. Yes, I understand this. And now we'll create a new token. I'll paste the name, and I'll again give it access to repo, to workflows, to write packages, to delete packages. No admin rights, and user, and maybe some write access down here. And with this, we can generate the token again, copy it from here, and paste it up there. With this in place, let's see. Yeah, this looks good. Now we pushed this new commit to our remote repository. Let's explore this again by going back to our landing page, to our repository over here. And there you can find that we now have 7 commits, including this created after clone text file that we just added. So this is how we can interact between Git and GitHub. So far though, we are kind of working alone in this project. And as I also mentioned, GitHub is especially good to collaborate on projects with other developers. So let's explore the collaboration options we have in GitHub as a next step. So this is our GitHub or Git project now. And to be honest, things are a bit lonely up to this point, right? Because basically we only used GitHub so far to bring our locally managed Git project to the cloud. This has great advantages. For example, we have a backup, so to say, in case our computer crashes, and we can also access our code from anywhere with the help of the personal access token, of course. Nevertheless, we saw this earlier on the slide when we introduced GitHub, we also have other advantages that are only available when using Git in combination with GitHub. And one of the core advantages here is the collaboration part. So the option to work on projects together with other developers. And this is where we will dive deeper now at this stage of the course, at this stage of this module. And to understand this, we have to go back to this public versus private repository thing we saw when we created our remote repository here on GitHub. For this, I'm here in another browser. This is the Safari browser on Mac here. And if you look at the right top part here of this page, you see that I am not logged into GitHub here with my account. I'm on the mloam GitHub page. So basically on the GitHub page of the account I used for the, first lectures of this module, the GitHub part. Now, and as you see, this WebDev GitHub repository we created is a public repository. You can see it here. And if I select this now and go to code over here, I could clone the code. We saw this process already. So with the help of this URL, we can access the code. And then we could theoretically push this code to this remote repository again. Of course, we would need the personal access token granting us access to the account that holds this repository. So again, my account here, which is the so-called owner of this repository. But theoretically, this would work. From a practical perspective, though, this doesn't make too much sense. Assuming that this is a rather confidential project, so to say, an internal project we are working on, this could for our purposes, for example, be a new update of the academind.com website, well, this wouldn't be something we share in a public repository. Here, we would rather use a private repository and then add a so-called collaborator to this project, which would be another GitHub account, so the account of the person that has a specific task assigned as part of this website update we might want to implement. What does this mean for us now? Well, first, this means that we could create a new repository, a private repository now for this mloam, so also for your GitHub account here in this case, as step one, as I said. To do that, we have multiple options to access the repositories. One would be to go to our profile over here and then go to your repositories. And then we are back on this, repositories page here, this ribbon. This is, by the way, the overview, so the starting page, which we can see over here if we go back. So that's again here, this starting page of the corresponding GitHub account. So I'm on this page, and if I would select it right here with not being logged in, I of course wouldn't be able to create a new repository. But here in this account where I'm logged in, I could now say I go to the repositories ribbon, and here I'll create a new repository. Nothing special here. We saw this already earlier in this module. Here we could give this a name. Let's maybe call it shopping site. Let's say we have an online shop here, for example. We won't create an online shop, just to give you a better idea of how this might work practically. So this is the shopping site repository. We won't add a description, but this time we won't make it public, but we will set it to private. So we can choose who can see and commit to this repository. And as you see it up here, we can also choose who can commit for a public repository. So this collaborator part is of course also possible for public repositories. Nevertheless, typically, if we have these, rather confidential projects, we will use private repositories. So I also want to show you this repository type here. We again omit the options down here and create this repository now. Now we could again connect our local Git project with this repository. I'll do this in a few seconds, but not related to this account here. Therefore, what we'll do here is we'll create a new file in here and call it maybe landing page.txt and could say code for the landing page of the shopping website. Of course, these are just some dummy data. As you can see, you know where I'm coming from. Okay, so let's scroll down and let's commit this with added landing page, for example. And now we commit this new file. Okay, with this we are done. And now let's say we want to have a team page being added to this website, and we don't want to do this on our own. We have another person inside or outside our company, doesn't play a role here, that has this task assigned. What this other person needs is just a GitHub account, and then we can add this person as so-called collaborator. Where can we add such a collaborator now? Well, we want to add a collaborator for a specific repository. Therefore, the profile over here, so our GitHub profile, our GitHub account and settings is the wrong area because this affects the entire account, so to say. But as we are currently inside our repository, our private repository here, by the way, now, we can go to the settings option over here. And there we go to manage access, this option. In here, we can now see that we have a private repository, so only those with access to this repository can view it. And I can also prove this to you if I quickly go back to the, Safari browser here with the GitHub page being opened. So in here, this page. And if I now reload this, you see we still only have this webdev GitHub repository in here because that's the public one. So we now have a private repository, which was exactly our goal. So let's go back. And here we can see that we have 0 collaborators who have access to this repository. And down here, we can invite a so-called collaborator. So why don't we do this to see what this is all about? So let's click here. And here we can now search for a username, the full name or the email of another GitHub account. And for this, I'll use my other GitHub account that I have, which is called Manu Lawrence. Please don't use the same one to send me the invitations because, this would not be the goal of this lecture, to be honest. So I'll select my other account. In case you want to follow along, you can just create a second GitHub account for yourself to then try this. So I'll use my other account. And now I'll add this account to this repository as so-called collaborator. Let me do this by clicking on to add to this repository. Now down here, you see that we are awaiting the response and yet we have a pending invite. And if the other person, in this case, the other person is also myself, but let's assume that we have 2 different persons here. So if the other person then checks his email account, then this is what this invitation looks like. And if the other person then clicks onto view invitation, and important, this person has to be logged into the GitHub account that was invited, then this other account should see this page here. And with that, we can now accept this invitation. And this means we added the other account as collaborator to our project. And now we also see that this collaborator has the right to push changes to our shopping site repository. And if we now go back to the page who owns this repository, so in my case, this mloam user, so github.com /mloam. So please use your account name here that you're using. So with this, you see, we now are on the overview page again. And in repositories, we now can see that besides our webdev GitHub public repository, this private repository is also accessible now. Let's access it here. And if we go back to our owner account, so the account who created this repository, and reload this page too, then you see that Manu Lawrence, in my case here, now is a so-called collaborator. And this collaborator can now, of course, well, clone this project, for example, add changes, implement the team page, for example, and then push these changes to the remote repository. How does this work from a practical perspective now? Well, for this, let's go back to the other account, so to the collaborator account. There, we can now go to code inside the shopping site repository and copy the URL. Now, I'll create a new empty folder on my computer and a new Visual Studio Code instance. So in here, I created a new folder, Collaborate, which I drag and dropped into a new Visual Studio Code instance, as I said. And we can also, again, bring up our terminal here. Now in here, I'll run git clone, now a space, and now paste the URL. And as I said, to make sure the folders and files are directly copied into this, well, collaborate folder in my case, I'll add a space and a dot. With this, the copying will be done exactly as I just described it. Now everything was cloned, no big surprise here. But now I can, for example, add a new file here and call it team page.txt. We won't add any content here, it's just about the file actually. And now I can clear this. And well, if I would push this now, then this would work. Do you know why? Well, because in my case, I'm working from the same machine here, and this machine, well, contains the credentials of the owner's GitHub account, so I have this mloam account. And in the example we are, well, showing you here, we actually would simulate two different machines. Therefore, here, we should get rid of the token, of the personal access token that was stored on this machine. And we can get rid of this information as follows. We saw this already in the last lecture. So we'll run git credential -osx keychain space erase. Enter. Now host is equal to github.com and the protocol is HTTPS. Let's confirm this with enter twice. This means we could now push these changes we made. Before we do that though, we have to add these changes, of course, to the staging area and then also commit the changes with a message of added team page, for example, like this. And by the way, here in our project, if we check our branch, you see that we are working in the main branch. In typical projects, you wouldn't use the same branch to implement a new feature. You would have used a feature branch, for example, and implemented the change in there and then pushed this new branch. I want to focus onto the collaboration part here in general. Therefore, we added this change here inside this main branch. Nevertheless, with the change now being, well, implemented or added as new commit, we can now push these changes. And without the collaboration logic we implemented now for this user, we would either need the personal access token of the repository owner account. So in our case, this would be this mloam account here, this one. Or if we wouldn't have this personal access token, we couldn't push because otherwise we wouldn't have this required access. But with the second account, so this Manu Lawrence account here, now being a collaborator, granting ourselves access to this account and the repositories this account has access to will allow us to push to this repository, meaning to the shopping site repository we created in this account here, with the other account being a collaborator now. As we are talking about general account access here, we have to go to our profile settings down here. There, scroll down to the developer settings, to personal access tokens, and there we can now create a new one by clicking on to generate new token. And here we could call it web dev course, maybe simple as that. And I'll again set the scope with all rights, excluding admin rights, so repo, workflow, write packages, delete packages, just notifications, user, delete repo, and write discussion. And with this, we can now generate this token and copy it from here. Now go back to VS Code. Here, now add git push origin main. Let's see. Now we should be prompted to enter our credentials. Yes, this is working. We don't want to use the GitHub extension, so let's cancel this. Now we have to enter the username. Keep in mind, this now refers to the collaborator account's username. So in my case, Manu Lawrence here. I can confirm this with enter. Now I'll paste the personal access token, and after confirming this with enter too, we see that our main repository was updated with this added file now. And if we go back to the collaborator page for the repository, and there, if we now click onto the GitHub symbol over there, we can find this repository here. You see it is a private repository with this log symbol right here. Let's access this now. And there you see that we added this team page.txt file as a separate commits, 2 commits in total here. And by going back to the owner account now, over here, by either doing the same thing by clicking onto this GitHub symbol or by accessing the shopping site repo directly in here, you see, the same thing basically. We have 2 commits in here now with the second commit, including this team page.txt file, also visible if we click onto the commits. There you can see that I added this. So this is working, but what if one of the 2 people involved here updates code on GitHub? How can the other person access this updated code via Git then? Because we have the connection to Git and GitHub for both users, for both collaborators. But this updating process is something we didn't cover so far. For this, myself here in this owner account, so to say, will now go back to the repository. And I'll just add a new file in here. Let's create a new file. And I'll call this file added remote.txt. So I added this in the remote repository. I'll omit any text in there, and I'll just add this commit added remote text file in there. So this file is added on GitHub now. So I'll commit this new file, and therefore the repository is updated. And if I now go back to VS Code, in here I am in the collaborator Git project, so to say, which we could clear once again, then we don't have this latest stage in here. Well, to update our local repository, we can simply run another git command, and we know git push already to bring local changes to the remote repository, and to do it the other way around, so to bring changes from the remote repository to our local one, we just use git pull. If we run this command now, you see that our local repository was updated, and by now running git log, you see that this added remote text file commit is now part of our local repository. So this is how this all ties together. With this, we can work locally on Git, bring the changes to GitHub, also amongst other collaborators, and in case our remote repository was updated, we can receive this updated information locally on Git with git pull. With this, I want to conclude this collaboration part, and I would like to introduce one additional core concept which is important whenever multiple people might contribute, not collaborate, but contribute to a specific project. So contribution is the last core part of this lecture we'll dive into as a next step. I'm back in the collaborator account, as I called it. And as you know, this collaborator now has access to this private repository in here. Besides collaboration, we also have the concept of contribution in GitHub. Contribution is something you can see in open source projects. This means projects where the code, the underlying source code of a website, for example, or of a programming language is shared publicly, and where anybody can implement new features or fix bugs in there. Of course, the process of such an open source project and how people can contribute to it has to be well structured. Otherwise, anybody could basically push any kind of code to this project. The structure of such an open source project is not the core focus of this course, though. I just want to show you how you can contribute to open source projects, meaning how can you suggest that your code changes should be implemented to an existing GitHub project without being a collaborator. For this, I'll go back to the owner account that I created. So here again, I'm in Chrome, so I'm in my mloam account. In there, I'll go to the landing page of this repository, there to the repositories ribbon. And there I'll create a new repository. Let's create a new one, and I'll call this open source now. And this project will be a public project, and with that we can actually create this repository. In this project, I'll again add a new file, a new dummy file, which I'll call initial code.txt, and also name the commit accordingly. So added initial code, and I'll commit this. Nothing new so far. If I now go back to the other account, so to the earlier collaborator account, here, and go to this mloam page, then I can see these two public repositories. But keep in mind that although I can see and access this repository here, and I could of course also clone it, if I would like to push to this repository, then this would not be possible, because this repository is not part of this user account. It is owned by another account, and therefore I don't have the rights to push to it. If the other person would add me as collaborator, yes, then this would work. Then I would be part of this repository, so to say. But in this case, I can only access it, but not contribute to it. Therefore, contributing to open source projects works a bit differently. Because if we would be able to bring this project to our own repository, so basically in our user account, your repositories. So if this project would be here, don't get distracted by these projects here. These are not related to this course here. So if we would have access to this repository in here, then it would be part of our user account, and then we would be able to push to this project even without having the personal access token required to do so actually. Well, for this, I'll go back now to the mloam repository in my case and to this open source project. And here I will now go to this fork option over here. As you can see by hovering over it, fork here means that we can fork our own copy of this repository to our own account. So we create a complete copy of this project, which will then become part of our GitHub account, and therefore this copy will not be related at all to the repository, which is part of the owner account. So to keep things simple, keep in mind that currently this open source project is linked to this mloam account here. If we now press fork, then we can choose where we should fork this project to. This Academind account here is nothing you should worry about here. It's all about this Manu Lawrence account. So this account I'm currently using. So let me select this. And now the forking takes a few seconds. This is totally normal. Now the fork was successful. And if you now check the left part of this page, then you see that now Manu Lawrence is the owner of this open source repository. We see the information that this was forked from, well, another repository. This is something we'll dive into in a few minutes. But generally, now we have full access to this project. And as we have created a personal access token in the last lecture to be able to access this GitHub account locally from this computer with our Git project, well, then we should be able now to clone this project and to implement a change to this code, for example, which could be a bug fix in the real world or a new feature which you might want to implement. To do this, we'll follow our good old approach of clicking onto code and copying the URL of this repository, now again, which is part of this user account now. Now I'll create a new folder and open a new Visual Studio Code instance. We know how this process works in the meanwhile. So here I created a folder named fork, and now I'll simply clone the repository into this folder, again with a space and a dot to have the same structure in here inside this fork folder. And now we have this initial code text file. And now what I could do is I could create another text file named added new feature text, for example. And there I could add a change, well, new feature added, to have some text in there, which I can save now. Now I'll add this to the staging area and I'll commit this. Implemented new feature. And now, well, I can push this to my repository, right? As I said, we have the required access to my account, which now holds the forked repository. Therefore, with git push origin main, well, this should be possible. Let's see if this works. Yeah, no errors, nothing like this. So by going back to GitHub now, to the account that holds the forked repository, and if we now reload this page, you see that we added this new feature text file. Nothing new so far. The question now is, how can we inform the actual owner of the real repository, so to say, so basically the owner of this open source repo, so this mloam account. So how can we inform this user about the fact that we added a new feature and that we request him to implement this new feature to his open source project? Well, for this, we have to create a so-called pull request. You saw pull in the last lecture. Pulling meant basically updating and implementing the latest changes from GitHub locally on Git. Here, pull requests simply mean I request the owner of the initial repository to pull the changes I made on GitHub here and to implement these changes on his project on GitHub. Therefore, if we go to pull requests now, and over there, create a new pull request, so over here, this option, we see that we have a base repository, which is part of this mloam account. So this is the initial owner of the repository. And on the other hand, we have the head repository. This is the account where the forked repository lives in. So in the left part, we always have the repository where we request the pull. In the right part, we have our repository, so the repository of the person that initiates the pull request. If we scroll down a bit, we can also find some information about what we changed in this forked repository. Not too much in our case, so this is quite straightforward. And now, by clicking on to create pull request over here, we can give a short overview of, well, what was changed. So with the headline here, so we implemented, for example, Teams page, something like this. And down there, you would then give the owner of the repository a detailed description about what you did, what you changed, and, well, what the code is all about. Not required for us here at the moment, as it's just an example pull request here. Therefore, we can simply continue with creating the pull request down here. So let's do this. And now you see that this pull request was obviously successful. So it is an open pull request now. And if we now switch back to the account that owns the initial repository, so this account here in my case, and if I now reload this page, you see that we have one open pull request indicated by this symbol here. And we can, of course, now switch to this ribbon. And in there, we see now that we have this open pull request. Here we see the headline we created, and let's now access it. And in there, we can now dive deeper into the pull request, what was made, and so on. As I said, for us, it's pretty straightforward. We don't have any big changes. We just added a new file, so we won't dive deeper into this here. But we have two important options here. One would be to close the pull request. This simply means that we do not agree, so we are not happy with these changes, and we don't want to implement these into our project. Or if we say, yes, this is a nice change, a nice addition, a nice bug fix, anything like that, then we can merge this pull request. You remember, merging from this module means basically bringing the changes of two branches together, which is actually what is also happening right here in the case of a pull request. We merge the state of the project of the forked repository and the main branch, and there in our case, with the initial repository in the main branch. So we'll merge this pull request now by confirming this once and twice here. And now, with this, we see the confirmation appear with this purple symbol that we merged our projects. And by going back to the code ribbon over here, you see that added new feature is now also available in here. This is the pull request implemented successfully. And by going back to the other account which initiated the pull request, well, then there we can also see that our merge was successful. And with this, we reach the end of this Git and GitHub introduction module. Now, these are just the core basics of what Git and GitHub are all about. It is just important for you to understand that these tools are existing and how you can use these tools on your journey to become a web developer. Nevertheless, in the next lecture, I want to give you a quick summary of what you learned and also about how you can continue to dive deeper into Git and GitHub if you want to. What did we learn in this module? Well, we learned about Git first, and we learned that Git is all about version management. It is a tool to keep track of code changes in a very efficient and actually also easy to use way once the basics are set. These basics involved some core commands which you don't have to remember by heart, but the more you use Git, the more common these commands will become to you. With Git init, we were able to initialize a so-called Git repository. So we turned our project folder into a working directory, and the Git repository holds all the logic to keep track of our file changes. We also learned about Git add. Git add helped us to bring our changes and our files and folders to the so-called staging area, which makes Git aware of the files that we want to implement or the changes made to these files that we want to implement in our next commit. A commit is a snapshot of the code, a current snapshot of the code we want to take, and also a snapshot we can jump back to historically if we want to. With git commit -m and then a commit message in parentheses, we were able to also give these snapshots a name to quickly identify these throughout our code history. Besides commits, we also have branches. A branch is kind of a folder holding all our commits, all our snapshots, and by working in different branches, we can make sure that our core project remains in the main or master branch, and any deviations from that, any additional features you might want to work on, are part of a feature branch or a branch having any other name of your choice, which allows you to work on specific features, and once this feature is finished, you can merge it back into the main branch. With git checkout -b, we were able to create such other branches based on the branch we are currently working in. Besides Git, our version management tool, we also have GitHub, which is all about repository hosting. So it helped us to bring our local projects to the cloud. Git remote at origin allowed us to establish a connection between Git and GitHub. This was very helpful to, then push our local project from Git to GitHub. Besides pushing, we also learned that if changes are added remotely on GitHub, for example in a project where other people collaborate together with us, and when these changes are only available on GitHub, we also want to have this updated code locally on Git, this is possible with git pull. Besides git push and git pull, we also had git clone. Git clone is the command we use if an existing remote repository contains code already, and if we want to access this code locally via Git on our machine. And we also learned that to make this whole process, this exchange of information between Git and GitHub possible, we need to understand the concept of the personal access token. This token grants the local Git user access to a GitHub account and the corresponding repositories which are part of this account. And to make this whole thing work perfectly, we learned that using GitHub all alone is not the final solution. We saw that by adding collaborators, for example, in combination with the personal access token, this allows us to efficiently collaborate on projects via Git and GitHub. And whilst this was a first overview of these two tools, I highly recommend you to dive deeper into these topics on your journey to become a web developer. To dive deeper here, you can of course check out the official web pages git-scm.com or github.com to learn more about these tools, also in the official docs. Or you can also explore our Git and GitHub, the practical guide course, which is, a very thorough introduction into these tools and which also goes a lot deeper than this introduction we had here throughout this web development course. Nevertheless, I hope you now understand how version management works, and therefore it's time to leave this space and to continue with our web development course now. Welcome to the next module. This module is all about layouts and positioning, and we'll dive into these topics with the next course project. Now, we created our first website already, and it looked good, as I would say, but now it's time to bring it to the next level. If you want to create modern-looking websites, you need to create awesome layouts, and you need to be able to change the position of the elements on your website. Now, these are the two core topics of this module, and to understand these topics, we'll have a look at images once again, specifically also at background images. We'll dive into two core technologies CSS ships with, CSS Flexbox and the CSS Grid. Both are technologies which allow you to easily create awesome layouts and to position your elements in these layouts. And we'll also dive deeper into units. So far, we worked with pixels. In this module, we'll also have a look at other units you typically use in your CSS project, like percentages. That's what's inside this module. Now, before we start though, let's first have a look at the project that we are going to build. To get rid of the big introduction words, this is the page we're going to build in this module. We'll build this page from scratch, and as you see, it's a page about travel goals, so great travel destinations you might want to go to or you have been to. This is the landing page. You can see the travel goals logo we created, here just built with a fancy font style, of course. You have that big background image here, and here in the center we have an element which highlights the content of this page. So it shows travel page. We can discover places here. We'll do this in a few seconds. And if we scroll down a bit, you see some highlight places we selected with the city and the country and the corresponding image. And down there we have some social media links, Instagram and Facebook in this case. If we scroll up again, you see we have this navigation bar here, which allows us to go to the destinations, for example, with this nice hover effect, which brings us to the next page. This is the page with all our destinations we have on our website here. You see we created this layout here. We'll of course learn which technology is used to create this layout. And if we scroll down, we see we have various places we might want to go to. If we click onto this Explore link here, we are redirected to Wikipedia, to the corresponding city. Let's go back though. If we scroll up again, we can go to our page logo here, which brings us back to the landing page. Same option is available with Discover Places right here. We have a button which redirects us to our Places page here. This is the page we're going to build. The page involves a lot of concepts we know about already, but also lots of new concepts. So we know what we want to build. Let's not waste any more time. Let's get started directly. Let's start with creating a new empty project in Visual Studio Code. For this, we need two things, an empty project folder and a new Visual Studio Code window. If you are in Visual Studio Code already, you can just go to File and select New Window here. This will open this new window. And then, besides this, we need to create a new folder with a name of your choice. For example, Travel Page. And then you simply drag and drop this folder into your Visual Studio Code instance that you just created. And we can, of course, close this welcome screen. With this, the project was created. I'll use my structure here again, just to be able to track and save the different stages of the code here. As we learned in this course, our project needs an index.html file and will also add some styling. So let's create the basic structure by adding these two files first. So an index.html file. And I'll also immediately add a styles CSS file. We'll of course add more style and HTML files throughout this course, but this is just to get started. The style CSS file will remain empty for now. We'll just focus on to the index HTML file. And what did you learn? What do we need in every HTML file we create? We need a skeleton. And as Max explained to you earlier, you can create the skeleton on your own with this doc type structure and so on, or we use this nice auto completion feature Visual Studio Code ships with by adding the exclamation mark and pressing enter. With this, our basic skeleton was created automatically. Again, we have two metadata not required at this stage of the course. It's this one here and that one with the viewport. We'll dive into these a bit later. So to avoid any unnecessary confusion at this stage, let's delete these. With this, our skeleton looks nice. We can immediately add a title for our page though, which will be travel goals. And we can add two more things in our head. First thing is the link to our style sheet we created. So we enter link and press enter. With this, we again use the auto completion and we just have to add the reference, which is styles CSS auto completed by hitting tab. We will need another link here though, and that's a link I provide attached to this lecture. And this link refers to Google Fonts. We learned about Google Fonts already, that it is a great way to add better looking fonts to our projects, accessible for everyone. Therefore, I prepared a link here. As I said, you can find it attached to the lecture and we'll add it above our style sheet reference here to make sure that the fonts are loaded before we dive into the style part. This is the link. You can see it, but as I said, please use the attached one. Let's quickly format this maybe. And with this, we finished our basic skeleton here. This means we can now continue with the body part here in our HTML file. And for this, we'll have another look at our finished project. Our project will follow a certain structure. And you might remember this page here again from the MDN web docs. This was about the document and website structure, and we learned that we have basic sections of a document we can use to give our website some structure, some semantic meaning in the end. We learned about elements like the header, for example, or the main element or the footer. We also see elements like the navigation bar here, for example. And if we scroll down a bit further, we see a typical website with all these different elements here. Now, feel free to dive deeper here once again, but we can use the basic concept of this structure in our project now, especially the header, the navigation bar, the main part, the sections, and the footer. So keep these elements in mind, or look it up here, and we'll now switch to our project and see how we can implement this structure there. This is our website, the landing page of the website we are going to build. And if you look at it, you can already see some different parts this website has. Let's get started with the top of the page here, this part. We see that the image here is basically part of the section and also of the next section. We will discover a bit later how this works, but if we ignore the fact that the image here is also part of this part of the page, well then this could be a great header, right? It's the top part of our page. It holds our logo, travel goals to the left, and it holds additional information, these two items here. This is a so-called navigation bar, a nav element we also just saw on the MDN. So that's the first core structure of our website. A header with our logo, which contains the navigation bar, so links which allow us to navigate to other pages of our website. Below our header, we have another huge area of our website. This area could be the main part of our website. It holds the core content why users might visit our website. And in this main area, semantically created with the main element, we have two additional, sections. This is the first one, And, well, great thing, we also have a section element, so adding it here makes a lot of sense. And we have the second area, which is, well, the second section. So that's the second core structure of our website. It's the main part with two different sections. One holding the Choose Travel page part and also this image. It's called a so-called hero image, so a big image which catches all the attention of the visitor once he or she visits the landing page. And below we have the second section with our highlight destinations. There is one third part of this landing page though, and you might guess which one it is. It's that black lower part here with our social media links, and this is a perfect footer. So this is the structure we are now going to recreate in our code, in our HTML file, and then we will start bringing this to life, so adding content to it. Back in the code, let's now add content to our body element. And as we just learned, we will get started with the header, which will hold our logo of our website, and additionally a nav element, NAF, and tab will autocomplete this, which will then hold our links to other parts of our website. At the moment, we'll just add the empty elements here, so we just add the semantical structure of our website. After the header, we saw that we have our main part with this hero image and below the highlights. So we create the main part with the main element, and we add a first section. Again, it's a section with the background image. And afterwards, we'll add a second section. This will then hold our highlights. This will be our main part of the website. Now we'll finish things in the body element with our footer here, which will then hold the social media links. So this is the core structure of our website. We finished our skeleton, and with that, we are now ready to bring this page to life. So let's get started with the header. Let's get started with our header in here, and specifically not the nav item, but our page logo. The logo simply was the text travel goals, and here we didn't use an image, we used plain text with a specific font style applied later on. Therefore, what we need in the header is a new element, and this element will be an anchor tag. It will be a link, not a paragraph or something like that, because by clicking onto this logo, you should be redirected to the landing page. Therefore, what we need is this anchor tag here, and it should be a reference to the index.html file, so with a slash and then index.html. And as I said, the logo should be named travel goals here. If we check this out, we see we have the travel goals link here. Nothing too spectacular here. I want to change one thing here though, or add something. We have the header, which contains the anchor tag and the nav. The anchor tag here is an inline element, the nav is a block element, and I would like to have two block elements, one after another. That's the first thing, and we could of course use the display property to change the element type here, but I don't want to do this. Instead, I want to use something which is pretty common for real-world projects. Whenever you don't have a real semantic element you want to use, but you need a container element to add additional elements to it, then we use non-semantic elements, which can either be a span, we talked about this is a non-semantic inline element, or a div for a non-semantic block element. We want to have a block element in here, therefore I'll take the anchor tag and put it into here, format this quickly. With that, we created our logo, and there is one additional thing I would like to add here. As we only have one logo, one unique logo on our website, but probably multiple links, I want to be very explicit about how we can select this link here. And for this, I'll add an ID as attribute to our div. So we use the ID attribute, and the ID here should be page logo. With this logo being unique, but being on all of our pages on the website, because we will have two pages, our landing page and the places page, we can actually also create another style sheet here. Let's do this now, and let's use, as we learned it already in earlier modules, a shared CSS file here. This will be a style which will be applied to any of the pages. As I said, the logo will be on all pages. Let's not forget to add the link to the style sheet ahead of the styled CSS file, because first the shared styles should be loaded. So we use the shared.css file. And in this file, I now want to add some generic styles here. And for that, let's go back to our page and open the developer tools once again. I would like to add a first style to our body in here. As you see, the body has a default margin, for example, and that's one thing I want to get rid of. The second thing is I would like to add a default font family to the body element, because this will then allow us to add specific font families to selected elements, but generally have a nicer font family than the default one. So let's add our body type selector here, and let's say that the font family should be Quicksand, and as a fallback, sans serif. And we'll set the margin in general to 0, like this. And as you see, our font family improved already. However, this is not the font family I want to use for our logo here. As you saw, we added an ID to our logo, the page logo ID. And we will now use this ID, so hashtag page logo. And specifically in this logo, I want to refer to the anchor tag in here. That's what I want to style. So again, I'm very explicit about what I want to select, and this allows me to add specific styles to this link inside the page logo ID, whilst other links can have other generic styles in here. So for the logo, I first want to add some padding. As you see, it's very close to the left and top border, so let's add some padding, and for this we could use 10 pixels here. Then I want to use another font family, and here I want to use Oleo script. This is also a font family which we can use thanks to Google Fonts, so this is in here, so make sure to add this link in case you missed it when we set up the project. And as fallback we use sans serif. Then I want to add some color to our logo here. Again, we use an RGB color, and this should be 245, 243, and 160. Then we'll change the font size a bit to make it 50 pixel to fix this font size here. And if we have a look now, yeah, this looks a lot better already. You see the padding is maybe not yet sufficient, so we might have to work on this when we work on the header. And of course the background image is missing, so the readability is not perfect. And we have this underscore here, so we should get rid of this maybe. Do you know how this works? You hopefully do. This works with the text decoration property, which we can set to none. With this, the underscore is gone. And now we are almost done with the logo already. I just want to introduce two new properties here to make it look even better. Both properties are related and can be specifically applied to text. The first one here, therefore, is the text transform property. As you see, you can define the way letters are displayed with this property. You have different ways: capitalized, lowercase, uppercase, and so on. In our case, well, case here, I want to use uppercase. This will capitalize all the letters, and now it looks a lot more beautiful in my opinion. And the second property, also related to text, is the so-called text shadow property. Now you know the box shadow already, which allowed us to add a nice shadow behind our box model, so to say, so behind the entire box consisting of content, padding, margin, and border. Here you can specifically add shadow behind text, Now the logic how it works is basically the same. You have an horizontal offset, so left to right with a value of 1 pixel here. Then a vertical offset, so top to bottom, also 1 pixel. And then we have the blur radius, which we'll set to 2 pixels here. And then what is missing? Our RGB color. Again, I prepared a nice color for you. And this is 0, 0, and 0, so plain black here. With that, you see we have this nice text shadow behind it, and our logo looks pretty cool so far, as I would say. Of course, our header is not finished yet though. What's missing are our navigation items. Let's add our navigation items now. For this, we go back to the code into the index.html file, and down here we work on the nav element. Now, if we think about our navigation items, we know that we need 2 elements in the end, one being named destinations, which redirects us to a new page we have to create, the places page. And the second one could be a link to an about page where we add information about ourselves, for example. Now, if we have such information which can be grouped together, what comes to your mind? Well, hopefully a list, right? This is something we learned in the last module. And here the order is not that important. Doesn't matter if we add destinations and about or about and then destinations. Therefore, an unordered list would be our choice here. Let's create such an unordered list with the UL element. And a list consists of what? Well, of list items. So we need 2 list items for 2 navigation items. And as I said, these 2 items should be links again. One link to the destinations page, the other link to the about us page. Therefore, we add an anchor tag here with a reference to another page on our website. We could quickly create this page. So let's do this. And let's call this places HTML. We will ignore this page for the moment though and work on it a bit later. We just created here to be able to, well, refer to it. So we can now add this link to places HTML. And this link should be named destinations. And then the second link here, also with an anchor tag, is an empty link at the moment, as we will not create an about page as part of this project here in the course, but it's of course a nice challenge for you later on to create such an about page. Therefore, this link is empty here, but it will be named about. That's it. If we go back, we see we have our logo and the 2 navigation links here. Both are part of our header, so this is working fine, but the positioning, the layout is not perfect yet. Destinations should be here, for example, and about should be next to it right there. So logo to the left, navigation items to the right. Therefore, what we need here is we need to go back to our code and here again into the shared CSS file, again, as the navigation items will be displayed on both pages of our website. Here, I first want to get rid of these bullet points. For this, we use our UL type selector here and use the list style property, hope you remembered that, and set it to none. This removes the bullet points from our list. If we go back, you can see this here. And if we check out our list here, you also see that the list has some default margin and padding applied right here. I also want to get rid of this to have the full control of our styling. So let's set the default margin to 0 and the default padding to 0.2. This, now it's a bit far to the left, I would say, but that's okay, as we will tackle the styling now together. Before we tackle the styling though, we have a general problem, right? Because at the moment we have our logo and then we have the unordered list, both block elements, therefore displayed one after another. But here we actually want these to be displayed, well, next to each other, as I explained. We could, of course, find workarounds here, and in earlier days of CSS, this was a bit tricky. But thankfully nowadays we have a very nice technology which helps us to easily create such nice headers with such nice logos and navigation bar. So let's now dive a bit deeper into the layout with CSS Flexbox. What is Flexbox? To understand this, attached to this lecture, you can find a new mini project, this project right here. As always, download the code, open a new Visual Studio Code window, and drag and drop the folder you can find attached into Visual Studio Code. Then you should see something like this here. And if you closely look at the structure of this project, you see that I recreated the structure we have in our real course project. So we have a header here, which contains a div with a paragraph, travel goals, so this could be our page logo. And we have a nav element here with an unordered list and 2 list items, destinations and about, here of course not added as links. The problem we have at the moment is that we want to position our nav element here next to the div. So this box here should go there. And positioning elements in CSS can be quite tricky, but thankfully we have awesome built-in technologies like Flexbox, which make such things very easy. So as I said, Flexbox is no separate tool or something like that. It can be used in CSS by default. What is Flexbox now though? Well, Flexbox, flexible box, as the name indicates, allows us to manage the space or the way elements are aligned and positioned inside such a box. Now, this sounds a bit strange, but it shows you that we kind of need to define a box which contains elements that should be positioned or layouted correctly. And that's exactly the core concept behind Flexbox. We have to define a so-called Flex container, and this container is the direct parent of the Flex items. So these are children of this container. And by creating this Flex container, we can easily manage the layout of these Flex items. So this is the theory. I know it's a bit strange. Let's apply this concept now to our project. For this, I also prepared some styles in here. As you see, these are just some well-known properties by us. Nothing new here. It's just there to make this look a bit more beautiful at least. And if we think about the structure I just mentioned, so we need a container to manage the direct children, so the so-called flex items with this flexbox logic, well then our header, which turns out to have the ID container already, would be the perfect example for that. Because this header here has 2 children, 2 direct children. The div here, so which contains the paragraph, and the nav element, which contains our list. So these 2 elements should be positioned next to each other. Therefore, what we do now is we go to our ID selector for the header, so for the parent here, and add the display property, which you know already. But now we don't add block or inline block. Here we now add flex. And if we do this, then suddenly the layout of our elements inside our container changes. Additionally, in the Chrome DevTools, we have a nice addition here. Next to our container, we have this flex button here, as I would call it. And if we click onto this button, you see these dotted lines here. These now indicate that we have a flex container, which contains these 2 flex items here. Now, the default way Flexbox manages these items can be changed though, because now Flexbox decided to position these next to each other, which would not be typical for default block elements. We have additional Flex-related properties which are now available as we turn the parent here into a Flex container. One property would be the Flex direction. Flex direction, as you see here, has many different values that can be applied. The default one is row. So this means that we add this rule to our parent, the header, and then the elements, again the direct children of this container, will be added next to each other. If we would change row to column, then these elements would be positioned below each other, so a column in the end. We could also use column reverse, as we see it already here, as a suggestion here in VS Code. With this, we would change the order. Now we have the navbar ahead of the div, or instead of column reverse, we also have row reverse. This would put our div here towards the end, so towards the right here, and then we would have the navigation bar. Very important, this different alignment also has implications on the way Flexbox works. By default, which would be row again, we have a so-called main axis starting from the top left. So this here, left to right, would be the main axis, whereas this here, top to bottom, where we don't have any elements at the moment, would be the so-called cross axis. So main left to right, cross top to bottom. If we change the flex direction to row reverse here, then the main axis, so the starting point, would be to the top right. So we go from right to left, and from top to bottom with the cross axis, so main axis, cross axis. If we would use column as a value here, the main axis would go from, well, top left to the bottom, whereas the cross axis would go from the top left to the right, so main axis, cross axis. And if we would choose column reverse, then what would happen? Well, the main axis would go from the bottom left here to the top, and the cross axis would go from the bottom left here to the right. These are some just generic terms you will hear if you work with Flexbox. For our purpose here, we can just stick to the normal flex direction of row, which is, well, left to right for the main axis and top to bottom for the cross axis. Besides flex direction row, we have another rule which is applied by default by adding the display flex rule to our container. And this is the so-called flex wrap property, which by default is set to no wrap. This means if I decrease the width of our window, nothing is happening here. If I would change this to wrap and quickly comment out the redefined width of our container, then if I decrease the size, you see it would break down our two elements once the window is too small. And just to show you this, with no wrap, even with the width commented out, this is not the case. It would just, well, stay in one line. The default behavior here is no wrap, so we can actually delete this rule and also flex direction, because row is also the default value here, and we can comment back in our width, as I would like to have this fixed width here for demonstration purposes. With that, if I decrease the size, it will stay in one line, but that's the behavior we want to have for our navbar either way. With that, we learned our first core flex rules. So the display flex rule to turn the container into a flex container and to manage our flex items in here. So the div and the navigation element. We learned about the flex direction and the flex wrap. And finally, one other property you will see in Flexbox is the flex flow, which is simply a combination of flex direction, so row in our case, and the flex wrap, no wrap for our project here. So this would be the shortcut for flex direction and flex wrap. As I said, we are fine with the defaults here, therefore we'll stick with this example. With that, it's time to dive a bit deeper into Flexbox now, because our demonstration navbar here doesn't look good at the moment. Time to dive a bit deeper into the layout of our flex items here. And the first thing I would like to change is the alignment of our two items, because here the div is on top of this box, whereas our navbar here is kind of in the middle, as we have two elements inside of it. So I would like to bring down the div a bit to be kind of in the center of these two elements. And for this, we have a property we know already from this course, align items. And this also works here in a Flexbox context, because with align items center, we can quickly do this. Now these two items are on the same level, so to say. Besides that, I don't like the way the space is used in our entire header here. Because normally we would like to have our travel goals logo here to the left of our page, whereas the two destinations and about elements should be to the right here. So these should actually be right here to the right part of our entire Flex container. We can achieve this with another property specifically used here in a Flexbox context, and this property is called justify content. And here you see lots of different options. I just want to show you some of the core rules you will use when working with Flexbox, and this would be space between here. If we do that, then what is happening is that Flexbox checks the elements inside the Flex container, so here our div and the navbar, and we see that compared to the width of the entire container of 600 pixels, there is some space that can be used to the right. If I comment this out quickly again, you see I'm talking about this space here. So what Flexbox then does with justify content space between, it says, okay, the first element should be here, and then the space, the remaining space, should be added between the remaining elements we have. So this means we will push this element to the right, which is exactly the behavior we need for our purposes here to create this navigation bar. With this, we achieved this goal. We also have other options here though. For example, space around. With this, the remaining space will be divided between the elements. So we see we have a space here, there, and there. That would be one option. Another one would be space evenly, just to give you a few examples here. With that, the remaining space that we had at the end of our Flex container would be divided, well, evenly between the gaps we have in our project. Besides that, we also have other values like center here. With that, the space would be added to the left and to the right, and two more values, which are flex start. So this would be the default case, and flex end, which would push those two elements towards the end of the container. We'll stick with space between though, because that's what we need for our navbar. By the way, it's not required to remember all these values or properties by heart. I just want to show you the core properties and values in this video here. Attached to the last lecture of this module, you can find a quick summary of all the Flex properties and values we have and what effect these have on the elements in the Flexbox context. With justify content, we achieved some nice goals already. We are coming closer towards a navigation bar-like look for our header. But now the problem is our nav element itself. So this element here, as you see, the two links, which will be links in our project, destinations and about, are below each other and not next to each other. And additionally, these should be also well positioned at the right of the page and not right here. These are the next things we'll have a look at. And let's start this lecture with a little challenge for you. With the knowledge we gained so far, you should be able to make sure that these two elements, so the list items in our unordered list, are positioned next to each other, not below each other. For this, you will have to use the display flex rule. Make sure to remember the concept of containers and flex items and the parent and child relationship these two have. And as a bonus, you can also try to align these two elements, which should then be sitting next to each other, to the right of this nav element here. Give it a try. Now is your chance to pause the video, and then we'll solve this together. How did it go? Were you successful? Well, it wasn't the biggest challenge, hopefully, but it was a great way to create the first Flex layout on your own. Because the awesome thing is that our Flex logic always applies to the parent, so the header here, and the direct children, the div and the nav element. So if we want to change the position of the two list elements here, these two list items, then why don't we turn our unordered list here into a Flex container, which then gives us full control over these two children, these two Flex items. And that was exactly the way to solve this. Just go to the unordered list here and add display flex, which solves the first task. Again, we know that the flex direction is row. Therefore, this is exactly the alignment we need right here. And then the second task was to make sure that these two elements are pushed to the right of the container. Well, and this can be done with our justify content property, but this time not space between as before, because then the result would look like this. But here we can now simply use flex end. With that, this challenge is solved. As a little bonus, don't know if you did that, if you also want to make sure that the text is aligned to the right, well, then this can be done without any flex context here. Here we can simply use the text align property here on our list items and align these to the right. With that, this goal would also be achieved. And this is our introduction to Flexbox in this course. As I said, attached to the last lecture of this module, you can find a summary of all these properties used and a bit more. But with this knowledge, we are able to create our header and our navigation bar, and therefore we can now apply these concepts in practice. Back in the project with our newly gained knowledge about Flexbox, so that's the last state of our project, now is the time to apply this new knowledge right here. And I want to get started in our header, so this part of our code here, and I won't use a separate ID, it's not required at this stage. Therefore, I'll just go with our header type selector, and I'll begin with setting the display property to flex. So exactly what we learned in the last lectures. With that, our nav and our div are next to each other, and by clicking onto this flex button, we also get the flex container as a visual helper here for our entire header. So this was step one. We again have this unused space here to the right, and the space should be used as a separator between our div and the nav element. Therefore, what we'll do now, again, in our flex container, we will use which property? The justify content property, and here we'll go with a value of space between. So again, with that, we also achieved this. Looks nice already. Besides that, we again have the problem that our items here are not aligned correctly. So the logo here is aligned in the center here, whereas our nav elements are aligned to the top. We can quickly solve this with align items center like this. With that, the items are now aligned as they should be. With that, our header looks better already. The problem still is the positioning of our two list items here. We also learned how we can solve this issue. We will turn the unordered list here into a flex container, and with that we have the control about the children, the flex items here. Therefore, in our code, I'll now not change the unordered list here, so this type selector, because there might be additional lists in here, but I will create a separate selector to select this specific list that we have inside our header. And for this, I will use the descendant combinator we learned about earlier in the course. And this combinator will just work like this. We go to the header, and then we say in the header we want to access the unordered lists that are part of this header. And by the way, I will put this generic style for unordered lists above here a bit, just to keep the structure. So we have some generic styles up here for the body and unordered lists. Then we have the header, and now we have unordered lists, which are part of the header. And in here, I'll again add the display property and set it equal to flex, with the flex direction of row and the flex wrap being set to no wrap. With that, this is positioned correctly. Some margin is still missing, of course, but we'll work on this in a few seconds. But generally, we are coming closer towards a header with a navigation bar in it. Let's maybe immediately fix this margin issue though. Here I'll again use the descendant combinator, but this time not for the unordered list, but for the list items. And for each list item, I will add a slight left margin of maybe 20 pixels. This will improve the look. Yeah, I think this looks fine. We have to work on the padding maybe in a few minutes to keep a bit more distance between the second list item and the right border here, but that's something we can fix easily. To do this, we go back to the code. Now in our header, I will add some padding, and we will add padding for the top and to the left and to the right. I will add a bit of padding to the top and to the bottom, don't need to be too much, and a bit more padding to the left and to the right. Therefore, let's go for 15 pixels top and bottom and 60 pixels left to right. So let's see, yeah, now this looks a lot better already. And if we unselect this flex helper here, you see this is what it looks like. Still not perfect yet, but we're coming closer. And by the way, again, in the code, to keep things organized, let's maybe move our logo code above our code for the unordered list. So we have the flow now with the generic styles, then our header, then the logo in the header, and then the list in the header. With that, I think our header doesn't look too bad already. If we increase the width, you see this is what it would look like. I think this is fine. So we will not finish it completely at this stage. But if you think back about the project page with this huge hero image, which is kind of behind the header, this will be our next thing to tackle now. How can we add such an image, and how can we make sure that it is visible behind our header? Behind our header. To understand the next task, I again have our finished page right here. We worked on our header, we have this logo already, and we also have these navigation items, not perfectly styled yet, but we're coming closer. And now it's time to work on this whole part here. So basically the part with this image, this is a background image, and then with this element here in the middle, with Joe's travel page, with some text, and then this link in the end. This will be our next goal. So the question now is, how can we add such a background image here? How can we add this element and all the remaining content that we have in here? To do that, I'm back in the index.html file, and in our main part here, we added two sections at the beginning of this module. The first section will be exactly this part. So this whole part with this background image and this box we saw with all the information about Joe's travel page. The second section will be the section about the highlights below our image. Therefore, as we have two sections, but two unique sections in the end, I would like to add two IDs first. The first section will have the ID hero, because it contains this hero image. And the second section will also get an ID, and this will simply be the ID highlights, because in this section we will add all the highlights to our page. Therefore, we can differentiate these two sections. Let's focus onto this hero section now. You might say that in here, well, it's clear we need an image and then we have to add this element. The problem here though is that what we learned about elements so far is that we have inline elements and block elements, with block elements being displayed one after another. So here, for example, two block elements, and with inline elements being displayed next to each other. But this image is kind of behind all these elements, and it's also behind our header here. So this seems to be out of this logic, out of this so-called document flow, as we call it. So this positioning of one element after another or next to each other for inline elements. Well, things become a bit more tricky here, but the solution is easy, because a background image is nothing you add in HTML. It's something you add via CSS. Let's find out how this works. For this, I'm back in the code, and first I would like to add the content of the pop-up box. So this content here. Then we focus on to this implementation of the background image. The content here is quite easy. We have an h1 element saying Joe's travel page. Afterwards, we have a paragraph with the text, let's explore the world together. And then we don't have another paragraph, but we have an anchor tag once again. So a reference to our places HTML page, because that's the empty page right here. But this button, which it will become in the end, should redirect us to this places page. And it should say discover places like this. If we check our page, yeah, we see we are coming a bit closer. We have the content of this box here basically, of course with a missing styling, but it's okay. The problem now though is that we need an image behind that content, and actually the image should be positioned right here behind that section. Maybe not perfect from a height perspective and also not behind the header. This is something we'll tackle a bit later, but actually this section should now have a background image, but not this element, this one or that one. And the great thing about background images, in contrast to normal images that we saw in the previous module, is that we can add background images via CSS to a specific element. This means we could add the background image to this element right here, and this would look great. So we would have that background image, and we could give this a try now actually. So let's do this. So we'll go back. We select the ID hero here, and where do we select it? Not in the shared CSS file, but in the styled CSS file, as this specific style only affects our landing page. So we select the ID hero. And now in here, I'll first change the height a bit, because as you saw, it doesn't seem to have enough height to really show us the image. So we change this to 800 pixels. As you see, now this is a lot bigger. I zoomed in a lot, by the way, therefore you see the entire page being highlighted. Now you see it better. This would be the part that now contains our background image. And now the second thing is, well, a background image. For this, I'll first create a new folder named images. And then please open this images folder right here and add two more folders, the places folder, and create another folder named icons. With that, you should have a structure of an images folder with two other folders. Let's use this structure as throughout this module, we'll add images of places and our Facebook and Instagram icons, and I want to keep things organized. But with these folders being created, you can now take the file, which you can find attached to this lecture, the Ocean JPEG file, and drag and drop it into the places folder. So this should be this image right here now. And the cool thing now is that if we go back to our styled CSS file, we can use a new property named background image. And this property now allows us to use the URL value. And with that URL value, we can now add our quotation marks and directly point towards the images folder, there to the places folder, and there to our image that we just added. So if you add a slash, you should see images, index.html, place.html, and shared CSS. So we are starting from our current location, which is here. Then we go into the images folder. There we go to places, Ocean JPEG. And if we save this now, go back to our project, you see that we added this background image. And that's pretty cool, because now we have this image behind our other elements here, because, well, these elements are children of this section here. Therefore, this is perfectly working. With an image, an inline element, this would be a bit more tricky. Nevertheless, the image is not being visible perfectly, because if we check the image in our folder, you see it actually has this surfer girl here in the middle. So we should see the image kind of like this. But we can also change the way our background image is displayed here. For this, we can add two core properties. The first one is the background position. Here we will use the center value. With center, you see that now we have the surfer in the middle of our image, but it's zoomed in a bit here, so not the entire image is displayed, so it doesn't look perfect from a quality perspective. For this, we'll add one more property, and this property is called background size. Here we have different options available. A very commonly used one is cover, so it will basically cover the entire element. And with that being in place, this image looks pretty cool, as I would call it. We still have a problem though, because we now have this background image here, but we also need a box, so this black box here behind our elements. And at the moment this is not working, right? Because, well, we cannot format the section here with a different color. It's required for the image. So time to dig a bit deeper here as a next step. The background image looks good, but what is missing is the styling of our content of that hero. Now what we would need here is a container actually, which well contains these three elements, which we could then style. So we could add the styling to this container, this black background color and so on. Now for this container, we could use a non-semantic block element, right? Because this container doesn't have any semantic meaning. It's just required to group the content here and to add styling to it. And that's again a perfect example for our div. Let's add this div now in the code. For this, we'll go right here, add a div, and now add the content of this hero into it. Quickly format this here. And as this hero content is, well, a single item here, so to say, we could also add an ID being named hero content. With that, we can identify the different parts of that section. ID hero is the background image. Hero content is, well, the content that we want to display here as part of this hero area. This means we can now go back to our styles CSS file and there refer to the hero content ID we just created. And how can we style this now? Well, first, the hero content should be kind of in the middle here of that page, and therefore maybe defining a width, a smaller width than the actual entire page would be a good first step. Therefore, we use the width property here, and the width could be maybe 900 pixels. Let's see, yeah, if I zoom out a bit maybe, then you see it, this seems to look all right. If we increase the width maybe a bit, so you can see it, that's good. Okay, so we define the width, then we could add a background color to make it better visible. For this, I prepared an RGBA color, RGBA right here, because if we check the finished page, you see that it should be slightly transparent here. Therefore, we have to change the opacity. And this can be done with an RGB color code. The color I prepared here is 51, 47, and for the opacity 0.8. Let's check this. Yeah. That's the tone, so we're coming closer to it. Then we could add two more properties we always use for styling purposes, with one being the box shadow, with 2 pixels left to right, 4 pixels top to bottom, and 8 pixels blur radius, and an RGB code of 68, 67, 67. And also a border radius, so to have these rounded corners again, of 8 pixels. We check the box again. Yeah, we see this looks even better. We still have the problem that it's not positioned correctly, right? It should be positioned well in the center and not in the top left corner, but we'll tackle this soon. And also the content here is directly positioned at the top left and bottom, so that doesn't look perfect. Therefore, let's first apply the text align property here to center the content. Remember, if we apply text align to our container, then this will be applied to its content, therefore the text we have in there. So we centered it. And to get more space to the top and to the bottom, we could add some padding top and bottom. Padding left, right is not required. So let's also add this padding here of top and bottom, maybe 50 pixels and 0 left, right. And yeah, I think this doesn't look too shabby. That's okay. However, we still have the problem that the box is not centered, and as we learned, we can use text align to center the text content of the container, but we also have an option to center our block elements right here. And which property do we need for that? We need the margin. So let's also use this concept, so margin, and here we don't need any margin top or bottom, so we can set it to 0, but left and right should be set to auto. With that, our element should be automatically centered. Let's see. Yeah, this is also working. However, the positioning of the element is still not correct. We want to be it in the middle of that background image and not centered to the top, right? For this, we need to dive into another core concept of CSS: the positioning of elements in the document flow. How can we work on the position of elements? Well, as you can see, attached to this lecture, you can find another theory project which will help us to dive deeper when it comes to this question. This project is pretty simple actually. In our body element we have 3 divs. This one right here with an ID of container, second one and the third one. The lower divs right here are things you can ignore. I just added these to be able to scroll on our page, which will become important in a few minutes. The important div is this first one here with the ID container, as I said, which contains 3 paragraphs with the IDs 1, 2, and 3, because we will work with these 3 elements. From a styles perspective, things are also pretty straightforward. We have a general style for the div and for the paragraphs, and then we have specific styles for the container div, so which covers these elements here, for the paragraphs inside of this element, so the white color for the text of these 3 elements, and then we have dedicated colors for each of these single elements. Now, as you saw in our project, we would like to bring our hero content, this box, so to say, down a bit. Now, to bring things down, we have multiple options. One way to move elements down is to change their position in the so-called document flow. The document flow is the predefined order of elements in HTML. At the example of block elements, which I will focus to here, is that we have one block element after another. So 1, 2, 3, no way to change this order. We saw that we can do this with Flexbox, for example, but generally elements follow this strict document flow. Now, the position of these elements, though, in this document flow can be changed. And for this, I want to focus on to this ID number 2 right here. The default position of elements in this document flow is the position property, and the value is static. With this value being applied, nothing changes, the elements are where they are, and you can also add additional properties to work on that position. Not with the static value though, but you can do this. For example, the top property here. The top property helps you to change the distance to the top. There are different ways how this distance is measured, but generally you could say right here, from its current position, element 2 should be moved down 20 pixels. If I save this, nothing is changing. Element 2 is still at the same position because position static is the default behavior, and here it cannot be changed. Things are different if I change the value from static to relative here. With that, the element is moved down now. Now that's very important. The element is still part of the so-called document flow. Although the element was moved down, element 1 and 3 are still at the exactly same position, so these elements behave as if element 2 would still be where it was at the beginning, but still element 2 was pushed down a bit. You can also move it up, either by adding a minus here, so minus 20 pixels, or by adding the bottom property here. This will change its initial position starting from the bottom. So if you save this, you see it remains where it is because, let's comment this out, we said from the bottom, so from here, your default position in the document flow should move up by 20 pixels. This is also possible for the left and the right. By the way, right could be, for example, 40 pixels. With that, it would move from the right border here to the left. So starting here, right distance is 40 pixels. For simplicity reasons, I want to focus on to the top properties here though. So let's add top 20 pixels once again. To summarize that, with position static, we keep elements in the default document flow and we cannot change the position with top, bottom, left or right. With position relative, elements are still part of this document flow, as can be seen by the unchanged position of other elements, but with top, bottom, left and right, we can move elements. So in our case, moving down our hero content by a certain amount of pixels would do the trick, for example. And as this was our goal, we will now go back to our project and apply this concept right here before we then dive deeper into more position values that we have. Back in our project, I'm here in our ID selector for the hero content, and as our goal is to move this hero content down a bit, we can now apply this newly gained knowledge by adding the position property with a value of relative here, like this. As you see, nothing changed. But now by adding the top property with a value of 200 pixels, just as an example, if we do that, you see that we successfully moved down our content here and it looks a lot better already. Now, as I said, this is not the only value for the position property. Before we dive deeper here though, in the next lecture, I would like to focus on to some styling we already know. I would like to make this content here, this hero content, look a bit more beautiful. Before we dive deeper into more CSS concepts, let's style our content of our hero content div here a bit more. So we'll focus on to the h1, the paragraph and the anchor element in here. Let's get started with the h1 element, and for this I'm back in the style CSS file and I'll again use our descendant combinator, so we'll refer to the hero content ID and then to the h1 element in this container. First, the color of the text should be white, and we'll transform the text to uppercase again as we did it for our page logo. Besides that, I would like to increase the font size to, let's say, 50 pixels here. Let's see what this looks like. Yeah, I think this is better. The font family does not look perfect here. I would like to use another font family we imported already here in our index HTML file. This time I would like to use this railway family. So for this, we'll add the font family property in here and set it to railway in quotation marks. And our fallback again will be a sans serif font. And you noticed already from previous lectures, the h1 element by default gets a margin applied by the browser. You can see this down here. There's 41.5 pixels here. And I would like to get rid of this margin and set it to 0. Like this. Let's now continue with our paragraph. Again, I'll use our descendant combinator, so hashtag hero content paragraph. And there, I'll again use a white color and I'll use text transform uppercase to turn all the letters into uppercase ones. I'll also add a fixed font size, so not the default one applied by the browser. Oops, sorry, not font family. Font size it is, and this should be smaller than the h1 font size, so maybe 24 pixels here. Let's see. Yep, this looks good, but the font weight here is too big, so I would like to reduce this. And for the smaller font weight, as can be seen in here, we have the weight at 700. I would like to use a smaller weight, and this should be a font weight of 300 only. Let's see. Yeah, this looks a lot better, I think, because the focus should be on the H1 element here first. And besides that, yeah, I think this looks all right. So we can now focus on to our third element, the anchor tag. And this should actually be a button in the end. Right now, it's just, well, a link with the underscore. So again, we'll use our descendant combinator, hero content anchor tag to specifically style this anchor tag. And I'll get started with text decoration none to remove the underscore. Then I'll add a background color because it should become a button in the end, so we will have to see what this button should look like. And I prepared another RGB color for this. This is 255, 251, and 0, so a yellow tone it is. Let's see. Yeah, becomes better. What's missing now, of course, already is the padding to get some distance between the content and the border. So let's add this padding immediately. And here for the button, I would like to have a smaller padding on the top and the bottom and a bigger padding left and right. So we'll go with 12 pixels top and bottom and 24 pixels left, right. Yeah, like this. Doesn't look too bad, I think. Then we'll also change the text color because if I zoom in, you see it has this blue color. I don't like this. So let's also add a color of simple black here. And also add a font size of 24 pixels. Again, to have a default fixed font size we add to this element here. Let's see if this looks good. Yeah, this looks okay, but the text is a bit too thin, as I would say. So for this, we should increase the font weight maybe. And we can do this, as we know, with the font weight property. And we have two options to do this, actually. We can either set it to 700. So this would be 300 for a thinner font weight and 700 for a bolder font weight by default. Or use bold here, written like this. Both is working, as you can see. Now it's a bit better readable. If I would untick that box, you see it's slightly thinner. And if I would change bold to 700, the result would be the same. As you can see, if I untick it, thinner and bigger. Still, to have both here in our code, I will keep bold right here. Typically, you would follow one convention here, so numbers or text. With that, our text looks all right. What's missing now is some general box styling we basically apply to all our boxes. This means we should have a look at the border radius here for our good old rounded corners, which we could set to 8 pixels. And then we'll also apply a box shadow once again with 2 pixels left to right, 4 pixels top to bottom, 8 pixels blur radius, and an RGB code of 68, 67, and 67. And with that, I think, yeah, our box here looks pretty cool. What's still missing here is maybe a bit more margin between our paragraph and the anchor tag. That's a bit too close. For that, we can either add a top margin to our anchor, to our button, or we'll just add a bottom margin here to our paragraph. That's what I will go for. Margin bottom, maybe 32 pixels. Let's see. Yeah, this moves it down a bit. And with that, it looks all right, I would say. One thing is still missing though, as I just saw. We should add a hover effect if we hover over the Discover Places button here, because at the moment we don't get any feedback instead of the change in cursor by default. So for this, we'll go to our code again, add the hero content a.hover selector. So this means we again use a descendant combinator, meaning that in the hero content ID, if we hover over an anchor tag, then, well, what should happen? We will just add a slight change of the background color. By default, we have this RGB code here. Let's take this one maybe, and I'll just alter it slightly to maybe 238 right here. Let's see if this works. If we do that, yeah, you see it gets slightly darker, and I think this does the trick right here. This means our hero content part is all right. This looks really good, but our hero with the background image, that's still a problem, because it should not only be behind our hero content here, it should also be behind the header. The problem is that if we remember back what we learned about the document flow, that each element is displayed one after another, for block elements in this case, and therefore, well, we kind of have to find a way to bring this main section, specifically the hero part here, which contains the background image, behind our header. Maybe the position property offers some values that can help us here. I'm back in our example project. You can again find it attached to this lecture in case you missed it previously. And so far, we saw that with position relative, we were able to position our hero content exactly where it should be. However, now we have the problem that our background image, so basically an element which contains this image, so it's our div, which has the background image property applied in CSS, well, this should be behind the header. Now the problem is that the header comes first and afterwards comes our main part with the div that contains the background image. Therefore, we have to change our normal document flow. We saw that with position relative, well, we can move elements around, and if you would add minus 200 pixels here, for example, then we could move this kind of to the top and try it like this, but this would be a trial and error process and nothing we recommend, so that's not the way to do this right here. However, besides position static and position relative, we also have two other important properties which might be helpful here. One property is position absolute. This one, and before I apply it, I want to remove this top logic here. If we do that, we see some very interesting things. The first thing is that we have element 1 now and element 3, which is following element 1. But in element 3 at the beginning, we have element 2, but not using the entire width anymore, but behaving like an inline element. But that's not the core thing here. The core thing is that this element is now taken out of the document flow. This means although it looks like it would be an inline element, it's actually no longer existing for the other elements. If we quickly open the DevTools and inspect these elements, you see that element 3 is not positioned next to element 2. It still occupies the entire space, it just ignores element 2. And this is basically positioned, well, above element 3. But for element 1 and 3, the second one with position absolute is no longer existing. This means we took it out of this flow and we can now freely position it. To position it, we can again use our top, bottom, left and right properties. If we get started with top 20 pixels again, what do you think where this element will be positioned? Well, it's positioned, where actually? Hard to tell. Let's add top 0 maybe, so no distance to the top of, well, we'll see whatever that is. Now it's interesting, right? This element seems to be positioned at the top, well, of the HTML element or the body element. We cannot tell it at the moment, so let's again open the developer tools right here. And let's now in our code add the HTML selector and add some margin of maybe 50 pixels to it. So it looks as if the element is now relative to the HTML element. Well, things become a bit more difficult if we now add position relative to our container here, so to this ID. Let's do this with position relative. then the element suddenly is relative to this parent element. Now, what does this mean now? Well, generally, if you add position absolute to an element, then it will be taken out of the document flow and be positioned relative to the first ancestor, which has position relative applied. In this case, this would be our container. If we get rid of that, you see it just goes up to the HTML element and behaves relative to this. There are more exceptions here and more conditions on which element should have which rule applied, so that the absolutely positioned element is related to this element. But as for Flexbox, you can find more details about these rules attached to the last lecture of this module. For the moment, it's just important to keep in mind that for our structure here, if we apply position absolute, we can position this element relative to the HTML element. And if we would remove the margin from the HTML element, then this would mean that the element here is basically relative to the body, which would be exactly the behavior we need for our navigation bar. And if I zoom in a bit here and scroll down, you can see that the element sticks to the top. So it is positioned relative to the body here, but by scrolling, the element stays where it is. This would be exactly what we need for our project, but sometimes you might want to have a sticky navigation bar. This can also be achieved easily with another value for the position property, and here the value would be position fixed. With this being applied, nothing changes at first sight, but if I now scroll down, you see that the element stays where it is, so it sticks to the visible area of our page. This visible area here is the so-called viewport. So the viewport is what you can see right here. That's very important. The HTML element and the body we talked about starts at the top. It starts right here, as you can see it. And if I scroll down, I cannot see the entire HTML element, right? But I can see this viewport. So the viewport tells me the current position of the web page that I can see. And I can see parts of the HTML element or of the body here, but I cannot see the beginning of the HTML element. And that was the difference to position absolute. Position absolute was relative to the HTML element in our case, as no ancestor had the position relative rule applied. Therefore, it was out of sight if we scroll down. But fixed is relative to the viewport, so the area that we can see here. I can also prove this to you if I comment back in our margin. Now you will say, okay, this looks exactly the same we had before. It sticks to the HTML element. But if I now again add the position property relative, for example, to the container, then this doesn't have an impact. As you can see, the element stays where it is. However, position fixed is not what we need for our header here. Therefore, we can get rid of this and also of this margin up here and change it back to position absolute. And to quickly recap that now, with this logic, we will be able to add our header on top of our background image, which could be the element 1 here in our example, which would hold the background image. And with that, the header would be on top of our main part, so exactly what we want here. Problem here though is that the way our element is displayed here is not the one we need for our header and the navigation bar. It should use the entire space available of the page, and this is the next thing we'll have a look at. I'm back in our example project. You can again find it attached to this lecture in case you missed it previously. And so far, we saw that with position relative, we were able to position our hero content exactly where it should be. However, now we have the problem that our background image, so basically an element which contains this image, so it's our div, which has the background image property applied in CSS, well, this should be behind the header. Now the problem is that the header comes first and afterwards comes our main part with the div that contains the background image. Therefore, we have to change our normal document flow. We saw that with position relative, well, we can move elements around, and if you would add minus 200 pixels here, for example, then we could move this kind of to the top and try it like this. But this would be a trial and error process and nothing we recommend. So that's not the way to do this right here. However, besides position static and position relative, we also have two other important properties which might be helpful here. One property is position absolute. This one, and before I apply it, I want to remove this top logic here. If we do that, we see some very interesting things. The first thing is that we have element 1 now and element 3, which is following element 1. But in element 3 at the beginning, we have element 2, but not using the entire width anymore, but behaving like an inline element. But that's not the core thing here. The core thing is that this element is now taken out of the document flow. This means although it looks like it would be an inline element, it's actually no longer existing for the other elements. If we quickly open the DevTools and inspect these elements, you see that element 3 is not positioned next to element 2. It still occupies the entire space, it just ignores element 2. And this is basically positioned, well, above element 3. But for element 1 and 3, the second one with position absolute is no longer existing. This means we took it out of this flow and we can now freely position it. To position it, we can again use our top, bottom, left and right properties. If we get started with top 20 pixels again, what do you think where this element will be positioned? Well, it's positioned, where actually? Hard to tell. Let's add top 0 maybe, so no distance to the top of, well, we'll see whatever that is. Now it's interesting, right? This element seems to be positioned at the top, well, of the HTML element or the body element. We cannot tell it at the moment, so let's again open the developer tools right here. And let's now in our code add the HTML selector and add some margin of maybe 50 pixels to it. So it looks as if the element is now relative to the HTML element. Well, things become a bit more difficult if we now add position relative to our container here, so to this ID. Let's do this with position relative. Then the element suddenly is relative to this parent element. Now what does this mean now? Well, generally, if you add position absolute to an element, then it will be taken out of the document flow and be positioned relative to the first ancestor, which has position relative applied. In this case, this would be our container. If we get rid of that, you see it just goes up to the HTML element and behaves relative to this. There are more exceptions here and more conditions on which element should have which rule applied so that the absolutely positioned element is related to this element. But as for Flexbox, you can find more details about these rules attached to the last lecture of this module. For the moment, it's just important to keep in mind that for our structure here, if we apply position absolute, we can position this element relative to the HTML element. And if we would remove the margin from the HTML element, then this would mean that the element here is basically relative to the body, which would be exactly the behavior we need for our navigation bar. And if I zoom in a bit here and scroll down, you can see that the element sticks to the top. So it is positioned relative to the body here, but by scrolling, the element stays where it is. This would be exactly what we need for our project, but sometimes you might want to have a sticky navigation bar. This can also be achieved easily with another value for the position property, and here the value would be position fixed. With this being applied, nothing changes at first sight, but if I now scroll down, you see that the element stays where it is, so it sticks to the visible area of our page. This visible area here is the so-called viewport. So the viewport is what you can see right here. That's very important. The HTML element and the body we talked about starts at the top. Starts right here, as you can see it. And if I scroll down, I cannot see the entire HTML element, right? But I can see this viewport. So the viewport tells me the current position of the web page that I can see. And I can see parts of the HTML element or of the body here, but I cannot see the beginning of the HTML element. And that was the difference to position absolute. Position absolute was relative to the HTML element in our case, as no ancestor had the position relative rule applied. Therefore, it was out of sight if we scroll down. But fixed is relative to the viewport, so the area that we can see here. I can also prove this to you if I comment back in our margin. Now you will say, okay, this looks exactly the same we had before. It sticks to the HTML element. But if I now again add the position property relative, for example, to the container, then this doesn't have an impact. As you can see, the element stays where it is. However, position fixed is not what we need for our header here. Therefore, we can get rid of this and also of this margin up here and change it back to position absolute. And to quickly recap that now, with this logic, we will be able to add our header on top of our background image, which could be the element 1 here in our example, which would hold the background image. And with that, the header would be on top of our main part, so exactly what we want here. Problem here though is that the way our element is displayed here is not the one we need for our header and the navigation bar. It should use the entire space available of the page, and this is the next thing we'll have a look at. How can we now change the style of our element here? Well, first, what we can do besides top 0, we can also add left 0 to align it to the left of our HTML element in this case, which looks all right. But now as a second step, we need to take the entire width of the page, again of the HTML element in our case, to bring it to the right. We could, of course, use the width property here and set a width of 150 pixels, for example, anything like this. So with trial and error, we could make sure that it covers the entire page. Of course, this is not a solution that works because we have different display sizes. Therefore, this would never be an option. For this, we will introduce another important unit besides our pixels, the percentage unit. Now, as the name indicates, the percentage value is relative to another element, typically the parent element, and therefore tells our element the width of it comparing to this other element. If we would follow this logic right here, then we could say we can use a width of 100%. This would mean we use 100% of the parent element, which in this case would be 100% of the HTML element, at least according to the logic that we saw when it comes to the position property here. However, if we look at that, we see that, well, it's a lot bigger than this 100%. I can zoom out a bit here, of course, to 100% because I zoomed in. So now you have a better overview of the amount it overflows here. Let's inspect this. Let's see what's going on. We are in the container and we are on element 2. And here we said it should be 100% of the width. And as I said, this is the width of the parent element actually, which for the position property was the HTML element. Let's now inspect the parents and let's now see what this width is relative to. We have a width of 738 pixels here for the content. Let's keep that in mind. We also have a padding, but we'll ignore this for a moment. So let's remember this 738 pixels for the content of this element. The container, which would be the closest parent, has a width of 682 pixels for the content, plus 40 for the padding, which would be 722, not the 738 we need. So let's move one level up to the body. The body also has 722. So again, not the 738 we need. So let's check out the HTML element. Here we have the 738 again. So the width of the HTML element for the content is the same as the 100% of the content of our element 2 here, which has width 100% applied. The problem here though is that we actually want the entire element to have 100% of the width of the HTML element in this case. But with the default setting in CSS, this is not working because the so-called box sizing, another property which I can add right here, so box sizing, this is set to content box. If I save this, nothing changes. As you can see, it still has this overfloating part here. Because by default, the percentage value of the width refers to the entire width of the parent element, in our case the HTML element, which would be 738 pixels, and this width is then applied to the content of our element. But what we want is actually, we want our entire element, so the content including the padding here, to be 738 pixels wide. We can achieve this by changing the box sizing from content box to border box, like this. Now, as you see, the content of our element is just 638 pixels wide, plus 50 pixels padding to the left and 50 pixels padding to the right. And with that, our scrolling to the left and to the right is not working anymore. This would also work for borders. If we add a border of maybe 10 pixels, solid and black, just to have a quick one here, then our content size would again reduce now to 618 pixels plus 100, padding left right, plus 20. So again, the 738 we have in the HTML element. If we would add a margin, this would not work because the border box value only applies to content, padding, and border. We don't need the border here though, therefore we can ignore this. And with that, we learned all the concepts we need to add the header in a way that the background image can be displayed behind that header. So keep in mind that we have different values for our position property, values to take the element where the position property is applied out of the document flow are position absolute and position fixed. Position fixed will create a fixed element, meaning fixed to the viewport. So if I again zoom in here, it would be fixed to this visible area, the so-called viewport, whereas position absolute takes the element out of the document flow and positions it relative to a parent element, in our case the HTML element, as we don't have another parent, another ancestor, which has the position relative rule applied. As I said, more exceptions from that rule can be found in the detailed information attached to the last lecture of this module. Besides that, we also learned about the percentage value for the width property here, which then sets the width relative to an ancestor, in our case again the HTML element, due to the reasons I just explained. And we learned that the percentage value of an element has to be monitored closely because we have to decide if this percentage should mean that the padding and the border are included or not. We can change this behavior with the box sizing property, either border box or by default content box. So that was a lot of information again. Therefore, in the next lecture, we'll apply this knowledge in our project. With our newly gained knowledge about the position property, we can now finish our header. So the goal of this lecture now is to bring this background image and therefore the main element in the end behind our header. For this, we'll take the header here out of the document flow. With that, our main element here will move up. And by keeping the header transparent, so by not adding any background color to it, we will achieve the result that we want to have here. For this, I'm back in the code and here in the shared CSS file, as you know, the header will be displayed on all our pages of the website. And in here, I'll go to our header selector and there change the position property to what? Well, as I said, to absolute. This will be our first step. With that, yeah, you see that our image is already behind the header now. And if we zoom in a bit to be able to scroll down, you see that the header moves with our scrolling down behavior. If I would change this to fixed, I know we did that already in the Fury part. I just want to make sure this sticks. Then if I zoom in again, you see the header here would be fixed to our viewport here. However, we will use the absolute value here for the position property. And if we zoom out a bit again, we see that, well, we achieved our goal with the background image and the main element here being behind the header. But now the header is not displayed across the entire page. How can we fix this? Well, we also learned this. For this purpose, we can change the width property of our header element. For that, we'll add the width property here, and I'll use 100% here, as shown in the previous lecture. If we do that though, we see exactly the same problem that we had before. Well, the width of our header exceeds the width of our body element and therefore also of the HTML element, which is the ancestor our width here refers to. But to fix this problem, we learned that we can change the box sizing property, which is the next property which we will add to our header here. And we can change this to border box, not the default content box one, but border box. Therefore, the problem is fixed, and the 100% value here refers to 100% of the width of the HTML element here, which is equal to the body in this case, but it refers to the body in this case. Therefore, we now have a width of 1083.33 pixels here, which is a combination of the width of the content plus adding the 60 padding to the left and to the right. With that, our header looks quite good already, as I would say. We should maybe change the color of our nav items. These don't look too good. So let's go back here and let's add another combinator here. Again, the descendant combinator. And here I will now select the anchor tags because, as you know, our two nav items in here are, so if we go in here, are anchor tags, and I specifically want to style these now, not the list items which contain the anchor tags. Therefore, I'll refer to these anchor tags. And here, I'll first change the color to an RGB code of 255, 251, and 0. With that, we have this yellow tone, and if we go back, we see that the color doesn't change. Yeah, and this now is due to an earlier mistake we made. Basically, we had a hint in the video earlier, but I accidentally added the text for the links not as part of the anchor tag, but as part of the list item here. Therefore, we have to fix this issue now. So let's bring this right here and right there. So now this is fixed. With that, we have correctly styled links here now. And what we also have to do now is we have to get rid of our text decoration first. Let's do this. So we will set this to none. With that, the links look better already. And now, besides that, I also want to change some minor things about the links, things we did before actually, like changing the font size here to 20 pixels. We'll also add a little bit of padding to increase the distance between our two links. So let's add a padding top, bottom, left, right of 12 pixels. And then I'll also add a slight text shadow with 1 pixel left, right, 1 pixel top, bottom, a blur radius of 2 pixels, and an RGBA color of 0, 0, 0, and 0.2. So let's see. Yeah, now these look a lot better. You hardly can see the text shadow, but it is there and it makes these links stand out a bit more. Besides that, I would also like to add this nice hover effect now, because at the moment we don't get any feedback. For this, we'll add another descendant combinator, now the header and now the hover pseudo selector for our anchor tags. And there, whenever we hover over these links, I want to change the color to an RGB code of 77, 77, and 77. And I also want to change the background color, so to make this look like a button in the end. And we have this effect due to our padding we added right here already, so this should look all right. So we add an RGB color here of 255, 251, and 0 once again. That's again this yellow tone we had up here for the color. With that, if we do that, this looks good, I think. Yeah, I like it. What I don't like is the look of our button, so to say, so we don't have these rounded corners. And I'll add these not here on the hover effect, but actually already on the initial look of our element here. So we'll take the border radius, not box, border radius, here we are. And I will use a radius of 6 pixels. If we do that, yeah, I think this looks cool. And by the way, in case you're wondering why here in our header, we didn't apply the top 0 and left 0 rule as we had it in our theory example, well, this is due to two facts basically. First, our header here is the first element in the document flow. In our example, we applied the position absolute rule to the second document, and the elements were nested into other elements. We nested these into the container, which was part of the body. Here the header is directly the first element of the body, therefore top and left 0 is not required. We can, however, still add this here just to be consistent with what we learned in theory. This doesn't hurt here, it's just not required. But in case the structure would change, which won't be the case here, we still make sure that the header sticks to the left and top of our page here. With that, we made a great progress again. The next step now is therefore our work on another part of this page, and this is in our main element, the section with the ID highlights. Let's continue here as a next step. We made great progress so far. We finished our first section of the main element. Now it's time to continue with the next section. And this section is our highlights section here, which you can see on the finished page I'm just showing you. So the goal now is to, well, create this section, so to fill it with content. We want to have a section with this, well, green background color here, and with the 3 images and the corresponding city name and the country. In addition to that, we want to have this highlights headline here. Well, and this is actually something we can achieve with concepts we learned so far in this course. There will only be one new property. And besides that, the next lectures will be more about practicing these concepts we learned so far and about coming closer towards creating our first, well, real website, so to say. Before we get started with the HTML part though, I quickly want to make sure that you have the required resources for this part of the website. Specifically, I'm referring to these 3 images here. As you can imagine, attached to this video, you can find these 3 images, so make sure to download the attached zip file and to then unzip this file. And then you should see these 3 files, so Miami, Barcelona, and Munich JPEG. These are the images we need here. And then you can make your Visual Studio Code window a bit smaller. I had it in the full screen mode here. And then simply take the first file, put it into the Places folder, take the second one, do the same, and also take the third one and also place it in this folder. With that, we can close this folder here and maximize Visual Studio Code once again, and also close these images because we don't need these at the moment. And this means we are now prepared to continue with the project. So let's do this. I'm back in the index.html file of our landing page, so to say, and let me maybe close this folder here. And there we need to go down a bit and work on our second section, the section with the ID highlights that we created. In this section, we will now add the HTML code we need, and then in the next lectures, we'll style it with our CSS code. Enough of the words, let's get started. As you saw, this section needs to have a specific background color, we need a highlights headline, so to say, and we need 3 different images with the corresponding country and city names. This brings us again to the concept we learned about when it comes to containers, so nesting elements into each other. Because basically, our entire section here could be the container, well, for this entire content, obviously, and therefore we could apply our background color to this section here and then work on the styling of the content of this section. What I mean by that is that inside this section, we only need 2 different adjacent elements, so to say. First, we need the headline, this highlights headline I was referring to. So we could use an H2 element here because H1 is typically used only once on a web page and we have it already here in our hero content. Therefore, H2 for, well, second priority headlines or headlines of other sections of the website, so to say, could here be our highlights text. This one here. And besides that, the next adjacent element I was referring to could be what? Well, an unordered list again. Why? Because we have the 3 images with the corresponding information about the image. And this is basically grouped information again, right? All these 3 images kind of belong together to a specific type of information. Therefore, an unordered list is a good option here, an ordered list not, because the order of these images doesn't matter, but this is nothing new to you. Therefore, I will add an unordered list here. And inside this list, we will have 3 list items, 1, 2, and 3. And each list item will then contain, well, the image and the corresponding text to this image I mentioned already. Let's add some more attributes though to keep our information structured. The unordered list here, for example, is basically the container of all our destinations, right? We will have 3 different destinations. So again, Miami, Munich, and Germany. So the list holds all these destinations. Therefore, a fitting attribute here, a fitting ID actually, because it's a unique element here, would be maybe destinations, right? So if you want to style our container of the destinations, then this would be our unordered list. Each list item though, so these 3 items here, could also have a specific attribute, because each list item contains what? Well, a single destination. For this case, we have 3 different items which contain destinations. Therefore, using an ID will not be the right approach here. An ID is a unique attribute, only used once. But instead of using the ID, we can refer to, well, equal elements or elements containing the same content in the end with classes. Also an attribute we learned about in earlier lectures of this course. Therefore, we can add the class here. And we will give this class a name of destination. As I said, each list item holds a single destination. Therefore, we can take this, copy the class or the attribute and the name of the class and paste it in the second and the first list item. With that, we added more structure to our HTML code already. What's missing now is, of course, the content of each list item. Let's get started with the first one here. And as you saw, the content consists of an image and some text. Therefore, let's get started with the image element here. Our source will be what? It will be the images folder. then into the places folder, and then, well, refer to a specific image here. We are again using relative paths, so starting from the index.html file, and we can either refer to an image now by adding the images folder name here and then a slash, and then we see we can select icons or places with the up and lower arrow keys, or as I did it up here, for example, you can also refer to these paths with a slash, and then you get immediately the option of all the current folders and files you have starting from your current path. Both is valid code, so you can choose whatever you prefer. Personally, I prefer this approach, as you immediately can navigate through the entire folder and file structure. In my case, images, then places, and then we'll get started with the Miami JPEG here. I'm always selecting these folders and files with the tab key, by the way. We also will add the alt attribute for visually impaired people, or in case the image can't be loaded properly for some of our users. The text here should be descriptive of what can be seen on the image. So in our case, the Miami image here holds, well, the streets of Miami on a sunny day, which would also be a great description of this image. So let's add this text. So Miami streets on sunny day. So this was the first image. And besides that, we also need the description of the country and the city. For this, we'll just use a paragraph. And here, this should be Miami, USA. However, here, if you again check our page, you see that the country here has a bigger font weight when comparing it to the city here. And we could, of course, do this with CSS, but there also is a built-in HTML element which allows us to exactly do that, to, well, make the font weight a bit bolder. Typically, we use CSS for such things, but in this case, it would be a great example where we can also achieve this goal via HTML. Therefore, we can simply add the strong element here. Strong is again an inline element, just, well, enhancing the width of text, so to say. So with this, like that. So with this, we also finished the text part already. What we have to do now is, well, we have to do the same thing for our two other list items. I'll speed things up a bit here now as we know how it works. So we'll add the image attribute, refer to the images, places, and here to the Munich JPEG file. We'll add an alternative text in here. We can see the Munich football stadium in winter. So let's add this text. Munich football stadium in winter. We can simply copy and paste the paragraph, including the strong element here, and pasting it right there. So this should be Munich, Germany now. And then one last time, we'll again add the image element, refer to images, places, and here now to Barcelona JPEG. The text here could be, well, maybe Palm Beach in Barcelona. Palm Beach in Barcelona. And then we again paste our city, Barcelona here, written like this. And this is Spain. And one thing that would ultimately help here would be if we now take our image and paragraph and put it into the list element. Otherwise, this will not work. Let's quickly format the code to see what it looks like. Yeah, I think we have a nice structure now. So we have our section, the H2 element, the unordered list with our destinations, and then 3 different single destinations as list items. Let's save this now, and let's have a look at our HTML page. And if we scroll down, we see we have the highlights. We have some very big images. We have the text below. Another image, text below, another image, text below. Basically, it worked. What is missing here is a space between the city and the country. this can be easily fixed by adding the space here after the city name. So right here, right there, and right there. Save this. Yeah, now this looks better. And if we zoom in a bit here, I'll do this for you. You see that strong also has an impact. Here we have the slightly thinner font weight. Here we have a bigger font weight. So this is sufficient to emphasize our country name here. So this was step 1, the HTML part. What's missing now, of course, is the styling. This is what we will work on next. Let's now do our first styling steps in our highlight section, and we will follow a structured approach. So we will style all our different elements of that page step by step, but I would like to get started with 2 specific issues we have at the moment. The first one is quite obvious, I guess. We have very huge images here. As you can see, the images will cover the entire page basically. And besides this is something we'll see in a few seconds, the images are displayed below each other and not next to each other. Images are inline elements, so typically these would be positioned next to each other, but as our images are part of the list element here, well, list elements are block elements, therefore these are positioned below each other. However, first, to reduce the size of these images, I will follow the same approach that we had for our background image up here, and this was just adding a fixed height to these images. For that, we go back to our project and here into the styles CSS file, not the shared CSS file. Style CSS contains only styles which are appearing on our landing page. And there I'll use our destination class we added. So basically we can access all the list items with this destination class. And in there I want to select all image elements that we have. As I said, I would like to change the height and I will set it to a fixed value of 200 pixels here. With that, if we go back, you can see that, well, our page improved a lot already. But what you can also see is that, as I said, the images are displayed below each other. We learned how we can quickly fix that. We can do this with Flexbox, which has a default flex direction of row. Therefore, the elements would be positioned next to each other. But where do we apply our display flex rule now? Well, we apply it on our destination's ID. So the unordered list will become our flex container. The container contains 3 flex items, our list elements here, and as the images are part of this list element, well, the positioning should be alright. Let's give this a try by adding the destination's ID. So here we use the ID selector with the hashtag, not the class selector for the individual list items. And here I'll simply go with display flex. And with that, this should look better. Yeah. We can also activate the integrated flex helper here by clicking onto this, well, flex button. With that, we can see our full flex container here, also indicated by this unused area. So at the moment, the flex container occupies the entire space on this page. This is not what I would like to have though. I would like to reduce the width of the flex container to make sure that the images do not start directly here at the left and the right. And then I would also like to center the flex container. We learned how we can do this in the previous lectures already. If you remember back the logic we applied in our header here, where we use the width property with percentage values, we can actually do the same thing right here. At the moment, we have a width of 100% basically. So if you would go back to our destination selector and apply the width of 100%, what is happening? Well, nothing is changing. Our flex container here, if we select it and scroll down, has a width of 1022 pixels. And where is this width coming from? Well, if we check our width of the parent element, so of the section with the ID highlights, we see this is exactly the same width. So at the moment, our width property If we use percentage values, refers to the parent. This is different when comparing it to the behavior we had when we use the percentage value in combination with absolute or fixed positioned elements. There are other rules applied, but again, typically if you have normal elements, as I would call these here, the parent is typically the reference point for percentage values. Once again, more about this can be found attached to the last lecture of this module. As we know that the width property in percentage values refers to the parent, well, then we could simply say that instead of 100%, we simply use a value of 90% here. With that, you see that our width is reduced. Now the Flex container only uses around about 920 pixels at the current position here. And with that, we can use another trick we learned in this course to center block elements. Here, the unordered list is a block element. Therefore, what can we do? Well, we can use our margin property with the auto value to center the container here. If we do this, so we use margin auto, so auto top, left, bottom, right, then the container is centered. Again, if we select it, you see it's indeed in the center of the page. We have this unused space to the right here. We'll tackle this in a few seconds when we work on the images. But to finish the initial work on our container, I would only like to add one last thing here. And this is a little bit of bottom margin here to make sure we have a bit more distance to the bottom of the page. Let's do this quickly by adding the margin bottom property here. I would like to add a margin of, let's say, 40 pixels. With that, we can now scroll down a bit and have a bigger gap here at the bottom, which looks better in my opinion. So with the initial work on the container done, we can now focus on to the images a bit more, because the container is centered, but the images look a bit off. We created a Flex container, this unordered list here, and this list contains 3 list items, 1, 2, 3, where each list item contains an image and a paragraph. Here, there, and also in the third one. And actually, our logic would be that if we define a width for the container, we could assume that each single list item occupies 1/3 of that space available in that container. At least this would be the idea we would like to follow here. For some reason, this is not working because we have some space left here to the right of this last image. So apparently something went wrong. Well, nothing went wrong. This is again just pure CSS logic. And before we fix this, let's quickly investigate what is going on right here. Let's go to the first list item. We see here to the left in the browser, please always check this if I hover here. We have a width of 300 pixels for the list item, 300 pixels for the image, and 300 for the paragraph. The second list item has a width of 299 pixels for the list item, 299 for the image, 299 for the paragraph. The third one has a width of 267 for the list item, 267 for the image, and 267 for the paragraph. Now, for some reason, especially the last list item is a lot smaller from a width perspective when comparing it to the other ones. What's the reason for this? Well, think about what is defining the width of that list item. The list item contains the image and the paragraph, and therefore the width of the content is defining the width of this list item, meaning that either the paragraph or the image are the elements which cause this reduced width here. Now, the paragraph cannot be the issue. The paragraph takes the entire space available, but as you see, Barcelona, Spain, this text is not very long, so the content of this element doesn't occupy the entire space available. Therefore, what must drive our width of the list element in the end is the width of our image. Because here we defined a fixed height for all images. Each image has a height of 200 pixels. Now, if we inspect our source images though, by right-clicking onto these, onto Get Info, we have a resolution of 1920 times 1280 for Miami. 1920 and 1283 for Munich, and 1920 and 1440 for Barcelona. So this means Munich and Barcelona are higher than the Miami image. And if we add a fixed height to these images here, this simply means that these images must shrink more than the Miami image, right? Because we have to reduce more height. With more height being reduced by default, well, the image also will be reduced from a width perspective. That's the reason why our Munich image is only 299 and our Barcelona image is only 267 pixels wide. So the problem why our list elements and therefore our flex items do not equally occupy 1/3 of the space in the container is the way our images are displayed. We can easily fix this problem though by defining the width for our images. We could define the width with a fixed value. For example, if we go to our image selector and add a width of maybe 250 pixels, then, well, this will solve the issue of the different sizes for our list items. Each list item now has a width of 250 pixels, but as our flex container is built dynamically, meaning with a percentage value, the unused space will increase if we increase the width and decrease if we decrease the width. Therefore, a percentage value would again be the way to go. And again, a value of 100% is the solution here, because this tells our flexbox, we are working in a flexbox context here, that it should use the entire space available for each flex item, well, as each flex item has a width of 1/3 of the entire container width available by default, well, this would fix this issue quickly. If we do that and change the pixel value to a percentage value, you see that this problem is solved. Now each list item occupies the same space, and it also then dynamically increases and decreases if we increase or decrease the width of our page. Now, we are not talking about responsive design at this stage of the course, but typically, well, this behavior we have right here is maybe nice from a width perspective for the list items, but I don't think the images look pretty good here. Therefore, we have to dive a bit deeper into images to make this look better. Let's continue with the work on our list items, specifically on our images though. The first thing I would like to change is the distance between our images. Each image is sitting directly next to each other. I think a little bit of margin would help here to, well, improve the look of our images. We will not apply the margin directly on the image though. I would like to add the margin on the actual container of the image. This will basically, well, add this distance between the list items and therefore also between our images. For this, I'm back in the code and I will add a new selector here. This time not the ID selector, but a class selector. Our destination class selector we added for all our list items. And here I'll now add a margin of 0 top bottom and 20 pixels left and right. Let's see if that does the trick. Yep, this works great. And you can see now that we have this margin around our list items and therefore our images also decrease the width as the space of the parent was reduced. Therefore, less space is available for the content of the parent, which is our image in the end and our paragraph. Besides that, I would like to add some visual improvements directly on the images though. One of these being our good old friend, the box shadow, which will add with 2 pixels left, right, 4 pixels top, bottom, 8 pixels blur radius, and an RGB code of 68, 67, and 67. And besides this, I'll also add a border radius, again for our rounded corners, of 10 pixels here. And with that, yeah, I think our images are a lot more in line with the styling of our page in general. We have another issue with our images though. For this, I'll zoom in a bit. Though you can't see it immediately, our images are kind of squashed into the container now. Because if you look at the original images, here in our images folder, places and Miami, for example, you see it's a very wide image in the end. At the moment, if we check this version, well, it is a bit distorted, so to say. It doesn't remain the actual ratio because it kind of has to fit into here. Now, whilst on these images it still looks okay, this can look very strange on other images. The great thing is that we have options or ways to tell CSS how images should be added to the container or displayed in the container. This is defined by the so-called object fit property, which we will add now to our image selector here. So it's object fit. And the default one is fill. Fill simply means that the image is basically, well, resized to fit into the given dimension, but this can also mean that the image is stretched if necessary or squished into the container. At the moment, we have the case of the images being squished into the container. As I said, it doesn't look too bad, but it's not the actual aspect ratio that is reflected here. For this, we have other values for our object fit property. Another very typical one here is contain, written like this. Let's save this. And contain means that the aspect ratio remains, so the image won't be kind of pushed into the container, so to say, but the image will be resized to fit into the container. This means depending on the container ratio, you will have empty spots in the container. In our example, you can see this right here. These two images now have bigger blank spots, top and bottom. Here we have smaller blank spots. But I think you can see the problem now that we had. Now the images have their initial aspect ratio back, which makes them a lot wider. Before we had this kind of, well, squashed together look. I can show you this again. If we change this back to fill here, you see, yeah, it's just increased in height. So if we reload the page, you see that the images are kind of distorted. So both solutions are not perfect here, but there is a third value which kind of helps us to, well, fit the images perfectly into our container. And this value is called cover. Cover means that the image will remain its aspect ratio and fill its container, and it will be clipped to fit into the container, so to say. This simply means that CSS makes sure that we have as much image as possible in the container whilst remaining this aspect ratio. What this means in the end is that, as you saw it just here, the images in the end are zoomed in a bit here in our case, as we had these empty spots before top and bottom, so we have to show the image a bit bigger, but with that the image is not distorted and we don't have any gaps, any blank areas. With this being in place, we worked a lot on our images, and I think these look all right now. What is missing now is the work on our text elements. Specifically, I'm referring to the H2 element here, and of course to our paragraphs inside our list items. Let's get started with the text below our image here. The first thing I'd like to change is, well, I would like to center the text below our images. We can do this with the text align property, and as you learned, text align means that if we apply this property to an element, the content, the text content of this element will be centered. Now, which element holds our text? Well, it's the paragraph. Therefore, what we'll do now is we'll go back to our code, add again our destination class selector, so the list element in the end, and there we want to access all the paragraphs we have in here, and then add our text align property with a value being set to center. With this, the first task is done. Second thing I don't like is I think I want to have uppercase letters as we had it here in the H1 element. So this would also look better down here. This can be applied now to our destination class, so to the list items in the end. Therefore, let's do this and let's add what? The text transform property with a value of uppercase. With this in place, the rule gets inherited by our paragraphs here. You see, inherited by our list elements. Therefore, this looks better. And there is one third thing I'd like to change. If we zoom in a bit here, you see we still have this differentiation between the city and the country. But I think adding some color to the country here would emphasize this a bit more or highlight this a bit more. As we have our strong element in here, we can refer to this element and change the color of it easily. For this, we'll go back and maybe down here again add the destination class and there now refer to the strong element. And in here, we'll now add a color with an RGB code of 0, 160, and 117. So such a slight green tone here. And let's check this. Yeah, I think this looks a lot better. Still, I think our work on the paragraph is not done yet. I think we should also increase the font size a bit and also get rid of this black color here. A slightly grayish tone would look better, I think. So let's work on these things. So the font size and the color next in our paragraphs. So we leave our strong element and go back to this paragraph. Here, we'll now add a fixed font size of 24 pixels. And we'll add a different color, which should have, as I said, a slight grayish tone with an RGB code of 124, 123, and 123. Let's see. Yeah, looks better, I think. And what we could also do, if we check the paragraph, we have a margin of 24 pixels. Let's maybe reduce the margin a bit to bring the text a bit closer to the image. So in here, we can now add a margin of maybe 20 pixels, top, bottom, 0, left, right. Let's see. Yeah, I think this is just a slight change, but it looks better now. Now you see that the image and the paragraph below belong together. This means we are coming closer to finishing the section styling. What is missing, of course, is the H2 element here. Let's work on this now. Actually, just some steps we already did for other elements. I would like to transform the text to uppercase letters. We will align the text to the center and then work on the font size and the color and see if the margin is alright. So let's select our H2 element. Maybe above the destinations because it's, well, the header of these. And we'll select it with our highlights ID. You remember in the index.html file, we have the section ID highlights for the section. And in this ID, we have the H2 element as a direct child. So we'll select the highlights and here the H2 element. And there, as I said, let's get started with transforming the text to uppercase, aligning the text to the center, adding a fixed font size, and here I would like to have a bigger font size than we have it below for our paragraph, so maybe 40 pixels here. And then I'll also add a different color again, not the black one we have by default. Here I prepared a color for you with an RGB code of 59, 65, and 64. Let's see. Yeah, this looks a lot better, I think. And maybe we can also check the margin here with a margin of 33 pixels. Yeah, let's maybe decrease that margin a little bit. So let's go back and let's say the margin top bottom should be 24 pixels and 0 left right. Let's see. Yeah, I think this looks better. With this change being in place, we actually finished the content of our highlight section. So this means the H2 element and the unordered list with the list items. What is missing now is the styling of the actual section element, so of the parent, so to say. And with that, we also have a little issue that might cause some confusion at first sight. Let's get started with the text below our image here. The first thing I'd like to change is, well, I would like to center the text below our images. We can do this with the text align property. And as you learned, text align means that if we apply this property to an element, the content, the text content of this element will be centered. Now, which element holds our text? Well, it's the paragraph. Therefore, what we'll do now is we'll go back to our code, add again our destination class selector, so the list element in the end, and there we want to access all the paragraphs we have in here, and then add our text align property with a value being set to center. With this, the first task is done. Second thing I don't like is I think I want to have uppercase letters as we had it here in the H1 element. So this would also look better down here. This can be applied now to our destination class, so to the list items in the end. Therefore, let's do this and let's add what? The text transform property with a value of uppercase. With this in place, the rule gets inherited by our paragraphs here. You see, inherited by our list elements. Therefore, this looks better. And there is one third thing I'd like to change. If we zoom in a bit here, you see we still have this differentiation between the city and the country. But I think adding some color to the country here would emphasize this a bit more or highlight this a bit more. As we have our strong element in here, we can refer to this element and change the color of it easily. For this, we'll go back and maybe down here again add the destination class and there now refer to the strong element. And in here, we'll now add a color with an RGB code of 0, 160, and 117. So such a slight green tone here. And let's check this. Yeah, I think this looks a lot better. Still, I think our work on the paragraph is not done yet. I think we should also increase the font size a bit and also get rid of this black color here. A slightly grayish tone would look better, I think. So let's work on these things. So the font size and the color next in our paragraphs. So we leave our strong element and go back to this paragraph. Here, we'll now add a fixed font size of 24 pixels. And we'll add a different color, which should have, as I said, a slight grayish tone with an RGB code of 124, 123, and 123. Let's see. Yeah, looks better, I think. And what we could also do, if we check the paragraph, we have a margin of 24 pixels. Let's maybe reduce the margin a bit to bring the text a bit closer to the image. So in here, we can now add a margin of maybe 20 pixels, top, bottom, 0, left, right. Let's see. Yeah, I think this is just a slight change, but it looks better now. Now you see that the image and the paragraph below belong together. This means we are coming closer to finishing the section styling. What is missing, of course, is the H2 element here. Let's work on this now. Actually, just some steps we already did for other elements. I would like to transform the text to uppercase letters. We will align the text to the center and then work on the font size and the color and see if the margin is all right. So let's select our H2 element. Maybe above the destinations because it's, well, the header of these. And we'll select it with our highlights ID. You remember in the index.html file, we have the section ID highlights for the section, and in this ID we have the h2 element as a direct child. So we'll select the highlights and here the h2 element. And there, as I said, let's get started with transforming the text to uppercase, aligning the text to the center, adding a fixed font size, and here I would like to have a bigger font size than we have it below for our paragraph, so maybe 40 pixels here. And then I'll also add a different color again, not the black one we have by default. Here I prepared a color for you with an RGB code of 59, 65, and 64. Let's see. Yeah, this looks a lot better, I think. And maybe we can also check the margin here with a margin of 33 pixels. Yeah, let's maybe decrease that margin a little bit. So let's go back and let's say the margin top bottom should be 24 pixels and 0 left right. Let's see. Yeah, I think this looks better. With this change being in place, we actually finished the content of our highlight section. So this means the h2 element and the unordered list with the list items. What is missing now is the styling of the actual section element, so of the parent, so to say. And with that, we also have a little issue that might cause some confusion at first sight. Let's focus onto our section here, and let's get started with the issue I just mentioned. You saw that I selected the highlight section here, and there you can see that we have the content, right? And then we have this white space, this blank area. So this part here below the image. Make sure to check it out. Can you see it? This white area. You might say, well, this is some kind of margin from the previous section or anything like this. Let's check this. Well, it turns out it's not. You can see this here. The content of the first section ends with the end of the background image. And then we have, well, this white space. What is this white space now? Well, you saw it in the previous lecture. The white space, is the margin of the h2 element. Now the h2 element is actually the child of the section. Now what is going on right here? Well, generally, this is not a new concept. This, again, is a margin collapsing related problem, so to say. What's new at this stage here, though, is that margin collapsing doesn't only occur between adjacent elements as we saw it, it also occurs in a parent-child relationship, as we can see it right here. Why is it occurring here? Well, because we have the parent, which has no margin or padding applied, and we have then inside this parent a child where we have a margin. This kind of collapses the margin and adds this margin that we actually have in the child to the parent. You can see the same behavior at the bottom of this element, by the way. We have a white space at the bottom, and this white space is caused by what? Well, by the margin that we added to our unordered list right here. So that's the same problem. We have a margin at the bottom, but no margin or padding for the parent. Therefore, this is the result. How can we fix this now? Well, we can, for example, simply add some padding to the parent. With that, this margin collapsing issue will be solved immediately. Let's do this by going back to the code and by creating a new selector. Here, the highlights ID, so the section element. And there, I'll just add a padding of all around 24 pixels. If I do that, you see that the space between the elements changes a bit, and of course the padding also has an impact onto the space we have for our container. But now, our first section ends here. The second one starts directly afterwards with the padding, and inside the elements we now have the margin of the h2 element, and also the margin of the unordered list is now inside our section. I can prove this to you if we scroll down a bit like this. You see everything is part of the content now. So this was one new thing I would like to show you here. So a little bit of a more advanced margin collapsing issue, which you can solve like this. Besides that, I'm actually quite happy with the look. What is missing here though is a background color of that section here. Let's work on this final adjustment of the section in the next lecture. So let's work on the background color now. A very straightforward approach would be to go to our highlight selector, add the background color property, and add a color maybe with an RGB code of 227, 255, and 253. And with that, we are done. This can be done like this, but typically this doesn't have the nicest look, so to say. Modern websites, even though they only might have a plain color in the background, look a bit more vivid. They look better simply than this simple background color here. And the reason for this is that we can add a gradient, a linear gradient color to this background. This brings the whole thing a bit more to life and makes the page look a lot more modern. Now, is adding a gradient color complicated in CSS? No, it's not, because CSS comes with so-called functions. Now, don't worry, functions are default features in CSS, and we will learn more about functions, especially related to JavaScript, in a lot more detail throughout this course. But a function simply allows us to apply certain operations automatically, so to say. In case of the linear gradient, we have such a linear gradient CSS function, which builds or creates an image with a progressive transition between, well, two or more colors. We'll focus onto two colors here. So it basically creates this gradient automatically. The only thing you have to define is which colors you want to have, which are part of this gradient, and which direction should this gradient have. So should it be left to right, or should it be like 45 degrees, anything like this. We can create such a function in our code by getting rid of the background color property and using the background property instead. And now in this background property, as a value, we use the linear gradient CSS function. You can see functions always with this combination of the function name and then the parenthesis afterwards. The parenthesis then hold the values the function needs to be executed. In our case, the function can hold three different values. One could be the degree, so the angle our linear gradient should have. So here we could, for example, say 45 degrees, so written like this, the number and then DEG. Then we need to add the colors that should be part of that gradient. We'll go with two colors here. And again, we'll use an RGB code. The one we had before, 227, 255, and 253. And then we'll add a second RGB color of 202, 243, and 240, like this. So this is the entire CSS function. With this, if we go back, you don't see a big change, but I think you can see that the colors changed and that the page looks better now simply. If I would, for example, change the RGB code here to a very dark one, maybe like this, let's try this, then you see the impact of the gradient right here. Of course, not leave it like this. Question that remains is, what about these degrees right here? For this, let's maybe change 45 to 0 first, like this. So you see, now we have the starting color at the bottom and the darker color at the top. If I would change this to 180 degrees, then things would be the other way around. So we have light color, starting color at the top, and the darker color, the second color we added at the bottom. As you can imagine, with 90 degrees, we have the starting color to the left and the second color to the right. And with the values in between, for example, 45 here, we have a nice transition. So we go from the bottom left, so to say, to the top right. Or if we make 45, 90, so 135 being the next logical values, we go from the top left to the bottom right. Here, I'll go with 0 degrees though, because I think this looks alright in our case, especially if we change back the RGB code to our 202, 243, and 240 value. Now it looks better, and the big differences between the two colors were just for demonstration purposes. As I said, typically you keep the changes very subtle just to add this slightly more life, so to say, to our background color here. With this, our page looks great, I guess. We have the first section and the second section finished. What is missing now is our last part of the landing page, and this is our footer. Let's start this lecture with some good news. We are coming closer towards the end of the landing page here. As I said in the last lecture, what is missing now is the last section, the last part of this page, and that's the footer. As always, before we dive into creating this footer together, here is a quick look at the finished result that we want to achieve. This is the full page, zoomed in a bit to make it better visible for you. But this part down here, this footer is what we want to create now. So it's a bit hard to see, but this footer again has a gradient background, so a grayish black background here. And it contains two icons. In this case, we use two simple images, the Instagram logo and the Facebook logo. And both of these images here are clickable links in the end. Nothing new in here, so we can quickly create this footer with the knowledge we gained so far. What we need though are the icons, so the images here of our two links. And you can again find these images attached to this lecture. So as we did it for our images here, make sure to download the attached zip file, to unzip it. And in there, you should find these two files, Facebook PNG and Insta PNG, so both images, as I said, which are white. Therefore, you cannot see anything in here in this preview image, so to say. But these are the two icons we need in this lecture. With this, let's forget about what we want to create and let's go back to our current state of the project. And let's get started, as always, with the HTML part. For the HTML part, we go back to the index.html file and scroll down to our footer element, which we created at the beginning of this module. And in this footer, we follow actually kind of the logic we had up here for our highlights. Again, we have some kind of content which can be grouped together. These are our links here containing the images, the icons. Therefore, I would get started here again with an unordered list. We know it, the order doesn't matter here. And this unordered list now contains what? Well, it contains two list items, item 1 and item 2. And each of these items now contains an anchor tag, right? It should be a link. And this link now should refer to, well, Instagram and Facebook. Let's get started with Instagram first here. So https://www.instagram.com. So we simply add the entire URL right here in our quotation marks. And now the content for this link is not a text like, well, Instagram or anything like this. Here we'll now add the path to our icons that we just unzipped. Therefore, what we have to do now is we have to leave the full screen mode for VS Code, like this maybe. And now we take the Facebook image and open the images icons folder here in VS Code. So we take this image, drag and drop it right there. Now we can also see the image. And we do the same thing with the Insta image here. With that, we can, if you want to go back to full screen mode and maybe close these two images here. And now we are back in the index.html file. And now we can refer to the image. For this, we have to enter the image element here and refer to our source, which will be images. Then here we go to icons, and there we select the Instagram image. And let me quickly bring this into the next line to improve the readability. And here, as text for screen readers, or in case the image doesn't load correctly, we simply add maybe Instagram logo here. And with that, our first list item looks all right. Let's now apply the same logic to our second link here. So we go to the list item, add the anchor tag. Here we go to https://www.facebook.com. And here we now add the image once again, and maybe also add it in a second line to improve the readability. Here we go to /images/icons/Facebook, and the text is Facebook logo. Let's save this and format this quickly. And this means our HTML part is finished. If we quickly check this on our page, you see, well, nothing because the images are white. But if we go to the footer and open it, you see we have our list items, and somewhere in here we should have our icons, but we'll see these soon once we add some background color. And that's exactly what we will continue with. Now it's time to style our footer. Where is the styling of our footer applied? Well, obviously not in the style CSS file where we worked in the last, minutes actually. Here we go back to our shared CSS file, because as the header here, our footer is also something we see on every page of our website. Therefore, it should be part of this shared CSS file. We will refer to the footer with just normal type selectors, maybe some combinators. And I would like to get started first with the footer element itself. As I said, I would like to add some background color here, and I'll again use a linear gradient. Therefore, we'll refer to the background property here and now add the linear gradient function here with a prepared value by myself with 70 degrees first. And then we add an RGB code. Don't forget the parentheses here of 24, 24, and 24. And now the second RGB code here, again with the parentheses, should be 25, 29, and 29. So this is this, grayish black look in the end. And if we go back now, you see we have this, nice background, but we have the icons, a little bit off from a size perspective. Let's work on these as a next step. And to do that, we can first think about the structure we have right here. Because we know that we have an unordered list, which contains the two list items, where each list item contains an anchor tag. And in this anchor tag, we have the image element then. So before we dive deeper into how we organize or create the layout of these icons, let's first focus onto the size. And here we could follow a pretty simple approach. If we apply a specific width and height to the list items here, and then a percentage width and height to our images, then the rules regarding the width and the height of these images will refer to the parent element. The parent would be the anchor tag, which obviously doesn't have any height or width applied, and therefore it will apply to the list element as the parent that predefines the space this container provides for the images, and therefore we could make our images a lot smaller. What this means in simple words is that we can go back to our code, first select our list items. I'll do this again with a descendant combinator here, so footer and here the list items. And there I'll apply a width of, let's say, 80 pixels. And the same for the height, which should also be 80 pixels here. And now we'll select our images, again with a descendant combinator. And here we'll simply say, well, the width should be 100% right here, and the same thing should apply to our height. With that in place, if we check the result, you see our icons are, well, a lot smaller. And surprisingly, if we check the size of these icons, they have exactly 80 pixels. As I said, the image size, the percentage value, now refers to the list element, as the anchor tag itself, well, doesn't define any width or height. Therefore, our list item is relevant here. This was a big step already. What's wrong here now, though, is the layout of our icons. I would like to have these next to each other, not below each other, but now things are pretty easy for you, I guess. You know how we can easily fix this with the knowledge gained in this lecture. We can simply go back to the code and now refer to what? Well, our unordered list here. So the unordered list, and here we again use our good old display flags property. With this, we change the way our icons are aligned here. We have some issues we have to work on though. The first issue I see is the, well, positioning of the icons. These should be centered. We know how we can, well, arrange this easily. For example, if we go back to our header here, you see how we defined the way our items are displayed inside our flags container. We had display flags and then we had justify content space between to put space in between the different items. But besides space between, we know we had other values we can apply here. And the value that helps us here is justify content center. This will center our flex items inside the flex container and push the remaining space we have to the left and to the right, evenly to the left and to the right, to be more precise, of our elements. With that, you see we quickly positioned these elements in the center of our page. What would help now is maybe some margin between our list items though, so some left and right margin. So let's go to the list items and add a margin of 0 top bottom, and maybe 50 pixels to the left and to the right. Looks better. Why am I not using the margin for the top here? Well, we could do this, for example, with 50 pixels. Yeah, this would work. But generally, I prefer the margin when it comes to the distance between elements to the left and to the right. Otherwise, in cases like this, when we want to have an impact onto the height of our container, I prefer working with padding instead of margin. And the padding here doesn't have to be applied on the list items, but we can generally apply some padding to our unordered list here. Here we use a padding of 40 pixels maybe. Yeah, I think this looks good. Or alternatively, you can also get rid of the padding here and add the padding directly to the footer, which would be the approach we follow right here. Here we'll use a padding of maybe a bit less than what we just had, so 36 pixels and 0. Yeah, this shrinks it down a bit, and now I think our footer looks alright. Let's also check it without the DevTools. Yeah, I think this looks quite nice. And if we click onto the links, you see the Instagram page is opening. Same thing is the case for our Facebook link. So this is our finished landing page now. I think it looks quite good, but we are not done yet. Because if we click onto our destinations link, for example up here, then we go to our places.html page, which is empty at the moment, and the same problem happens if we click onto discover places. Therefore, our places page is what we will tackle as a next step. With the landing page being finished, we can now continue with another page we need on our website. This page can be reached via two different links, either in our navbar by clicking onto this destinations button or by clicking onto our discover places button right here. At the moment, no matter what we do, if we click it though, we end up on this empty page. The reason for this is quite obvious. In our project at the moment, we added the places.html file, but it's an empty file at the moment. We'll change this in a few seconds, but first, let's see what this page should look like. In here, I have the finished page, and if you closely inspect it, you see some things that we have already on our landing page. For example, up here, our navigation bar. Here we have changed colors, but the general idea is the same that we saw on the landing page. We again have a main part with all these different images and the corresponding description. Here, just some dummy text, of course, and a link named Explore, which can be clicked and which redirects us to the Wikipedia page of the corresponding city. And at the bottom, we have our footer again. Now, to speed things up a bit, we can immediately see what we can take from our existing index.html file, and that's the header and the footer. We have to change the colors a bit, but that's an easy thing. But to get started as fast as possible, we can do this right here. So this means we go back to our code, into the index.html file, and now first take our entire head, including the doc type HTML part at the top, copy this entire code, Command C or Control Z on Windows machines, and now go to the places HTML file and paste the code, Command V or Control V on Windows machines. So this is the head. Then we go back to the index HTML file, scroll down a bit, take the header, including the opening tag for the body element, copy this and paste it here. Now we add a main element. This will be filled with content by us in the next lectures, but we know that we have some main content in here. And below our main element, we go back to the index.html file, scroll down up to here, so to the bottom basically, and go up, like this. So including the opening tag of the footer element, copy this and paste it below our main element. With this, we are almost done. Our relative links to the images are the same, so this is all right. What we have to change though is up here in our head element, the reference to the styled CSS file, because our styles for the places page will either be part of the shared file, the header and the footer, or be part of a new CSS file, which we have to create, of course. So let's do this quickly. Clicking right here and call it places.css. So, which is empty, of course, now. And then we can change the name of the file here from styled CSS to places CSS. But besides that, yeah, I think this looks all right. So if we now go back to our page and quickly reload it here, yeah, you see, we have some styling issues, but that's of course due to the fact that we don't have any content in our main element now. But if we click onto destinations, we stay here. If we click onto travel goals, we are redirected to our landing page, and now also this link here works. So with this, we are ready to get started with our project. As I showed you, this is our goal. So we want to create our main part of the website now. And the look you can see right here is a pretty common look for modern websites, by the way. It's called card look because, well, each city here with the image looks like a separate card displaying the individual content. Therefore, that's also something you will typically create in your own projects then. The great news is, to create this card look here on that page, we will use another CSS technology. More about this in the next minutes. Let's now continue in the next lecture by creating the HTML code of our page here. To create the HTML code and to understand how we should create this code, it's important to have another look at the final result right here. Because right here we have a logic that we saw multiple times throughout this course already. We again have related content, so to say. So we always have specific cities, we have an image, we have the name, a description, and then this link down here. And we have this multiple times, of course. And then we have a certain structure inside each of these so-called cards. Now, when I talk about related content, the concept of grouping that content in lists as list items hopefully comes to your mind. And that's exactly the approach I would like to follow right here. Our main element will basically be an unordered list, because again, the order of our cities is up to us in the end. And this unordered list will then have list items where each single card, so each single city, is a list item. And inside this list item, which will then of course act as a container for the entire content of each single city's cards, inside of these list items, we will have another container-like structure. Well, we will have the image, of course, but the city here, so the name and the description, will be a separate container containing this information. And then we'll have a third container with this explore part here. So basically, we have an unordered list. We have list items, which contain the entire content of the city. We have an image, one container for the city name and the city description, here of course just some dummy text, and another container for this explore link here. That's the theoretical background. Let's now go back to our code and recreate the structure in HTML. For this, I'm in the places HTML file, and here we'll now go into our main element. As I said, we will again use an unordered list. So let's create this one, and we'll have multiple list items. I'll just start with a single list item here, because once the structure for this list item is finished, we can of course duplicate this logic. As I said, the unordered list is the container of the list items, and each single list item will be the container of the content of this card. And the first content type we have in these cards will be the image of the city. For this, we can again use our image element. And what is missing now is a link to our source files. Here again, we need images. Now, the great thing is, for this first list item, we have the image already, because I want to get started with our Barcelona image, so this one right here. For other cities, which we'll add in a few minutes, you can of course find these images attached to this lecture. We'll do this together though in a few minutes, as I said. For the first image, we'll refer to our Barcelona image, as I said. So let's go to Images, Places, and here select Barcelona JPEG. I'm selecting these with tab. I mentioned this already. And our alt text here will be, well, City of Barcelona. So that's the first thing. This is the image. And now I said that I would like to have two containers. The first container holding the city name and the description, and the second container holding the link to the city, to the Wikipedia page. This means these containers, well, are just containers, but these are non-semantic containers in the end. Therefore, I'll go for a non-semantic block element, and this is our good old friend, the div. Inside this div, we'll have two elements. The first one will be our H2 element. We don't have an H1 element on this page of our website. Still, we'll stick to H1 elements for the real headlines of our website, so to say. And here, H2, well, is just a headline for each single city. And also, typically, you tend to have the H1 element only once on each web page. Well, and if we have these cities multiple times, then, well, this won't work. Here, we can now add the city name, so Barcelona in this case. And afterwards, I'll add a paragraph with the description. Here, I'll go with some dummy text, as I said. And if you enter lorem here in Visual Studio Code, you get the Emmet helper, which adds this text automatically. So by pressing tab, you get this a little bit too long text. So let's scroll to the left and maybe stop this right here and add some dots simply. With that, I think this should be sufficient. So this is the description of the city. What's missing for our div though here is maybe a way to, well, select it later easily. Keep in mind that we will have this div in each single list item. Therefore, we will not use an ID here, but a class. Once again, with that, we can apply the same styles to all our containers for the city description and the name. And here we'll simply call this item content. And besides the item content, so after this div, we'll have a second div with a class of actions here. Because these actions will be what? Well, these actions will be an anchor tag, so a link to the corresponding Wikipedia page of that city. And here we'll go for https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/Barcelona. Barcelona written like this maybe would be the better approach. So let's save this and format it. And let's now add the content of this link, which could simply be explore here. With this on our page, yeah, we have a very big image, so to say. If we scroll down though, we have the content, the name, the description, and the link. And if we click onto the link, we are redirected to the right page. So this worked perfectly. We still have a problem with the styling here though, so this is what we will tackle in the next lecture. So things are a bit off in many ways at the moment. To get started, let's first change the size of the image. We saw this already on the landing page. By default, images tend to take quite a lot of space available. Therefore, as we did it already earlier in the course, we'll give the image a fixed width and height, well, to make it smaller. For this, we have different options to do so. We could refer to the image here in general, or we'll again use a descendant combinator maybe, where we say we want to tackle images here, which are list items, so part of a list in the end, and this list should be part of the main element, the main section of our website. To do this, we go to the places CSS file and finally add some code in here. So we'll say in the main element, list items and images. This will have the advantage that when adding more images here for all our different destinations that we have, well, this style will be applied for these images. So let's say we add a width of maybe 300 pixels for this image. We'll see if this is the appropriate size, and a fixed height here of 280 pixels. And again, as you saw it throughout the course, images are more or less the only element, so to say, where we add a height. Typically, we work with padding to increase the height of certain elements. With this in place, well, the images became a lot smaller. I think this is round about the right size we need. But now we see another issue on our page. The issue here is our header, because on the landing page, the background image should be, well, behind the header, so to say. Therefore, we applied specific styles to this header to make this possible. On our destinations page though, I don't think this is the look we want to have, because here we don't have a background image, but a normal image now. And this image will be, well, displayed multiple times for different locations, so it definitely should not be behind the header. Do you have an idea how we can fix this quickly? We can change our position property, right? Because here in the header, we have position absolute applied. If we would unselect this, then this would do the trick. We don't need left and top 0, by the way, and also the width is not required because by default our header is a block element, therefore it occupies the entire space available here. But nevertheless, we can see that by changing the position property, we can get the desired result. Now, back in our code, we should keep in mind that in our shared CSS file, here Where is it? Here in the header, we have the position absolute rule applied and also all the other rules. So this has to be overwritten. And how does this work now? Well, it works by going to the places CSS file again. And in here, top maybe to keep our order from top to bottom on the page, we'll select the header and now add the position property with a value of static here. As you learned, static is the default value for the position property, so typically you don't have to apply this value. But for such cases where you add a different value for the position property in general, keep in mind we added it here in the shared CSS file, but now on specific pages or in specific cases you want to override this change, then you use position static. As I said, also all the other properties, so width, top and left, are not required here, but they also don't hurt, so we can keep these in here. We don't have to add a different value to these. And with this in place, if we save this, this is working. Also important here is that the order of our imports matters. If we go back to our places HTML file, to the top here into the head section right here, you see that we first set the link for the shared CSS file where we change the position property to absolute, and afterwards we add the link to the places CSS file so the specific styles applied to this page. And this is very important. If we would change the order here and save this, then suddenly our image would be behind our header because now the rules set in the shared CSS file override the rules we have in the places CSS file. Therefore, it's always important to add the shared CSS file link first. This typically holds the more common styles, so to say, and then a specific styles afterwards. Just a side note here though. As we are already working on the header, we could actually finish some generic styles for our page. Because as you saw in our example earlier, the entire page should have a grayish background color, not a background image as we had it on the landing page. Therefore, and with the logic we just had, with the order of our imports, so shared before the specific CSS file, we could say that our shared code for the body here could be overwritten, or in our case, could be enhanced for the specific styling we want to have on the places CSS file. Therefore, I'll add another body selector here. And for this body, I want to change one thing now. I want to add a background color, but not with the background color property, but with the background property, because we want to use a CSS function once again, and that's our linear gradient function. We'll use 30 degrees for the angle of the gradient. And color-wise, we'll use, again, our RGB colors, add the parentheses, and here use 77, 77, and 77. This will be a grayish tone. And the second RGB code will be quite similar. It's 58, 58, and 58. We don't need the space in here. And with this, we see we added this background color to our page. By the way, the fact that the footer is kind of in the middle of nowhere at the moment is something we'll tackle a bit later, so please ignore this for the moment. So our page is progressing well. What's now totally off is our, card that we want to achieve in the end. We basically have in our main element now this unordered list. And in there we have our first list item, which basically is a block element with 3 other elements inside, one inline element with the image here, and 2 block elements, the div and the div, one holding the description, the other one holding the link. I think it's time now to work on the layout of this card as a next step. How can we now create this card look? Well, we'll go there step by step, but the first thing I want to change is I want to define a specific width for our entire container of the list items, so for our unordered list right here. At the moment, it occupies the entire space available, and I want to limit this a bit with a fixed value. For this, I'll add another descendant combinator, select the unordered list in our main element, and I'll give this a width of maybe 800 pixels. We'll see if this is the final value, but with that in mind, you see now we have a specific area reserved for our container here. We could also get rid of the margin though. Let's set the margin here to 0 top bottom and auto left right. With this, we center our container. Yeah, and I think with this, we can work a bit better. This brings the whole page to a bit more structure. Now let's focus onto our card though. The idea should be that this image is basically the left part of the card. Then right to it, so in this area, let's say, we want to have the Barcelona name. Below it, we want to have the description. And afterwards, we want to have our link. Now this means that we generally want to position our image here next to our two divs. Well, changing the image next to one div would be something we can easily achieve via Flexbox, if you remember. So if we check out our places HTML code maybe once again, here this part, then why don't we say that we nest the div with the class actions inside our div of the class item content here. If we change this, if we take this now and position it in here, maybe format this quickly, then we would have our image next to the item content div, and this div now holds the entire content of the right part of this card. With this change in mind, we could now turn our list item, so each single list item, into a flex container. And as we learned, in a flex container, the items are positioned next to each other by default due to the flex direction with a value of row. Therefore, the image would be positioned next to the item content. With this, we can go back to the places CSS file. And now here, select main list, so the list item. And this should now be display flex. And this does the trick, hopefully. Yes, it does. As you see, we are coming closer towards our card look. We can now also change the background color of the list item. Here I'll simply use plain white. Yeah, this brings us even closer. And if we now select our item content class, remember the item content now holds our city name, the description, and the link that we created. So we can select the entire class now with the class selector. And here we add a padding of maybe 24 pixels. Well then, this looks quite good. With that, we easily created this card look. We are not done yet, obviously, but we'll come closer to it. Let's take the chance to style the different parts of our card now in a bit more detail. And let's get started with the card itself, so with the list item. Here, I want to add some properties we learned about that we use to improve the styling of our page. And one property is our box shadow that we can add to the entire card. So here to our list item. Here, I will set the box shadow to, again, maybe 1 pixel left, right, 1 pixel top, bottom, and the radius of 4 pixels with an RGBA color here once again, because we want to work on the opacity of it. So this should be just black again, so 0, 0, 0. And here we'll add a value for alpha of 0.2. We'll also add a border radius of 6 pixels here. And with this, yeah, our card looks better already. Hard to see the box shadow here, but if we zoom in a bit, you can slightly see it. So it's just a very little addition to it to make the look a bit better. The card looks good, while the image doesn't. 2 reasons for this. If we check the right upper corner of our card, you see our rounded corner due to the border radius property we applied. On the left side though, where the image sits, well, we don't have these rounded corners. What's the reason for this? Well, our image here exceeds the border of the container, so of the list item here. Although it doesn't exceed it in general, it exceeds it in the corners where we applied a different property to our container. We can change this behavior though with a specific property. This property is called overflow, and it allows us to, well, control the overflow, so how an element which exceeds the dimensions of the container is behaving. So here in the end, we want to, well, clip anything that would exceed our container, so the corners here in the end, and this can be achieved with this property. This property is not applied to the child in the container, so to say, but to the container itself, because typically you want all elements which are part of your container to behave the same way when it comes to that overflow behavior. For this, we can apply this overflow property here to our list item. Therefore, we'll set the overflow here to the default value first, which is visible. This, no big surprise, doesn't change a thing. We still have these corners here. This is the default behavior. But as you just saw it with the position property, there might be cases where you want to go back to this behavior. Therefore, you can keep this value here in mind. For our purpose here though, we need another value. Our value here is not visible, but it is hidden. So easy to remember, visible default one, hidden, well, the case you probably need in your projects from time to time. With hidden, if we go back, you see that the image, and by the way also all the other elements, exactly fit into the borders of the container, and with that we also improve the look right here. Our image still doesn't look perfect though. It is squashed into the container because we applied a fixed dimension to it. We talked about images in a lot of detail in earlier lectures of this module. So if you closely inspect the image, it's again squashed a bit, so it hasn't its default dimensions. You probably remember how we can change this. We can change this with the object fit property. If we add it here to the image in the DevTools, object fit, and which value do we need right here? Cover. That's exactly what we need. It will fit the image into the space available and, well, cut off any parts of it which would be bigger than the space available. And if we unselect this now, you see what I mean. We squashed it into the container. So let's add the object fit property to our image here. So object fit cover. With this, our image looks a lot better. So besides overflow, these were things we know already though. Now is your turn to also apply a concept we learned about, but in a different environment. Because the positioning of the image and the item content class here is alright, but inside our content, I don't think this is the look that we want to achieve. Because instead of the text and the link here being positioned to the left and below each other, so with not a huge gap in here, well, this should actually be the result. The heading and the text is alright, but inside this right part of our card, the link here, you can ignore the arrow for the moment, should be positioned in the right bottom corner, and there should also be more space here in between these elements. Now you can try to achieve this with margins or padding, but there is a very easier way to achieve this with Flexbox once again. So this is your next task now. Try to achieve the following styling with Flexbox. Change the color, the text color of the city and the description from black to a slight grayish tone. And also remove the link style of the explore link down here. Change its color to whatever color you want. We will use the right RGB code in the solution lecture, so in the next lecture, and apply a hover effect to it. If you check out the hover effect, by the way, you see it has rounded corners, so also implement this. So these are your tasks for the next lecture. Take your time, you learned all that it takes to finish this task, and therefore see you in the next lecture, hopefully with great results from your side. How did it go? Were you successful? Let's solve this challenge together now. And for this, I want to get started with the layout of the elements in the right part of our card here. Our goal was to add space between certain elements. Specifically, space should be added between our description of the city and between this link. The link should be pushed down to the bottom and then to the right, so it should be somewhere here. I told you that you can achieve this with Flexbox once again. You know that we use Flexbox already for our list item here to position the elements, so the image and the div with the class item content next to each other. But we can now use Flexbox also inside this item content class. But why Flexbox here? Didn't we use Flexbox so far to, well, position items next to each other? For example, here in the header. Yes, we did. But you remember that we can change the default behavior of how items should be positioned. This was the flex direction with a default value of row, which we have right here in the header or right here in our card. We can change this value to column, which would basically bring back the initial style we have. But then with our justify content logic that we used, for example, here in the header, if we open this down there, so justify content space between, which allowed us to add gaps between elements. So it's the gap between the logo and the navigation items. Well, this gap could be added then into our flex container we create right here. Let's give this a try and let's see how this might work. For this, we have to add display flags to our item content class. So let's do this in the code down here. So we add display flags. With this change in place, the items, the elements are positioned next to each other. But as I said, with our flex direction property, so flex direction, you know the default value is row, but we can change this to column, which will then position all flex items below each other. Let's see if this works. Yes, this looks okay. And now we only have to add our justify content property, right here, this one, with the value of space between, and then we'll see what this looks like. So let's implement this. Justify content space between. So let's see. Yeah, and we are not there yet. We added space between our description and the link, but we also added space between the city name and the description. Do you know what's wrong here? Well, our problem is that space between adds space between all flex items that we have. And here we have the flex container, and as you see it indicated in the DevTools, we have 3 flex items, 1, 2, 3. But if we would be able to turn the H2 element and the paragraph into one element, well, then space between would work because, well, then we would have the space between these 2 elements. So the element containing the name and the description and the link. For that, we can simply use our non-semantic block element as a wrapper, and this is a div. Therefore, let's go back to our HTML code in the places HTML file. And in here, I'll simply add a div now inside our item content class. And this div now should hold the paragraph and the H2 element. Let's move this up a bit and let's quickly format the text. And with this change in place, don't forget to save it, we should have, an almost perfectly styled card here. Now, if we check the flex logic, we see we have the first div and the second div and the space between. So this was the most complex part about this challenge. I hope you were able to solve it, otherwise you now saw it how it works. However, we are not done yet. because the explore link here is at the bottom. This is okay, but it should be at the bottom right here. This is an easy task now though, because you know we have our div with the class actions, and we know that we can position the content, the text content of elements easily with our text align property. So if we refer to our actions class back in the places CSS file down here, and now we refer to our actions class with the dot notation here and use the text align property. Typically in the course we often use our center value, which of course would also work to center the content of this class, the text content of this class. But here we use a value of right now to position this text to the right. With that, this goal is also achieved. Talking about this text now, this link text in here now, we could also remove the text decoration, maybe add some space because it's kind of, well, closely positioned to the container here, and also change the color. So 3 steps to apply here. Let's get started. First, by referring to the anchor tag here, and for this, I'll again use the actions class and refer to the anchor tag inside of this actions class. First, we'll remove the text decoration, so this underlining of the link with text decoration none. Then we'll add a bit of padding to all directions because, as I said, it sits a bit too close here in the right bottom corner. Therefore, with some padding of maybe 6 pixels should help. We'll check this in a few seconds. And let me scroll down a bit. Finally, I would like to change the color of this link with the color property. And this property has another RGB color code I prepared. We use 22 for red, 211 for green, and 228 for blue. With these changes in place, yeah, this looks a lot better. Now we are almost there. What's missing now is our hover effect though. We can quickly implement this with our hover pseudo selector. This pseudo selector works as follows. We also did this quite often throughout the course. I'll again use our descendant combinator, actions, a hover, so the pseudo selector of the anchor tag whenever we hover over this element with our mouse. And here, to add this hover effect, I'll simply add a background color to it to change the color of the entire element. And here we'll use an RGB code of 235, 253, and 255. So it's a slightly brighter color tone than the one we have for the link up here. So let's see if we hover now. This looks good. If we zoom in a bit closer, we see that our rounded corners are missing. We can quickly fix this with border radius. And as always, we apply this property not to the hover rule here, but to the default rule of the element to avoid any kind of glitches in the styling. Because if you have a default styling and then hover, which kind of breaks this default styling, this can sometimes lead to elements jumping around a bit. So we want to avoid this. Therefore, we add this property, so border radius, to the general element style. And here we'll use a radius of maybe 5 pixels. Let's see if we hover now and zoom in. Yeah, now this looks all right. With this challenge is almost solved. You had one last task though, and this was to change the text color of the city name and the city description. This can be done quite easily because the only thing we have to do right here is, well, we have to add a different color to the body. Because in our current places CSS file, we don't have any color property applied for the text. And also in the shared CSS file, there is no specific color applied. Only here for the anchor tag, we'll fix this later. But generally for the text, we don't have any color property. Therefore, we can just go to our body selector up here and change the color with the color property to an RGB code of 68, 68, and 68. And as you learned, color is a property which gets inherited by other elements. Therefore, jumping back to our page, well, we now have the gray text color right here. It's not that easy to see though, but if we, for example, select the H2 element and scroll down, we see that we inherited the color from the body. So if I would unselect it, you see it's getting black. So this is this slight grayish tone we had to implement here. This was the challenge. I hope you had fun. I hope you could apply your knowledge in this challenge. In the next lecture, we'll now add more cards because we don't only have one single card. And then we'll explore one big issue though. This issue will be the last big task, the last big problem we have to tackle in this module. Looking forward to this. So see you in the next lecture. Let's continue with this module. And I think now is the time to add the remaining cards. Because as you know, our places page should of course hold several destinations, not Barcelona only. What we can do for that is we can, as a first step, go back to our code, into the places HTML file, and now, well, copy paste our list item here, this one. And we will have 10 destinations at the end, so we can simply copy it down here once, twice. So we are at number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and number 10. That's it. If we go back to our code now, we see we have, well, 10 times Barcelona and each card sitting directly below each other. Not the final look, of course, but we work on this in the next minutes. Before we work on the styling though, we first have to change the city and the image and the link here for all our remaining destinations. And for this we need two things. We need to change the code, of course, and we need images for the corresponding cities. Now you can find both the images and the code attached to this lecture to avoid repetitive work at this stage. First, make sure to download and unzip the images. So you should have the images of these cities then somewhere on your machine. And then simply open the images folder, here the places folder, inside the images folder, and then simply take each of these images and drag it into that folder step by step. This, like that. And Tokyo finally. All in all, this should be 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 images. So this was step 1. So we can now go back to our code, where we can now find all these beautiful images of the cities, which we can, of course, also close here to not occupy all the space up here. And we can also close this folder. And now, with the images being added, we have to change, well, all our list items. Because basically we have to change the path to the corresponding image of the city, our alt text, the headline, and of course also the link to the page that redirects us to the information about the city. Thankfully, as this is a kind of repetitive task, you can also find this code attached to this lecture. So make sure to download this code and copy it. It is the code which contains our entire unordered list. So from opening tag up here, we can now select the code up until the bottom. so the closing tag of that list. So we basically now delete the entire content of our main element. And now you can copy and paste the code, which you can find attached to this lecture. So like this, make sure that everything is all right. So let's scroll up a bit. Here we are in the main element. There we have the unordered list with the list items, so Barcelona, Hawaii, and so on. And also at the bottom here, make sure that the unordered list ends here, then the main element, and afterwards we have the footer. So if we save this and go back to our page, yeah, I think this doesn't look too shabby. However, although the look of our cards is fine, we are far from the desired result. You remember, this is what our page should look like. So we have two destinations next to each other. Then here London, so the third destination here, should be, well, occupying the entire space that we have right here, and so on. All other elements should be sitting next to each others, so basically in two columns, so to say. Now we could try to achieve this look now. If we go back, we could say that we first increase maybe the width of our unordered list a bit as a first step, because here we have it at the moment in our places CSS file set to 800 pixels. So let's maybe change this to 1200 pixels. This gives our images, well, a bit more space as you see it here. And actually I can zoom out a bit to 125% here in my case. So with that, we would win some space. And now each list item could have a specific width. For example, here, our items could have a width of, let's say, 500 pixels maybe. If we do that, we, well, kind of destroyed the look of our cards, which is not a problem at this stage. But now, although our items are reduced in width and actually our container has more space available, we have the problem that these items are block elements, so our list elements here, and therefore each element is positioned, well, below each other. Now you could say, well, with what I learned in this course, why don't we use Flexbox here to position the items next to each other? And that's indeed one option. We could say that our unordered list here is again a Flex container holding all the list items, which are then Flex items. And with that, we have more control about our page layout. Let's give this a try. We now can go to the unordered list selector here and change it to display Flex. With this, yeah, now we have our images sitting next to each other, but well, that's actually also not the desired result. We could, of course, change our Flex direction again to column instead of row, like this. Well, also not working. Here we have the initial state back before we added Flexbox. Or, let's delete this, we could say Flex wrap. You remember, we also learned about this property, and set it to wrap, like this. Yeah, this would indeed bring us a bit closer here. However, we still have some styling issues, and if we would change the width of our unordered list to, for example, 1500 pixels, then we would have 3 elements sitting next to each other. This means we don't have full control of our layout here at the moment. The problem is that the perfect application area for Flexbox are one-dimensional layouts, meaning here in our header, we want to have this horizontal allocation of our items. Same thing here on the starting page. Down here, all items should be positioned next to each other. But here in the destinations, we now have a two-dimensional problem, so to say. We want to make sure that our cards here are positioned in 2 dimensions. So we want to have a specific column count, 2 columns in our example here, and then the cards should be divided between the different rows. Also think about the problem we have that we want to position the London card here across one entire row. So we have Barcelona and Hawaii next to each other, and then London should come. So as you see, although we could kind of create this with Flexbox, it requires a lot of, well, changes, adjustments, and it will not be easy to create in the end. We want to create our layouts as easy as possible. Therefore, we will not use Flexbox here. This means we can delete our Flex code here. So we are back in the initial state. But instead, we have another tool which allows us to easily create two-dimensional layouts, the CSS grid. What is the CSS grid? As Flexbox, the grid is a default feature, a default technology CSS ships with. This means you don't have to install it or anything like this, it's always there. Where Flexbox shines in one-dimensional layouts, we saw this, we can use it greatly to align elements in a row or in a column. This worked perfectly. The grid shines whenever it comes to two-dimensional layouts. This means whenever we want to create the layout where we have the control about the columns and or the rows. Now in this and the next lectures, we'll dive into the CSS grid basics. You can find more detailed information about the CSS grid towards the end of this module. However, to get started here, you can find this project attached to the lecture. As you see, we just have the body element here, which contains an unordered list with several list items, here named card, as we have these cards on our website. If we check the code, you see the same thing. We just have this basic HTML code, and in the styles file, we have some styling for the body, some styling for the unordered list, and some styling for the list items. Nothing we don't know about so far. If we look at the way our cards are aligned at the moment though, we have a default block element alignment. So each element is sitting below the other one. If we think back about our project, the structure, the layout we want to create here is a layout where we have two columns as a first step. So in here with our 8 cards, this would mean that the first column should have 4 cards and the second column should also have 4 cards. How can we create such a layout with the grid now? Well, the grid basically follows the core logic of Flexbox. Again, we can create a container, a grid container, which is the parent of our items inside our grid. And then this Flex container, well, allows us to define what should happen with the elements nested into it. If we think about our project setup here, this would mean that our unordered list here, which holds the list items, should become our grid container. To do that, we can go to our CSS code, to the unordered list type selector, and here add display grid. With this in place, nothing changes, which is not correct. You see that the distance between our elements increased, so the margin, so to say. And in our DevTools, we see that the grid option is now available. If we click it, as we did it with the flex option here for Flexbox, you see that somehow we have these counters for the rows, top to bottom, and for the columns, left to right. Okay, so far this doesn't help us a lot. How can we now create this 2-column layout? Well, with the grid being applied, we now have full control about the way these elements are displayed, about the layouts of these elements inside our grid. One option to therefore create a predefined layout is with the grid template columns property. Now, let's go to the code and let's add this. So grid template columns. What is this now? Well, this property allows us to predefine a specific column count inside of our grid. Now you could say, well, we want to have 2 columns, so I can just enter 2. Well, that's not how it works. We have to define a value for each single column that we want to create, and each value has to specify the width of that column inside our grid. At the moment, for example, we have a width for the unordered list, which is our container of the grid, of 800 pixels. Therefore, we could say we create one column with a width of 400 pixels. Now we add a space and create a second column, also with 400 pixels. With this in place, you see we immediately created our 2-column layout. And if we look at our unordered list, you see that the entire content of that list, this 800 pixels width, is now occupied by the elements inside our grid. The area around here, so the screen part, is just the padding that we added. You can see this down here. This is our padding. However, what happens if we don't exactly use the entire width available? We could, for example, in our code say that the first column should have 400 pixels and the second one only 200. What happens then? Let's see. Well, the width used for our elements indeed decreases. See right here, the elements in the second column are smaller. And we have some unused space in the right part of our grid. This means our grid still could use the entire width that we defined in here, so our 800 pixels of the content, but we only use the grid for this limited amount of space. Now, this can be an intended behavior or a mistake. Therefore, typically when working with such grid template columns, we don't work with pixels here, we use so-called fractions. A fraction simply defines the available space of the area available in the grid that we want to apply for this specific column. This means if we change our 400 pixels here to one fraction, written fr like this, so fr stands for fraction, then the second column occupies the 200 pixels that we defined. You can see it down here. The first column occupies the remaining width. The content still is 200 pixels here, but as you see, with the margin, we use this entire space available, adding up to 600 pixels. So this is a fraction. We could also achieve this goal differently. If we go back and now say that our second column should use one fraction of the remaining space, and the first column should use 2 fractions. What do you think will happen then? Let's see. Now our first column again uses more space. Now we know that the entire width is divided into 3 fractions. 2 of these fractions should be applied for the first column, right here. 1 fraction should be applied to the second column. Again, you see the 200 pixels width here, but if you check the developer tools, you see that the margin now is added to create this 2 fraction width in the end. For our purposes though, we can simply say that we want to have 1 fraction for both of the columns. So 1 fraction, 1 fraction. With that, we have an even distribution between our columns. Besides our template columns, we can also specify the gap, the distance between our elements. At the moment, this is defined by the margin of our elements in here. But we can also define the space between the different areas, the different elements inside our grid template with a specific property. This property in our code here is called gap. Gap is a shorthand and defines the gap between different rows and different columns. In our case, we have 4 different rows here and 2 columns. This means we could say that for the rows, we take a gap of 100 pixels between each of the rows, then a space and maybe 200 pixels as the gap between our two columns. With this in place, you see that now the distance between our different elements increased significantly. And if we again hover over our grid, you see that maybe right here, you see that the element area is this one here. So it's the content and the margin. But then these areas here, this is the gap between the columns. This is the gap between the rows. Okay, so this looks a bit awkward, but we can keep it for this theory part. As I said, in this module, we'll just dive into the grid basics to be able to apply it to our project. But to be able to do so, one additional step is missing. We want to have this element, this card, which should occupy, well, the entire space basically. So the third card here should be, well, kind of using all the space without having this fourth card here. This is the next thing we'll have a look at. We want to target this third list item here basically. You see that this list item doesn't have any kind of ID or something which makes it easy for us to identify this item. But still, with a specific selector type, we have options to interact with this element. For that, we go back to our code. And here, we now add a new selector type. We want to select a specific list item. Therefore, we use the list type selector. And now add a colon. And now use first of type, this one here. This rule here, this selector, will allow us to select the first list item inside our unordered list. So what this basically says is, I want to target the first list item I can find inside the parent element. The parent here would be the unordered list. As a basic example, we could, for example, add a different background color to this element. Let's say here yellow quickly. With this, you see that the first element here, well, has this property applied. Okay, nice, but not what we want. We want to interact with the third element in here. Back in our code, we can of course also achieve this. I'll comment out this code here though, because we have another selector type which allows us to specifically target the specific element here. Again, we target our list item, but here we don't want to have the first item here inside our unordered list. Here we want to have the nth occurrence of this item. Go down here to the nth of type selector. So nth of type means simply that we have, well, in our case, 8 list items, and I can simply enter a number which is matching the item that I want to select. In our case, this would be the third item. So in here, in the parentheses, we add the number 3. And now we can again copy our background color property and save this. And going back, you see that now this third element is selected and highlighted with our yellow color. So this is the nth of type selector. But how can we now make sure that this element here occupies, well, the entire space here? To position an element inside our grid, we have, again, various options to achieve this goal. If you think about the grid logic though, and what we learned about it so far, we have to tell our element that it should occupy 2 columns, right? Because we have a 2-column layout, we cannot select this element. So we just have to tell it, well, please don't occupy this space in your column, but also occupy the space in the second column. We can do this by, again, going to our rule that we just created. And here we'll now add the grid column property. The grid column property now allows us to, well, tell this element how many columns it should occupy in the end. In our case, this would mean that the element should start in column 1. Then we add a dash, and it should end where? Well, in column 2. Okay, let's see. If we do this, does this change anything? No, this is not working. Again, we selected our grid option here, right? This is important to have this activated. And if we again look at these numbers I mentioned at the beginning of this grid explanation, you see we have the number 1, the number 2, and the number 3 for the columns. So we have 2 columns, but 3 numbers. This is due to the fact that our positioning of the elements inside the grid relies on these numbers. So this is position 1, position 2, so basically the first column starts at 1, it ends at the position 2. The second column starts at 2 and ends at the position 3. If we follow this logic, then we would actually have to tell our element that it should start at position 1 and end at position 3. Let's give this a try and change 1 to 3. Yeah, now this is working. Now we have our third element, and this occupies the entire space available. This is not the only way to achieve this though. We have other ways to tell the browser to do that, and that's just what it is. I just want to show you one additional way which you might come across. Let's go back, and instead of writing 3 here, I'll add a span. The span simply tells us, well, how many columns, now very important, how many columns this element should occupy. If we would add 3 again, as we just had it, and save this, well then, this would be kind of, well, out of our grid, as you see it here. It would be way too big. If we go back and would add 1, then the element would just sit where it was, because we just tell the element here to start, see it here, to start at the position 1, so right here, and to span across, well, 1 column, which is basically the space here. But if we would change the 1 to 2, this, then we would have the same result that we had at the beginning. Now, as I said, this is just the basics part here, only referring to columns. You can also interact with rows in the grid and also, of course, combine column and row logic and do a lot more things with this grid here. For the purpose of this course, at this point though, this is all we need to create the desired layout. You hopefully also saw why this is a lot easier than creating this with the Flexbox logic. And with that, let's go back to the project and implement this on our own. Back in the project, and now with the theory out of the way, it's your turn again. Before we do that though, let's first fix the width of our unordered list to this 1200 pixels that we initially had. Like this, so our unordered list is centered once again. But besides that, well, you can now apply what we just learned about the CSS grid. The structure here is basically the same that we had in the theory project. So actually, you know all it takes to create the layout that we need. Keep in mind, this is what our grid should look like in the end. Therefore, make sure to apply all these concepts, turn our unordered list into a grid container, and then we'll see how you can work on the layout of that grid, how you can change the distance between our different elements inside the grid, and how you can make sure that our third card here, London, well, is displayed across the entire width of that grid. Good luck with that. You now have the chance to pause the video and to try this on your own, and then we'll solve this together. So how did it go? Were you successful? Let's try this together now. And for that, as I said, we'll first create our grid logic here by turning our unordered list into this grid container. So back in the code, here in our unordered list selector, I'll add the display property and set it equal to the grid. With this in place, well, nothing changes. You saw this in the theory lecture, because now we have to define what our grid should look like. As I said, we focus on to the columns only here at this point of the project. Therefore, we need to tell CSS here that we want to have a grid which consists of 2 different columns. This can be achieved with our grid template columns property, so grid template columns. And here, as you learned, each value we define is a specific column. This means in our case, we need to add 2 values. We can work with pixels, for example, percentages, anything like that. As we want to have 2 equally distributed columns, I'll again use the fraction notation here. Each column, therefore, will have 1 fraction, column 1, and 1 fraction, column 2. With this change in place, yeah, things look better already, so we're coming closer. What's now a problem is the distance between our different grid items. If we activate our helper here in the developer tools, you see what I mean. We have a gap between the columns, but not between the rows. Let's add the distance between our rows here, and we can do this with our gap shortcut. So gap written like this. And with the first value, we define the space between our different rows. Here I'll go for a gap of 20 pixels maybe. And I'll also define the gap between our columns, although we have a default gap applied, of also 20 pixels. Let's see what this looks like. Yeah, looks better. Now we have this distance. If we unselect the grid, this is kind of where we want to go to. So this was our first problem. Another problem we have is that our elements are not using the entire space we gave them inside our grid. Well, this is just due to our predefined width we added here as a temporary solution previously. If we delete this here, so width 500 pixels should be gone, then this looks a lot better. So this problem was also fixed quickly. With this, our page really looks good now, I would say. There is only one last issue, and that's the way our third item here is displayed. This should take the entire space available in the second row. You also learned how this works though. You can use the env of type selector to select this specific element, and then with our grid column property, we can specify how many columns this element should occupy. So back in our code, we will now add this selector maybe down here, directly below our unordered list selector. So we want to select the list item, and here the env of type, so a specific number of a list item inside our unordered list. Here this should be the third item, so number 3. And now we use the grid column property to define, well, how many columns this element should occupy. As you saw, you have multiple ways to, well, define that. I'll go with the, well, pretty common notation of telling it that it should start at the beginning of the first column. So this is this number 1 here. Then we add a space and a slash, and now it should span across 2 columns. With this change in place, we now achieved exactly what we want to have. And if I unselect our grid helper here, you see, well, that this looks kind of what we saw on our finish page that I showed you. One thing I don't like here though is the gap between our last item here and the footer. We can fix this easily here in our unordered list selector, which holds the entire grid logic. Here we won't set the margin to 0 and auto. We'll keep it 0 at the top, auto to the right, then maybe 48 pixels to the bottom, and again auto to the left, well, to keep it centered. With this in place, yeah, we also added this required space down here. So with this, we are almost done with our website here. We also learned how the grid works in its basics. In the next lecture, we'll dive into one additional small new topic, because here this explore link is missing an arrow. So we'll learn how we can implement this. Our page looks really good now, but again, checking our finished result here, this arrow here next to the explore text is missing. Now you might say this could be an icon or an image or anything like this, so some kind of predefined object we added right here, but this is actually not the case. In our code, back here, in the HTML file, you might remember this meta information up here in the head, meta charset UTF-8. This is a standard applied to our HTML page here, which allows the browser in HTML to understand a certain set of characters on any platform, on any device. Now, this set of characters is not limited to text and numbers only. It is text and numbers, of course, but the result that is being displayed can also be different from plain numbers and text. Attached to this video, you can find a link to this Wikipedia page, and turns out that in Unicode, we also have arrows available. We need an arrow. Basically, we need an arrow from the left to the right. And if we check this list down here, well, then something like this here might be exactly what we are looking for. We also have these cryptic numbers here. What do these mean? Well, 219x simply means we need to enter 219x, so 2 in our case for the right arrow, so 2192. And then at the beginning, this U plus is not what we need for our UTF-8 standard. Here, we want to display the characters as hexadecimal reference, which would mean instead of this U plus, we have to add an and symbol, a hash, and an X. Now, this sounds a bit complicated, but basically you can remember the number 2192 for this right arrow and go back to the code. And now here into our places HTML file, and there we'll go to our explore reference here for a Barcelona link. And now we enter this 2192 number I just talked about. And now for the hexadecimal reference in UTF-8, we enter and hash and an X. This looks a bit strange, but if we save this and go back to the project, yeah, you see we have the arrow in here now. And this just works because of this predefined and globally available character set. Now, what we have to do now is we have to add this arrow here to our other explore links. So this is a bit of copy and paste here. So just select it, including the space here, and now add it once, twice, right here, right there, right here, Paris, Sydney, and Tokyo down here. So let's see. Yeah, now we have this nice little arrow added to all our cities. No, I forgot Bali. Sorry, my bad. Such a nice destination. Now the arrow is also here. With this, we learned another very helpful feature which allows us to easily implement such symbols without adding any images or icons. Of course, this is not limited to arrows here. Attached to the lecture, you can find more resources about Unicode and how you can implement different nice default symbols with it. This means we are almost done with this module. In the next lecture, we'll apply some finishing touches and see if we have to clean up our code a bit. So this was a lot of content, a lot of work. We are almost done, In this lecture, I want to finish some details on our page here though. The first thing I saw is that our hover effect for the nav items here is okay, I like it. But with that hover effect being implemented many lectures ago, we also added the hover effect to our page logo. And to be honest, I don't think this looks good, especially if we go to landing page. No, not the look that we want here. The problem we have is that if we check our code, which is in the shared CSS file here, it is this header A hover code we have. Well, header A refers to all anchor tags inside our header. If we check this quickly out in the DevTools, we see that in our header we have, well, the anchor tag in the nav items, unordered lists, list items, here it is. That's the correct one, but also the anchor tag here in our page logo. Therefore, we should be more explicit here about our combinator. We should say that only anchor tags inside the header and inside the nav item should have this hover effect. Therefore, we can go back and simply add nav here ahead of our pseudo selector. With this in place, this should be fixed. Yeah, now this looks a lot better. You see no hover effect here. Here we have it. Talking about the logo and these nav items, the color here on our places page is also not what I want here. For the landing page, this yellow tone is great. I think it looks good. But on the destinations page, I would like to have a bluish tone. So this tone we have here in our explore link. How did we add the styling to these? Well, in the shared CSS file, we added the style to our logo like this. So we selected the page logo ID and then the anchor tag. And for the list items, well, we did it with the header A selector here. Therefore, we have to override both of these selectors to change the color. With this, we go into our places CSS file and scroll up a bit maybe. And let's first add the ID selector, page logo, and here the anchor tag. And the second one was the, maybe not here, maybe there. The second one is the header A selector I just showed you for the color of the nav items. The page logo should have this blue color tone I just referred to. So this has an RGB code of 183, 230, and 235. And we can actually copy paste this here for our nav items. Let's see. Yeah, this looks better, I think. As I said, it remains unchanged, of course, for the landing page. With the change of the color, we should also change our hover effect though. Therefore, we should also work on this pseudo selector. And let's not make the same mistake that we had in the shared CSS file. So here I'll refer to header and here to the nav element, and then we add the pseudo selector to all anchor tags inside the nav element here. And there I will change two things. First, the background color to actually the same RGB code we used up here, so to this bluish tone, but with the background color having this color, we should give the actual text a different color here with the color property. And there I'll use an RGB code of 59, 59, and 59. This means our pseudo selector should now be fixed. So if we hover over our nav items, this fits perfectly our overall page look. So with these changes, I think the page looks all right. What we might do here is we might bring our headline and the corresponding text up a bit. I think we have, right here we have it. yeah, we have a margin here, and if we remove that margin, we have margin collapsing, so it will have the gap between the H2 element and the paragraph. But the margin top, if that would be removed, then this will bring up this entire content a bit. I think this would look nice. So let's go back to the places CSS file and see where we have our item content class, this one right here, which holds the right part of our card, so to say. So item content, and here I want to refer to the H2 element, and there the margin should simply be set to 0. Let's go back. Yeah, I think this looks better. It's a matter of taste, of course, but I think this looks great. What we could do is we could add some more dummy text also to the London card here. Let's maybe do this as a last change. So we go to places HTML and here up to London and simply add this paragraph once again. As I said, it's just some dummy text, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, but I think it improves the overall look of that card and yeah, looks better, I think. But with this, if I quickly check this page, also maybe one link here, yeah, this works nicely. Yeah, I think we did it. We finished our website. This is the second website you built now. So the only thing that is left is a summary of what we learned in this very long module. You finished this module. Congratulations, this was a lot of content, a lot of important content though, to make sure you can grow further as developer. Which, by the way, is something you already are. You developed your second website. That's really awesome. Whilst developing this website, you learned a lot about HTML and CSS though. On the index.html file, for example, we implemented again a semantic structure inside the body. So with our header, with the main element, now with also adding the section element. This helped us to create an entire landing page here, a structured landing page. On this landing page, you also implemented a navigation bar. Here in our header, we added a page logo, this one right here, but then inside the nav element, we used the list to be able to navigate to different places on our website. We also added this dummy link for the about page here. This is something you can of course add on your own to further practice what we learned. Besides these concepts, we also learned a lot about how to work on the layout of a website. We did this with two very important core technologies CSS ships with, Flexbox and the grid. We started with Flexbox. Here in our styled CSS file, we learned a lot about how Flexbox works and how we can use it, well, to align our items. We did this, for example, here for our different destinations, which we can find down here. We learned that we can use the Flex container concept to have full control over the Flex items. We also learned about properties like flex direction, which define whether the items should be positioned next to each other in a row or below each other as a column. We learned about flex wrap and also about justify content, which helps us to efficiently manage the way our elements, our items are displayed in our flex container. Besides that, we also learned more about images. Besides normal images, imported or added with the image element, we also learned how we can use background images. This background image here is special in a way that we additionally dive deeper into the way we can create headers, which are basically, well, above an element here above the background image. This led us to another important CSS concept, the concept of positioning elements. We learned about the default document flow, positioning each block element one after another, and we learned that we can break this default view with different values which are added to the position property, specifically position absolute and position fixed. And we applied all of these concepts, all of these values also in our project. Here, for example, we use position absolute for our header. Besides some more advanced concepts like margin collapsing, which can occur between different block elements and also in a parent-child relationships, we dive deeper into selected properties, for example, object fit, which allowed us to perfectly fit these images into their container. And we also had a look at the second core layout technology, besides Flexbox. Here on the destinations page, we learned how the CSS grid works and what the main difference to Flexbox is. Flexbox is great for one-dimensional layouts, so row or column. The grid is awesome for two-dimensional layouts, so row and column combined. Even more, we combined both of these concepts here on this page, with the grid being used for the general concept and Flexbox being used twice inside our cards. Once for the alignment of the image and the content of the card, and as a second point for the content to be aligned the way it is aligned here in the right part of this card. This was the core content of this module. With this, you learned even more about HTML and CSS, and you can already create your own websites. Nevertheless, this journey just started, so happy to continue with you to see what else we will explore throughout this course.